Could you please play the beaker sound now? So when you hear this sound, you have to know that you have to be inside the hall to win the exciting prizes. Please visit our sponsor stall in the lobby area. Explore their offerings, scan the QR code, and stand a chance to win exciting raffle prizes from our sponsors. Keep your lanyards with you and exchange them at the end of tomorrow's conference for an exciting gift. In case of an emergency, please follow the marked emergency exit routes on your left or approach the hotel staff for assistance. With the housekeeping rules well explained, I now request all of you to please rise for the national anthem of Bahrain, followed by India, then followed by the ICAI motto song.
मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
सुप्तेषु जागृति य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्द्वैता 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 एतद्द्वैता.
Thank you, everyone. You can please take your seats. Everyone can take their seats. We will open the conference with the captivating sand art performance by Bahrain's renowned magical sand artist, Ms. Zahra Al Nasser, setting an inspiring tone for the sessions ahead. Ms. Zahra, over to you. beautiful display really sets the tone for the day, showcasing an incredible depiction of the beauty of Bahrain and the proud presence of ICAI Bahrain in this great land. The elegance, creativity, and storytelling through sand were nothing short of mesmerizing. On this note, I would like to invite Ms. Zahra, along with our Chairperson CA Vineet Maru and Vice Chairperson CA Vinod Rathi, on stage to felicitate her. I would also like to request Ms. Zahra and her team to come on stage. Thank you, Ms. Zahra, for the beautiful performance. As we begin this two-day event filled with learnings, ideas, and meaningful networking, let us remember that conferences like these are not just about knowledge sharing. They are about building connections, exchanging perspectives, and shaping a stronger professional community together, and to be well and truly a future ready. Now it's my honor to invite our respected immediate past chairperson, CA Vivek Gupta, to take the proceedings forward with inauguration ceremony. Over to you, CA Vivek Gupta.
I think since we are future ready, so I'll use the iPad this time, not the papers. Thank you, CA Abhishek. You know, when we look around the world as today, the speed at which the technology evolves, the market shifts overnight, and the way leadership is being redefined. One thing becomes clear: the future is not approaching us, because the future is already here. A huge round of applause for that future. Ladies and gentlemen, Sabal Khair, good morning, Namaste, Vanakkam, and heartfelt greeting to each one of you. As we gather today, it is my privilege to welcome dignitaries from the Kingdom of Bahrain and India, our distinguished speakers and panelists, invited guests, leaders from overseas chapters, our fellow chapters, sponsors and industry partners, past ICAI Bahrain chapter chairpersons, academicians, students, and young professionals. And of course, our vibrant ICAI Bahrain membership. Your presence adds true meaning and strength to this important gathering today. Standing here once again, and this time as immediate past chairperson of ICAI Bahrain chapter, is a moment of pride and gratitude. This stage has witnessed the journey of the chapter of ICAI Bahrain for nearly 2 decades. And today, it's a next milestone as we welcome the future. Of being future ready isn't just about tools, systems, or skills. It's about the mindset. It's about our willingness to challenge ourselves, to think boldly, and to keep moving forward with a purpose, to sharpen our thinking and to prepare every professional, especially in the Kingdom of Bahrain, to thrive in an era of transformation. Leading this journey with conviction, a leader par excellence who pours his heart and soul into our chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the chairperson of ICAI Bahrain chapter, CA Vineet Maru. A huge round of applause. Let's continue the round of applause, please. Over to you. Over to you, CA Vineet.
Thank you, Vivek. I have been told that many of you have gone to Redison and then has to take a detour to Gulf Hotel. Marhaba, good morning everyone. What a wonderful sight it is to see bright minds, inspiring leaders, and the heartbeat of Bahrain Financial Fraternity, the Chartered Accountant of ICAI Bahrain chapter here. I welcome you all to the 17th Annual Conference of ICAI Bahrain Chapter, Future Ready. Before we begin, let me express our deep appreciation to the leadership of the Kingdom of Bahrain, a nation that champions openness, diversity, innovation, and economic progress. We are very grateful to Government of Bahrain for their constant support to the Indian community and professional bodies like ours. We are truly honored this morning by the presence of our distinguished guest, our chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Vinod K. Jacob, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain. Our guiding light and unwavering supporter. His Excellency Mr. Jamal Fakhro, First Deputy Chairman of the Shura Council. A visionary leader and a true friend of our profession. Thank you. Mr. Abbas Radi, President of Bahrain Accounting and Auditors Association, whose collaboration strengthening the bridge between Bahrain and Indians finance professionals. Mr. Abbas Radi. Mr. Khalifa Al Jordan, thank you for your presence. Gentlemen, thank you with your presence and encouragement. A special word of gratitude to our dynamic ICAI President, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda. His energy, his vision, and in belief in the power of ICAI inspires every day. He couldn't join us in person, but he has sent us a heartfelt message. Can we have the AV please?
Respected members of the Institute, distinguished speakers, honored guests, and my dear fellow professionals, I am absolutely thrilled to be here with you today at the 17th Annual Conference organized by the ICAI Bahrain chapter on the very contemporary theme, Future Ready. We are living in an age of rapid financial evolution where technology, automation, and strategic agility are no longer optional but essential. The role of chartered accountants is transforming from a custodian of compliance to a driver of innovation, strategic leadership, and global economic impact. What we witness here today is more than a conference. It is a bold statement that the global ICAI community is ready to lead from AI and blockchain to finance re-engineering and digital resilience. This platform brings together world-class professionals to exchange ideas and vision the future and drive actionable change. As President of ICAI, I am immensely proud of the diligent work being done by our overseas chapters. The ICAI Bahrain chapter consistently demonstrates remarkable dedication to member engagement and global outreach. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the exceptional team behind this successful event led by CA Vineet Maru, our young and dynamic chairman. A heartfelt thanks to many tireless volunteers working behind the scenes. Your dedication, energy, and professionalism embody the ICAI spirit of excellence and service. Before I conclude my remarks, I want to pivot our focus from Bahrain to India for an event that will define the global profession in 2026. Yes, I invite you all to join us for the World Forum of Accountants 2.0, the expanded, elevated and more exciting successor to our inaugural edition. WOFA 2.0 will serve as a defining moment, a convergence of global intellect, policy insight and professional leadership, where we anticipate surpassing 25,000 delegates from over 50 countries. This forum is designed specifically for your professional growth, featuring multiple sessions on the most emerging and pertinent areas like global capability centers, artificial intelligence and digital finance, MSME and startups, capital market trends, and sustainability. These topics will equip you with the practical insights needed to be truly future ready. I urge all of you to register in big numbers and join us. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this milestone event. I wish you all a day filled with insight, inspiration, and meaningful connections. Before I conclude, a couplet. अपने हौसलों को खबर करते रहो, अपने हौसलों को खबर करते रहो, जिंदगी मंजिल नहीं सफर है, चलते रहो. Once again, many congratulations for organizing this great fantabulous conference. Jai Hind, Jai ICAI. Thank you so much.
Thanks to President Sir and ICAI for continuous support. So what does future ready mean? In a world where AI can write codes, algorithm can audit data, and machine can predict markets, one may ask, what will human do? Being future ready means learning faster than the world ability to change. It means adapting with agility, thinking with empathy, and leading with integrity. As Albert Einstein once said, the measure of intelligence is the ability to change. And that's, my friend, is exactly what defines us as chartered accountants. We have always changed with time, yet never changed our values. Today, we audit through analytics, decide through data. If VCA has remained indispensable from 1949 till today, is because we have always been, always are, future ready. And not just with tools, but with timeless value of integrity, curiosity, and resilience. A round of applause for us chartered accountants. I think I'm asking you to clap for yourselves, so it deserves a better clap for us, future ready chartered accountants. To continue this journey, we must equip ourselves with futuristic tools and technology. Today, we are delighted to announce a 3-day intensive AI course for chartered accountants, which is meticulously designed by ICAI to be held at Epic Cinema Dana Mall on 5th, 6th and 7th December 2025. The registration link will be shared soon through our broadcast. Let's ensure each one of us just not become part of the future, but the architect of our future. Now being future ready isn't about mind. This is about body and spirit also. We can only perform best when we are fit. All work and no play make the CA dull. Even balance sheet need balance. And what better way to remain fit than through sports? And which sports does Indian likes the most? Cricket, is it? I think you all know where I'm going with this. Can we have the AV, please?
भिड़ जा, ओ लड़ जा, लड़ जा उठा के बल्ला कर दे हल्ला उठा के बल्ला कर दे हल्ला उठा के बल्ला कर दे हल्ला लगा के चक्का ले रंचार या पहुंचा दे स्टेडियम पार डाल घुमा के तू भी फिरकी पलक चपकते उड़ा दे गिल्ली नन्ही सी चिटकी सबको नचाए पकड़ लो पकड़ है निकल न जाए देखे घर घर देखे गली गली देख रहा है मोहल्ला ओ लड़ जा लड़ जा लड़ जा लड़ जा लड़ जा उठा के बल्ला कर दे हल्ला
We are proud to host the first ever ICAI BMW GCC Cup right here in Bahrain. 6 GCC chapters, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Muscat, Abu Dhabi, Dubai on 13-14 February 2026. 2 unforgettable days, competition, bonding and cricketing passion. I invite you all as players, supporters and cheerleaders to join us and make the history together. CA Ajay Kumar, CA Mahesh Balasubramaniam, CA Sumit Khopkar are coordinating on this. The chapter has huge hope from you and this chapter wants to start on winning home record. A round of applause for our coordinators. ICAI is hosting World Forum of Accountant, WOFA 2.0 on 30th January, 31st January and 1st February 2026. This is one of the largest global gathering of accounting profession. Can we have the WOFA video please?
I'm overwhelmed. I'm excited looking at the crowd that has come here, and I'm reminded of the days when your institute started. All of you are aware that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949. Last message of the day, we have to keep performing for this great country, making it the superpower of the world and empowering our fellow members so that all of us can create history, breach benchmarks. Thank you so much.
I request our members to participate wholeheartedly and represent ICAI Bahrain at this historical global event. Now, speaking of excitement, look at this future-ready stage. Today, we have stellar speaker lineup from policymakers to politicians, to investors, to regulators, to industry leaders, to army expert, to academician, and a Padma Bhushan awardee among us. Our audience deserves nothing but the best, and it is our privilege to deliver exactly that. Can we have a round of applause for our speakers? To our sponsors and partners, your generosity, trust, vision make this grand event possible. We are truly grateful for the support and faith you have showered upon us. Your partnership keep ICAI Bahrain visible, vibrant, and visionary. Can we show our support to them and acknowledge their contribution? Can we have the AV, please? As the AV is going on, I request you all to keep the applause going. A huge round of applause again for our sponsors. And to our members, you are the lifeblood of this chapter. You are always supportive, always participating, and yes, always there to support and encourage us to keep doing better. Because of you, ICAI Bahrain chapter continue to shine among the 54 global ICAI Bahrain chapters, global chapters. Can we have a round of applause for all the members? A special word of appreciation to our overseas chapter friends, Dubai, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, Abu Dhabi, Dammam, Eastern Province, United Kingdom, who are us with today, and to all other chapters who have sent their wishes. Over the years, we have built a very special bond with the ICAI chapters, and we thank them for their participation. A huge round of applause for the overseas chapter. The bond which we have built with the overseas chapter, I sincerely hope that that survive even the GCC Cricket Cup. A heartfelt thanks to our subcommittee and volunteers, the silent heroes ensuring every light, sound, detail is perfect in this 2 days conference. Sincere thanks to all the mentors of the chapter for the invaluable guidance and encouragement you have offered to us. A heartfelt thanks to the family members of executive committee and volunteers for being the support and strength in everything we do. Can we have a round of applause for our subcommittee mentors and family members? And finally, my executive committee. Each one of you have worked tirelessly, often behind the scene, to make this possible. Because of your dedication, the Future Ready Conference stands tall, radiant, and remarkable. Can we give them a thunderous round of applause? With the vision of our mentors, strength of our sponsors, passion of our members, dedication of our volunteers, ICAI Bahrain will continue to shine as the beacon of excellence, integrity, and inspiration. Thank you for all being part of this journey. Together, we are future ready, and indeed, the future is here. Thank you all. On this note, I formally declare the 17th annual conference is future ready. Thank you.
So that was a wonderful speech from our future ready chairperson. A huge round of applause for that. So let's ensure that we have space to sit in future with AI. So we'll ensure that all the sofas are in place as well. So I'll ask a couple of questions in the meantime. Are you future ready? Yes. My second question. Are you future ready? Yes. Now this was the answer I was expecting. And with that, to start today's proceedings and to set a strong direction for future ready journey, we will move to one of the most meaningful traditions, the lighting of the lamp in ICAI Bahrain chapter, which is a symbol of collective progress. As we step into the future ready era, may this light guide us with clarity, humility, and purpose. With that, I request our Chairperson C.A. Vineet Maru, Vice Chairperson C.A. Vinod Rathi to escort the dignitaries to the stage for the lighting of the lamp and welcome them with a bouquet. Please, C.A. Vineet Maru, C.A. Vinod Rathi. I request our dignitaries, His Excellency Mr. Vinod K. Jacob, to the Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, Mr. Jamal Fakhro, Managing Partner, KPMG Bahrain, and Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, Chairman, Bahrain Accountants and Auditors Association. A huge round of applause, please. I request the stage management team to please bring the lovely bouquets for our dignitaries. So, Your Excellencies, before we proceed for the lamp lighting, let us welcome you with a bouquet of flower. Please come. Come. Let's continue the round of applause. It's good for body and mind. Dear stage management team, can we proceed with the lighting of the lamp? So yes. We'll proceed with the lighting of the lamp. It's an auspicious moment for us. So I request the team to please assist. On the stage. And as I mentioned earlier, may this light guide us with clarity, humility, and purpose. Now what? Now, to capture the essence of this conference, dignitaries, Your Excellencies, the ideas, the reflections, and the collective effort, our editorial team, which includes CA Bharti Maheshwari, CA Amna Hussain, CA Najla Mubin, and CA Afra Askar, has put together a huge round of applause before that. Has put together a beautifully curated, future-ready souvenir. I request Chairperson CA Vineet Maru and the dignitaries to kindly unveil the souvenir. The ribbons are being cut. Please continue with a round of applause. We'll wait for 30 seconds for everyone to scan the QR code placed on the screen. And again, huge congratulations to the entire committee. I request dignitaries to take the seat. With that, the much awaited moment. It is now my honor to invite someone who represents one of the strongest and most enduring partnerships between nations. A true friend of the Indian professional community in the Kingdom of Bahrain. And I request His Excellency Mr. Vinod K. Jacob, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, to address the conference. Your Excellency, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Vivek. Good morning, everyone. I thank the chairperson of the Bahrain chapter of the ICAI for his invitation. Thank you, Vineet. I once again congratulate His Excellency Mr. Jamal Fakhro for his responsibilities in the new legislative term and wish him all success as first Deputy Chairman of Shura Council. I'm also happy to share views alongside Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, Chairman of Bahrain Auditors and Accountants Association. Friends, today's theme is relevant, future ready. As far as my country, India, is concerned, we are trying to navigate in a challenging international and regional environment. The emphasis is on all of those words. Challenging international and regional environment. Critical to this, the way in which we navigate through this, is economic growth. And I'm happy to share with you, most of you would have already seen this. The State Bank of India predicts a 7.5% growth in second quarter of 2025. In terms of exports, yesterday's information says that we recorded our highest ever H1 performance in FY 2025-2026, with total exports between April to September 2025 reaching US $420 billion. We are also gearing up for a forward-looking AI Impact Summit in Delhi in February 2026. These are some of the examples and markers for India as a whole. I thought I'll make use of this opportunity also to share what are the future plans for my embassy in terms of the bilateral relations. 2026, as you know, marks the 55th anniversary of diplomatic relations between India and the Kingdom of Bahrain. So in the run-up to this, we have focused and achieved a few important milestones. First, in July 2025, we launched the electronic visa system for Bahraini nationals. We started with 9 categories. We have now expanded it to 13 categories. Before coming here, I checked the data for the 4-month period ending in October, and we've seen a 30% increase in Indian visas taken from Bahrain. So I think that augurs well for the sort of people-to-people exchanges. Second, in August, we opened a new Indian Consular Application Center in Bahrain Mall, and most of you who have taken the services would have seen that we have managed to reduce service fees across almost all categories of consular facilitation. And I think that's a very important contribution to the relationship Third, you would have noticed most recently, His Excellency Dr. Al-Zayani, the Foreign Minister of Bahrain, visited Delhi in November for the 5th High Joint Commission with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jayashankar. So within a period of less than 12 months, we've had 2 High Joint Commissions. It's the first time it's happening since 2015. Speaks to the robustness of the bilateral relationship. Fourth, the National Payments Council of India and Benefit have signed an MOU for digital payments, and I think some of the banks represented here are also involved in facilitating that. This, I think, marks a very significant step forward. Fifth, we have made progress towards establishing a joint working group on trade and investment, and also on the commencement on bilateral comprehensive economic partnership agreement. Sixth, we have agreed to develop a common understanding to start double taxation avoidance agreement. Seventh, we have made progress in ongoing negotiations for a new bilateral investment treaty. So as you can see that in the last 10 to 11 months, we have focused largely on the economic agenda. We have survived all these years on goodwill between India and Bahrain, all these centuries, all these millennia. But I think we need to add it with a layer of economic agreements and financial arrangements, which will support this goodwill going forward. Eighth, as you know, my government strongly supports Bahrain in its United Nations Security Council non-permanent seat for 2026 to 27. And I hope that both sides can work together on both the bilateral agenda as well as the international and regional agenda going forward. That is the way we can be future ready. Thank you all.
I think I heard a little round of applause. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you, Your Excellency, for the address. And we'll be doing the felicitation after the inaugural addresses. Now, our next distinguished speaker is not just a senior professional, but a guiding voice, a long-standing supporter of ICAI Bahrain chapter, a person whose leadership continues to inspire the business community of Bahrain. And when I speak about such a person, we all know who is. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jamal Fakhro, Managing Partner, KPMG Bahrain. The stage is yours.
Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, Your Excellency, good morning to you, Chairman, a member of the board of the Bahrain chapter. Thank you very much for inviting me again to come to enjoy those moments really with fantastic team of Indian Chartered Accountants who are really helping us in Bahrain. My friend Abbas Radi, Chair of Bahrain Accounting Society. Abbas has been chairman for more than 20 decades now. And I can tell you he'll be there until the future is end. Where is Cal? There he is. You know, I called Cal last week. Cal is our head of markets in the office. I told him, Cal, I have got this speech to do on Friday. I'm traveling. I'll come back from China on Thursday. Could you write me something? So he wrote probably 17 pages of a speech, which I think I will not deliver today for you. Let me start by saying once again, thank you very much for inviting me. I again love to repeat this appreciation and thank to all of you here and to all the Indians who have been coming to Bahrain for many years, for more than 100 years here, helping us really in shaping our future, our community. So thanks a lot to all of you. Thanks a lot to all the Indians who have been coming to Bahrain, I would say from the 18th centuries until today, have been helping us in building and shaping our country. And thanks to those of the future who will be coming to Bahrain to help us, because really we cannot continue without depending on your contribution and support. When I met with the team who came to see me a month ago to ask me to really ask me to come to talk to you today, I asked them, what does the future mean? I said, I'm an old man, So if you want a future, get somebody who's young, who understands the future, and who is ready to go to the future. And to be frank with you, when you look into the theme of the conference today, it is exactly the right theme that we need to think about. To think about not because it is the future, because where we are and what we can do in this future. Last year, I can recall, we spoke about AI, about technology, and we are still talking about AI and about technology. But the one thing we always forget, that without us, the trusted professionals, AI and technology cannot work. So we should not really give up. We should not say that our role is going to be end soon. No, our role will continue because we are the ones who keep the trust. We are the ones who can manage this technology. We are the ones who created the technology. We should never fear that the technology will take from us, our businesses and our leadership. We should be sure to make use of this technology to help us in our decision making, to help us in shaping the future, and to help us to get quick and accurate information. A few years back, when the Excel came in, we were so happy to have the Excel, which helped us really, rather than calculating and adding and subtracting in hours, helping us do those shapes in half an hour or 50 minutes. Today, it just takes us seconds to do all of that. And tomorrow, even a fraction of a second. But all of that could not be used appropriately if we don't have the trusted people who are the professionals. So we need to continue to believe in ourselves. We need to continue that we, as the professionals, accountants, as professionals, lawyers, as professionals, economists, as the professionals, in any profession, we need to make a proper use of this technology for our benefit. The one thing we need to really to ensure that we are having proper regulations to regulate the technology and the use of technology. Unfortunately, until today, and I'm coming from I would say, the legislative party here in Bahrain, unfortunately, the whole world is talking about regulating the technology. None of us really have come up with any law or regulation other than the EU, and they came up with 790 points of regulations to regulate. See how complicated it is. 790 points in one regulations to regulate the AI. Which means that AI, although it is a fantastic aid and fantastic aid for us to use, it requires lots of regulation to regulate it. The first regulations is to protect our community and to protect our values, which are unfortunately not being protected properly before technology and now with technology. We have values in our community which we need as a professionals to continue to protect them and not to allow technology to really scrap those values and come out with the new things. So regulating technology is important. Working with regulators in implementing technology is important. We have big responsibilities as accountants, and I think as chartered accountants, you have been and will continue to be the backbone of any economy that will be growing rapidly in our world. So continue your profession, continue your hard work with technology, and never fear that technology will take us our jobs. Thank you.
Mr. Jamal, you always confuse me whether we should look at your smile or listen to your words. Thank you, Mr. Jamal, for the wonderful address, as always. And now, it gives me great pleasure to invite a respected leader in the Kingdom of Bahrain, a strong supporter of the accounting profession in Bahrain, not just ICAI Bahrain chapter, accounting profession in Bahrain. A true friend, a mentor. The chairman of Bahrain Accountants and Auditors Association, Mr. Abbas Al-Radi. Please, sir, please address us. Always good to listen to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Before we start, I would like to thank the organizing team for inviting me to this remarkable conference. And AI is changing everything, including the mindset of the organizing team or committee. I used to have this event with a call early morning from my friend Balu. This year, no call. I used to go fighting the road to reach Diplomat Hotel during the event, the regular event of Bahrain, the triathlon. This year there is no. So shows that AI is controlling the scene. With AI, I tried to use AI to prepare a speech or a talk for today. It gave me 3 pages, but I'm sure I'm going to keep it shorter than KPMG internal audit report to those committees, to those audit committees where I chair. In the past, I participated in preparing this report, so to keep it short. Now I have to read them and chair the committee, so I have to read every single word. They are giving extensive report and excellent work. So please, any appointment to KPMG, I have to be considered. Ladies and gentlemen, greeting from Bahrain Accountant Association to Mr. Vinit Marco, chairperson of BC. It's very difficult. The Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountant. Don't short it because I cannot pronounce it good. His Excellency Mr. Vinod Jacob, Ambassador of India to Bahrain, our friends all and our great supporter. My best friend, His Excellency Mr. Jamal Fakhro. Excellencies, dignitaries, and everybody of this dais, and my fellow distinguished professional and friend. It is truly honored to stand before colleagues and professionals who continued to effectively contribute to the advancement and stabilization of the accounting profession in Bahrain. So many times I said, without you, there is no accounting profession in Bahrain. Nothing to look down on us, but we have learned and we have started our profession with your leadership and with your patience and support. These are remarkable contribution with integrity, innovation, and an unwavering sense of purpose. You guys were patient on us and taught us how to be really and how to stand as a professional. The Bahrain Accountant Association is a privilege to have been affiliated with the Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountant. We are one professional body because we stand and we share the same values, aspiration, and commitment to the advancement of the profession. Today, far more than formal gathering. Your gathering is far more than formal gathering. It is a testament to our shared vision to alleviate our profession and to equip ourselves for a future that is rapidly taking shape before us. And I will repeat what my colleague and best friend, Mr. Jamal Fakhro, don't let the AI take us away from our values and our stand, integrity, and tradition. I have been always saying governance is the key. And Mr. Jamal said we have to work more on governance of all these advanced technology tools. Chartered accountants remain a pillar of strength for the kingdom and deeply appreciate their enduring contribution to our economy. His Excellency, the Ambassador, went through an array of treaties and agreements strengthening the relationship between Bahrain and our great country, India. So I consider India as part of our, or an extended community of Bahrain community. The BAA, Bahrain Accountant Association, Bahrain Accountant and Auditor Association, as always stand ready to extend its full support and collaboration with the Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants. In every endeavor that strengthens our profession fraternity. Because if we don't work together, then by force we are colleagues, and our collegialship at work, at the community is a must. As Chartered Accountant, please continue to learn. And your learning is not merely extended, it is essential. The requirement of the Institute of Chartered Accountant in India, in England and Wales, and the ICAI for continuous education, it is an essential requirement to stay abreast with your professional standards and professional requirement. I'm telling you, don't worry about the second page. It is less than those days. External auditor report, when we done the exam, it was 1 page, so you memorize it and you pass the paper. Now, I think I try to understand and try to read one external auditor report. It goes up to 5-6 pages. Anyway, the word of constant change, one thing remain constant: our dedication to quality. No matter the challenges chartered accountants rise to meet with their integrity, competency, and clarity. In the past, we used to have that ledger book of 40 columns and 100 pages. Nowadays, an spreadsheet will do all the job. The theme of this conference, Future Ready. It is both timely and compelling. But the way that you guys, young generation, and our way of doing things is ready. We are all future ready. I firmly believe that the future of the accounting profession in Bahrain will not be determined by the obstacles, so don't fear the AI or anything else, but our collective ambitions, resilience, and forward-thinking mindset of the professional like you, will stabilize that fear and avoid that fear. Don't worry, as I promise, I will keep this speech short. Unlike our many reports, internal and external. And finally, this year, I'm not telling any more jokes, but to say thank you all, and our friend at the Indian chapter, at the Bahrain chapter of Indian Charter Accountant, our best friend, and we are supporting them all. And thank you all. Thank you.
Let's continue the round of applause. Now, sir, all the dignitaries will be presenting your memento as a token of our appreciation. Because when we look at the stage and look at this audience today on the floor, we don't just look at the people, but the kind of shared spirit and the vibrant energy. And all thanks goes to people like yourself who has helped us in gain this momentum for the entire Kingdom of Bahrain. I request the stage management team, please come with the memento of appreciation. I request CA Vineet Maru, Chairperson of ICAI Bahrain Chapter. I request CA Vinod Rathi, Vice Chairperson of ICAI Bahrain Chapter as well to join and felicitate our dignitaries. Please come. CA Vineet Maru. Yes. His Excellency Mr. Vinod K. Jacob, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain. I request our leadership to felicitate Mr. Jamal Fakhro, Managing Partner, KPMG Bahrain. I request our leadership to felicitate our partner, Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, Chairman of Bahrain Accountants and Auditors Association. With that, I request all the executive committee members to please join us on stage for our Excom group photo. I request dignitaries to please stay for a moment. Let us have some selfies with you, please. We have on stage CA Vineet Maru, CA Vinod Rathi, CA Bharti Maheshwari, CA Abhinav Goyal, CA Kaushalendra Mangunia, CA Ankit Ajmera, CA Vivek Trivedi, CA Pankaj Jain, CA Syed Zaki and CA Abhishek Gupta. I request our dignitary Mr. Khalifa Al-Jawda, please join us in this photo. I request our audience for a thunderous round of applause. Please let me know once one photo is taken, I'll come for a second. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we thank you all and we conclude the inaugural session. A thunderous round of applause for all of us. Just I'll say one more quote as we conclude. A heart that knows to serve really knows how to stop. So the ICAI Bahrain chapter, the executive committee will continue serving you, but after the break for the coffee. So I request everyone to please be back in 20 minutes before 11 a.m. as we begin our first technical session for the Future Ready conference. Enjoy your break and let's continue the day with same energy and curiosity. Thank you and wishing us all a great success.
Ms. Zara, great one. Thank you. Thanks a lot. आप नीचे जाओ, नीचे जाओ, नीचे जाओ. कौन सा? ये शिफ्ट कैसे करेगा? उसको बोलो साइड देने के लिए. भाई, बाद में करो. टाइम नहीं है.
Check. 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 Check.
So please come inside fast, guys. Good afternoon, everyone. So I request our executive committee members, overseas chapter members, and past chairperson to please come and take the front rows and take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a refreshing break and looking forward for an exciting session ahead. We are now about to dive into the world of investments with one of the India's most respected voice in the financial markets. Get ready to gain insights and wisdom and perspectives that have guided generation of investors. Our speaker, Mr. Ramesh S. Damani, a distinguished member of the Bombay Stock Exchange, Managing Director of Ramesh S. Damani Finance Private Limited, and a familiar face in the financial journalism, having hosted popular shows on CNBC TV 18, such as Wizards of the Last Street, Oriental and Occidental, and RD 360. For his brief introduction, can we please play the AV now?
D.R. Mehta, born 25th June 1937 in Jodhpur, Rajasthan, is a former Indian civil servant, best known for his role as chairman of the Securities.
Can we please play Ramesh S. Damani AVs, please? I request everyone who is standing in the back, please take your seats. The chairs are missing you in the front row. I'm honored to give introduction of Mr. Ramesh Damani myself. So Mr. Ramesh Damani is a member of the Bombay Stock Exchange, BSE, and a respected voice in India's financial markets. A graduate of HR College, Mumbai, he holds an MBA from California State University, Northridge, USA. He has been an active broker at the BSE since 1989 and currently serves as the Managing Director of the Ramesh S. Damani Finance Private Limited. Beyond his professional achievements, he is well known for his contribution to financial journalism and investor education. He has hosted several shows on CNBC TV 18, including Wizards of the Last Street, Oriental and Occidental, and RD 360. A frequent commentator on various business news channels, Mr. Damani continues to share his deep understanding of markets, investing, and economic trends, inspiring generation of investors with his experience, wisdom, and long-term perspective of wealth creation. With this note, I request Mr. Ramesh Damani to please come on the stage to grace the audience. I request Mr. Vineet Maru and Vinod Rathi to please come on the stage.
Thank you, Abhishek.
So we have water bottles here.
Yeah, perfect. Good morning. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for that warm welcome. If my wife had heard it, she might say, where is my husband? Who are you talking about? So thank you anyway for the nice introduction. Thank you so much for Bahrain chapter hosting me. Vineet ji and Vinod ji have been so kind and so hospitable all through my stay. Thank you so much for hosting me out here. It's my first visit to Bahrain, but I assure you it won't be my last visit to Bahrain. Now, I know I'm an MBA student speaking to a bunch of CAs in this room. So I'm going to tell you the story very advisedly. There happened to be an instance where 3 MBAs went trekking in a forest, and they came across a wild river, and they had to cross the river. So not knowing what to do, the first MBA knelt and prayed to God, God, give me the strength to cross this river. Poof, and God created him strong arms and strong legs. Somehow he managed to survive as he crossed the river and reached the other side. The second MBA looked at him and said, God, give me the strength and the means to cross this river. And poof, God created a canoe, and the canoe was shaking and moving, but somehow he managed to cross the river. Then the third MBA wanted to cross. So he said to God, God, give me the strength, the means, and the wisdom to cross the river. And God created a CA. Now, one of my heroes in life is someone called Charlie Munger, who is an investment guru that you've all heard of, Warren Buffett's sidekick, whatever. And he mentioned that accountancy is the language of business, okay? So I understand the important job that you all are doing. And he also said this, that when he invented double entry bookkeeping, when the Venetian accountants invented double entry bookkeeping, that was one of the great advances in civilization had. And of course, civilization has been to space, has conquered mountains, but that's what Charlie Munger pointed out. So thank you all so much for the important work that you all do in keeping corporate India honest, keeping promoters honest, and all the nice work that the CAs do. But seriously, rather than jokes, I'd like to talk to you about some geopolitical events that have transformed our life over the last 50 years or so. Slide on. Yeah, right, thank you. Okay, yeah, there. So, one of my philosopher friends is a guy called Soren Kierkegaard, who said that life must be lived forward but understood backwards. So, as I look back at my career, I'm now in aging, I'm always amazed at the number of people who come and tell me that we've grown up watching your videos on YouTube. Then I realize not the compliment, but how old I've become, that everyone has watched my videos on YouTube. So, but as I look back on my career, I wanted to share some insights of the trends that helped shape the last 30, 40 years in India, and some of the trends that will shape the next 30, 40 years in this world. So we'll talk a little bit about that. The most defining event, I feel, historically, took place in 1972, when after a period of almost 30 years, China and America had a rapprochement. President Nixon at that time went to China and met Zhou Enlai as he landed in Shanghai for the first time. There was any contact between the two great powers today, 30 years ago. And as Nixon wrote in his memoirs after the fact, he said, with the handshake, it was the end of an era and the beginning of a new era. And what he meant by that was in the 1950s, when the US Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, was in Geneva, Zhou Enlai had given his hand to be shaken by Foster Dulles, and Foster Dulles had refused to shake hands. It was an international incident at that time. So Nixon wanted to repair the damage, the psychological damage that it caused. So in 1932, when he stepped out of the plane, he pulled his hand out first to make sure that Chow and Lau would see it and they would shake hands, and it ended the era. He spent a very fruitful week in China. It was the first visit by US president to China ever. And when he finished, he was flying back home. A reporter asked him his assessment of the trip. And he said the words that I think should be framed in every history book. He said, "It was a week that changed the world." It was a week that changed the world. And truly, when you look back historically through the lens of history, it was one of the most profound weeks that the world has seen, starting with 72. For why was 72 that important? Because it led to first a geopolitical realignment of forces. Previously, the two communist powers, China and Russia and America, were in two camps. By going to China, Nixon created a wedge between Russia and China. Of course, today they're back together again, but at that time it created a wedge between communist China and communist Russia, and it altered the Cold War balance of power. Secondly, it opened China to the West and integrated China into the world economy. Look at through the perspective of history 50 years later, China entering the WTO, China manufacturing the iPhone, what important contributions they were to the growing globalization of the world that we experienced since 1972. And ultimately what happened was the cost of the Cold War that Russia ran, the collapse of oil prices, broke up the USSR. Ultimately, that particular strain of history led to a breakdown of the Cold War ties and led to what I think was one of the most significant events of my lifetime, which is the fall of the Berlin Wall, which took place in 1989, the fall of the Berlin Wall. Now, okay, there's some. So here's a snapshot where I say India grows at night, and I'll try and retrace the three trends that influenced me. I'm often asked on television, what do I think of my era? India has so many problems, as you can see. Indira Gandhi assassinated, Mandal riots, Rajiv Gandhi assassinated, Gujarat riots, UPA, communist guns, demon, a whole bunch of bad things happened. But the fact of the matter is that when I started my career in the Bombay Stock Exchange, the Sensex was below 800. Yesterday, it closed at an all-time high of 86,000. So in the span of 30 years, we've had almost a 100x increase in the Sensex itself. So it led to my feeling that India grows at night. And I keep telling my son that I lived in a gilded age. We don't understand that when we are living in that age. But when you look back, as I said, you live life forward, but understand it backwards. I understood what were the forces that shaped it and made us so productive that the index itself went up 100x during my span as a professional investor on the Bombay Stock Exchange. So, the first and most important was, of course, as I mentioned to you, the fall of the Berlin Wall. It was a cataclysmic event. What it represented, in retrospect at least, was the triumph of capitalism or communism. The fall of the Berlin Wall meant that communism had been defeated and capitalism had reared its head for free markets, globalization, privatization. A lot of the countries that were a part of the Soviet Union prior to 1989 collapsed with the fall of the Berlin Wall. Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, East Germany, all integrated into the world system that we know that. But the more important cracks happened in India is India didn't really have a Soviet Union to sponsor it, to help it anymore. So it was forced to do economic liberalization after 1989. So what happened in 1991 was Dr. Manmohan Singh, who was then the finance minister of India, unleashed a series of economic reforms that were breathtaking in scope. You completely dismantled the license raj in India, cut FDIs, reduced subsidies. And I always say that July 24th, 1991 was India got economic independence from that day. If you chart the course of the Sensex, the course of the market, you'll see that was the day you could call India before 1991 and pre and post 1991. So just to give you some perspective, these are the stats between 1991 and 2025. In 1991, India had $1 billionaire, $1 billionaire. Can anyone tell me who they were? Anyone has a guess? It wasn't Dhirubhai Ambani. Actually, it wasn't Dhirubhai Ambani at that time. No, Tata is owned by private trust, so it wasn't really Tata's either. They're still a billionaire, by the way, so that's good. It's actually turned out to be the Aditya Birla Group. At that time, they were the first dollar billionaires in India in 1991. Today, we have $358 billionaires. It's actually, even the stock market has created maybe a dozen dollar billionaires in India today. The most famous, of course, being Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, who became a dollar billionaire in 2008. Now there are quite a few of them. But just look at the kind of difference a 30-year period makes in the life of a nation that does good economic policy. The Sensex has gone from 1,000 to 85,000. The equity investors in India have gone from 1 crore to almost 12 crores. The SIP collection, which was almost negligible in 1991, is today almost 3 lakh crore plus a year. You have 20, 30,000 crores being collected every month through SIP, which accounts for the strength of the Indian market. So there's been an enormous change in India that took place thanks to the economic reforms that were unleashed by Manmohan Singh in 1991. And the last part, of course, is the Berlin Wall fell, India liberalized, and the third and the most powerful trend that helped people like me was that India became a software giant. We went from an industry with $150 million turnover to almost $250 billion in a period of 35 years. We became a back office provider to almost the brains of the world. All the global GCCs are now in India using Indian engineering talent to provide Google Maps, to provide engineering services for many companies. 5,000 employees in 1990s to almost 5 million employees today. And we moved from Y2K to .com to cloud and to consulting. And it has helped create this great Indian middle class that we keep talking about, because there are 5 million people directly employed, plus the support a family of 3 to 4. So almost 20 million people are now part of the Indian middle class thanks to software. So often I say the most important thing in India in the last 30 years in the stock market has been the rise of technology and the rise of the software boys who made so much pride that we have in our country today possible. Before the software, you remember India was to talk about the so-called Hindu rate of growth growing at 2-3%. Now we aspire to 7-8%. India is a brand name recognized for its technology prowess in so many fields. So I think a large part of that was due to our software boys. So enough of the past. I just want to emphasize that I was a part of the lucky generation in India. We were born post-midnight, 55, 70s, 60s, sometime in that era. We came of age in 85, 90. And what are the 3 great things that happened to us as we were growing up or as we came of age? The Berlin Wall fell, India started liberalizing, and India became a software power. So we had enormous and powerful tailwinds that propelled my generation, what I call the lucky generation or the golden generation in India, and I was very blessed to be a part of that. So the question now is, what will the world be for the next 30 years? For the people who are now entering their professional careers, how will the world be in the next 30 years? My feeling is the world has changed dramatically, and it changed on November 6, 2024, when Donald Trump was elected President of America for the 2nd term. And what made America great? I lived in America, I worked in America, I worshipped at the altar of American exceptionalism for almost my entire career. And there were 3 things I think that made America truly a great and profound power in the world. First was its commitment to education. From high school to college to primary level, they believed in education, research, doing good work. And now Trump has openly declared his hostility to universities. Harvard is not a good university, Columbia is not a good university. Unless you support my agenda, unless you support the conservative agenda, you're not doing the right thing by us. Also look at his scorn for science. Climate change is a hoax, he says. Vaccines shouldn't be used. You know, that has been unheard of. America was always at the forefront. Thanks to developments of the COVID vaccine, we're all sitting here today in a much safer and better place. And America itself is turning its back on scientific innovation and education, thanks to some policies that Trump believes are true, that his conservative MAGA base believes are true. The other thing that made America great was, of course, free trade and rule of law. In a flash, what America has taught the world about free trade, he's turning it back. We're no longer, we say that you pay us, in a sense, to use the Indian word, hafta, if you want to trade with us. If you want a protection with NATO, you better increase your defense budget. If you want to trade with us, you pay 15% tariffs to us. Otherwise, we won't allow you to trade. He doesn't realize that America became richer, prosperous, freer because it traded with the world. And it had such broad shoulders that it carried the world around with us. So the fact that the world prospered from 89 until 2024 was no accident. It prospered because America opened up its markets. People, the early Japan, Korea, Hong Kong, exported to America, became rich, and then joined in a peaceful revolution with America. Japan became one of the most stable partners of America thanks to the trade it did with America. Now he's turning his back on that. He's trying to impinge on the independence of the Fed, which is a basic institution in our markets. And he's encouraging crony capitalism. He encourages gifts. The South African president, when he was in the White House, said, unfortunately, I have no plane to offer you. I mean, the fact that a president of a sovereign republic could say that in the Oval Office to an American president kind of astonishes me out there. The third pillar which made America great, of course, was immigration. And we all know that. Did you know that out of the magnificent 7 stocks, 4 are run by immigrants? 4 of the 7 companies are run by immigrants. Out of the Fortune 500 companies, the best companies in America, 250 of them were founded by immigrants. 250, half of them from immigrants. Apple, the CEO of Tim Cook, the CEO of John Scully was a Syrian person. Google, we know Sundar Pichai is running the company, also founded by Russian immigrants. So the lifeblood of America was innovation and immigration, and you're turning your back and demonizing so many immigrants. So my feeling is that what Trump is doing is remembering that old phrase that we were taught when we were young in the fairy tale. He's killing the goose that lays the golden egg. Globalization, privatization, trade, rule of law were all things we learned from America, which Trump, for whatever reason, is turning his back on. So my feeling is that what we witnessed post-World War II, definitely post-Berlin Wall, was the American century or the American half-century. And that will change in the next 20, 30 years. So one of the things that will change over the next 20, 30 years is that American century will now give way to a more bipolar, a more multipolar world. America, of course, remains a very important market, but will you see that over the next week or the next month? Probably not. These things take time, as someone very famously said in economics, that things happen slowly and then all of a sudden. So I think this loss of leadership by America will take place over the next 5 to 10 years. And unfortunately, can I say that if Trump, after his second term, retires, a new president will change it back? It's hard. Once something is baked into it, it moves in that same direction. So American leadership, which is so vital for the world, will now change. Wayne Gretzky was an ice hockey player, which is not a very popular sport in Bahrain. But he made this very famous saying that when you're in a game, you don't want to go where the puck is. You want to go where the puck is going to be. So as investors, we need to find out where the puck is going to be. Whether we like it or not like it is not relevant. We need to make money. We need to be invested in the economy. So I think for us, we must begin to understand that the American century that dominated it since 1948, 45, after the end of World War II, is coming to an end. And clearly, as important as the implications there were for the American century in the last century, their retreat or their decline will have important investment implications too. But surprisingly for me, I think India is in a good position right now because of three mega trends. The three trends that influenced my generation the last 30 years was, I told you, the Berlin Wall falling, the rise of India as a software power, and India's economic liberalization. I call it, for the next 30 years, the 3 Ds that will propel India forward. The most important of them is demographics. And anyone who studied population counts will agree with me that demographics is destiny in a country. See, at present, both India and China are the world's most populated countries. We both have a population of almost 1.5 billion, 1.4 to 1.5 billion out there. Over the next 30 years, China's population will start decreasing and India's will keep increasing. So in the next 20, 30 years, India will have a population of 1.7 billion. So we'll add almost 250 to 300 million to our population over the next 20, 30 years. 250, 30, 300 million is almost the size of a Europe or a US. So we're going to add demographically young people, aspirational people, growth people for the next 30 years before India starts aging and declining in population. So by 2047, it has been noted that 20% of the world's workforce, 20%, 1 in 5 people in the workforce will be Indian. And 20% of the world's middle class, 20% of the world's middle class will be from India. So very important demographic strains in India. According to a Boston Consulting study, an average Indian over the next 20, 30 years will spend $240,000 in his lifetime. Each Indian per capita will spend $240,000 US dollars in his lifetime. Now there are 1.7 billion of us 20 years from now. Can you imagine what the number will be and the importance we will have to the global economy? That's why I feel very optimistic about remaining an investor in India. So what distinguishes the demographic trend of India today than in the India that I grew up in? The people born post-1991 grew up in an era of economic liberalization. They always used to a higher standard of living, integrated with the global economy, and they will continue to do so. They've grown up with access to the net, which we never had when we were growing up. So they're a first generation of India that is constant 3G, 4G, 5G access to the net. And they've grown up with some fluency in English language because they understand accounting is a global language, so is English. So they've grown up with the fluency in those languages. So I think demographics in India are very, very favorable right now for India's continued growth. So a lot of people ask me that, is this bull market sustainable? Has it gone up too much? Should we be taking profits? And one of the reasons I say no is that the demographics still favor India as a country. I think India's growing population, the world's shrinking population, I mean, India will be the powerhouse, the workhouse, the labor force of the world, whether it be Japan, Italy, America. We'll still need Indian talent, Indian education, as all of you settled in Bahrain already know. So I think demographics is the first and most important element of India's progress. You know, India also prides itself, along with the US, as being two of the world's oldest and biggest democracies. In the last general election in 2024 there were 960 million people registered to vote. Out of that, 640 million people actually voted. And out of the 640 million people, almost 310 million were women. Okay? That is the size of Indian electorates. But the more important point to remember is that out of the 640 million voters, almost 90 million or 100 million were first-time voters. People who cast, the young country casting their franchise for the first time. So what it means is that these Indians who are now voting for the first time have the same aspirations, the same desires to join the global middle class, and the aspirations of someone living in Bahrain or the aspirations of someone living in Bhopal are not that different. So this will be a huge swell of Indian middle class joining the workforce, which has the potential to transform so many industries, whether it's education, whether it's tourism, whether it's housing, whether it's credit financing. It will transform many things. And there's one thing that history teaches us, that while democracy changes slowly, it changes surely. While authoritarian governments, change comes unevenly and more through coups and diktats. So it's very unlikely that we'll have a African Spring, say, in India. I think because people have a voice, people go, they peacefully elect transfer of power. And so India that way has been a bulwark against a lot of the radicalism that has even taken place in South Asia now. Witness what happened recently in Nepal, what happened in Bangladesh, what happened in parts of Africa and Central Asia. So I think India's democracy is its third thing. The third leg, which I feel very bullish about for India, is digitization. You know, when 50 years ago, when Neil Armstrong went to the moon, he made this very famous statement. He said, "This is a small step for man, but a great leap for mankind." And he summarized the epic nature of transformation that took place, that for the first time, human beings set foot on another celestial body for the first time in their lives. India's digitization effort is similar. It is a leapfrog from chronically poor infrastructure, and successive governments in India have emphasized three things. Digitization truly started in India in 2015, about 120 months ago. Today, 99% of Indians, as you all will be aware of, have the Aadhaar card, which is an extraordinary achievement in a country like India. We all have bank accounts which are linked to Aadhaar, and the bank accounts created for all the millions of Aadhaars brings everyone into the tax net, brings everyone into the welfare net, if you will. For example, recently in elections, the government has been giving subsidies to various women's Ladli Behna schemes, good daughter schemes, whatever. The money is transferred seamlessly to the account without any corruption, without any leakage. If you're traveling through India domestic airport, you probably use India's Digi Yatra, which is an extraordinary piece of software just on face recognition. Cut down the amount of time it takes for everyone to check your tickets, to let you through. Extraordinary piece of software. Now you combine that in India with almost 95% smartphone penetration and really the world's cheapest digital plans. So you can see where digitization has taken India. It has made us leapfrog into world leadership almost in digital transformation. And India now does 700 million daily transactions digitally. 700 million daily transactions. That's almost 20 billion, I think, yearly. And I think the value of the transaction can only be estimated. We don't really know the value of the transaction. But it will run into the trillions of dollars in US terms. So digitization is this huge thing that is enabling us to leapfrog and offer better services, whether it's in railways, banking, airports, payments, frictionless penetration in India. So the question before us and before people in the stock market is, can an elephant dance? Can India become actually a world power, as some of our politicians have said that? Now think of it this way. To get to $1 trillion in economy, $1 trillion, it took us about 67 years after independence before we got to 1 trillion. The next trillion we got in 8 years. And the next trillion we got in 5 years. We're now at about $3 to $4 trillion in economy size. But you see the direction. The first trillion took 67 years. The next trillion took 8 years. The next trillion will take 5 years. The next trillion will take maybe 2 years to happen. So we're moving in the right direction. The Indian economy is moving in the right direction. India has opened up to FDI investment. I think 50% of India's FDI investment has come in the last 100 months, in the last 8 years or so. And it's come in 63 sectors in 31 states. So it's been a very inclusive all-round growth. We all know and we're very proud of the fact that 25% plus of iPhones now are being manufactured in India. So nice, complicated, skilled technical project is being done in India. Out of the 450 jets being ordered in the world, most of them are coming from India, which is giving the biggest aviation order in the history of aviation. And more importantly, like I told you, that out of the 500 Fortune 500 companies in the world, out of the 500 Fortune 500 companies in the world, almost 450 have offices set up in Bangalore. So that tells you the resilience of India's economic power that is taking place. And what does it all mean for education? It means that in the next 20 years, India will be the largest pool of talent in the English language, particularly for STEM graduates. And if countries restrict immigration, as Trump threatens to do right now, the move will just come to India. As I think someone was telling me the other day that because Trump is not allowing people to get H-1B visas or move to America, the move is coming to India. So GCCs are being populated. So that will happen. So there'll be a huge movement. So the three mega trends, the first is that the US, with its unparalleled reach and power post-World War II, will perhaps be in a decline, which is very astonishing for me to say that. But history has taught us many times, it used to be that the Cambodian empire was all run, China was a world power, India had 20% of the global GDP. There happens to be a decline and fall. Britain declined and fall post-World War I. American century began, say, in somewhere in the 1920s, ran for 125 years. So there's nothing ordained in history that America will always be the global superpower. It is clearly a military superpower. I don't think you want to meddle with America's military. But economically, if it becomes weakened, then the military becomes weakened. That's the way these things typically go hand in hand. So my feeling is that demographics, India is a very young country, keep that in mind. So remain bullish. Demographics is destiny. Democracy, change is slower in India. I think it moves at a much slower pace, but it's more surer. I think we used to have a lot of trouble with insurance being in India, with FDI in India. Slowly but surely, GST came, Aadhaar came. All these things have made huge quality difference to the quality of our lives. And of course, digitization, that creates whole new markets, whole new scale for us in terms of payments, in terms of Aadhaar card, things that you couldn't imagine happening 20, 30 years ago are now just so seamless in India that India is a lab of experiments. So I thought I'd just end by sharing with you where some investors are focusing. This is an indicative list. This is not clearly a comprehensive list on what we're doing. The first point I mentioned to you is that there will be a decline and fall of MAGA in America. For whatever reason, and I feel very strongly about that, that's why I'm emphasizing it, that America is killing the golden goose that laid the golden egg. I mean, it's a short-sighted move. How can you, tariffs gives no one any help. American consumers got the cheapest goods at the best price. Though Trump wants to bring back manufacturing to America, they just don't have the engineers to do it. They don't have people, with the skill sets to do engineering, or journeymen. I mean, I think Ford, I read somewhere, had a place for 5,000 people in some shift, and they couldn't get 5 people to do it. So they don't have the manpower trained and ready to do it. And already there's only a 3-4% unemployment rate in America. So in America, it's not going to become a manufacturing superpower. America would have been an innovation superpower had it continued. But it won't be an innovation superpower also because immigration allowed that innovation to happen, and you're stopping immigration to come. So I think we will have to reckon with this fact that it will be at least at best a multipolar world, where America may be a part, but not the most important part that it used to be. I think new alliances will be built in the world. I'm not sure, could it be GCC, could it be ASEAN, could it be BRICS? There'll be new alliances built in the world, new trading blocks will emerge in the world. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I think clearly the Asian nations will form some sort of bloc, or the global south will form some sort of bloc. So I think new alliances will emerge. The one thing that I'm not happy about, but like I mentioned to you, we need to go where the puck is rather than where we want the puck to be, is that there'll be more state-sponsored capitalism taking place. For example, in America, the first time American government is taking stakes in companies like Intel, Molycorp. So the government in India also through the PSUs, I think this idea that PSU will be privatized is now getting into the back burner in India. And the government is in fact directing resources to a lot of the public sector as the leading edge of capital spending in order to pump up the Indian infrastructure, pump up the digitization in India, create guardrails that we might have. So I think clearly one of the leadership in this market has been the public sector stocks in India. I think they will continue to lead this bull market because the government is increasingly directing its energies, capital through those institutions in India. And because of better corporate governance and digitization, the leakage that was associated with those industries or those companies has now been sharply reduced. I mentioned shipbuilding particularly because I think New Delhi has recognized that 90% of India's trade takes through waterways, takes through shipping, international shipping. But 90% of the ships that are traveled in that is done through international shipping, mainly through Chinese shipping or Hong Kong-based shipping or Greek shipping. So there's going to be a concentrated effort to build up India as a maritime power, given the fact that we have a global coastline and 90% of our trade is through the freight. I think the government is going to emphasize shipbuilding industry as a sector. I think we've also realized, I think as the world has realized at the same time, that the US, being the peacemaker of the world, would go in, send its troops, use their armaments, use their machinery to bring peace to the world, is long gone. That we need our own defense capabilities in the world. I think Europe is realizing that, India is realizing that, and India, given its technological base and its good armament manufacturing base, will be a natural leader to start exporting to the world and start building for their own defense. So I think defense will do well. I think one thing that has been found out is that supply chain weaknesses in the world have resulted in crucial components like rare earths not being available. So there will be a lot of emphasis that each country will face to try and bring rare earths. For example, in the US, they let China take over the supply of rare earths in a manner of complacency. Now they want to take in Iceland because they feel they have troves of rare earths. They want to take Venezuela because they have critical minerals. So America is trying to use its stick and carrot policy to have access. India is not going to be far behind because if India wants semiconductors, India wants motors, EVs, whatever, we need rare earths. So the number of Indian companies, again led by the public sector stocks, that are focusing on mining rare earths, processing rare earths, and making the end products that will be involved there. So that should be a good sector for investors to watch on. I talk about construction and digital infrastructure. You know, for example, just give you an idea, India is so chronically under constructed. Just the amount of sports stadium we have compared to our per capita, or the basic infrastructure, roads, is so poor compared to a lot of our emerging peers. To give you one example, to give you some thought of how it would work, Delhi was built when the land was aplenty. It had, huge tracts of land, and, it was built vertically. Anyone who's been to Old Delhi realizes all these government colonies are 2-story, 3-story government colonies, built at a time when land was not at a premium. Now, of course, 50 years after, 75 years after independence, land is at a premium in India. So the government, from what I understand, has about 120 colonies in Delhi itself. Forget everything else. In Delhi itself, there's about 120 colonies. What the intention, from what I understand, is to break down those colonies from 120 to 20, and instead of building horizontally, build it vertically. So then you can reduce the number of colonies. Now look at the amount of work that it creates. You will have to first destroy those colonies, finance them, use the 100 colonies that are spare now to build sports stadium, malls, shopping complexes, commercial complexes, and then rebuild those 30 colonies into vertical space. So there will be a big boom in construction and financing, even in Delhi. And now, of course, all the state capitals are trying to follow Delhi's examples to build the Bharat Mandaps, to build new cities, like a new Nagpur is coming up, a new Bombay is coming up. In the last 20 years, the last 10 years, I've been a resident of Bombay for almost all my life. For the first time, there's incredible infrastructure improvement that has taken place in Bombay. I mean, the coastal road in Bombay, the networks has made finally Bombay after, I never thought it would happen in my lifetime, a world-class city. You can go from South Bombay to Central Bombay to North Bombay in almost 20-30 minutes. In the morning when I leave my house to come to Bahrain, it took me 25 minutes from my house to get to the airport thanks to the coastal road and the network of highways, which normally would take 45 minutes to an hour at least without traffic. Now it's done in 25 minutes. There's a metro system come up. So there'll be a huge push, not only for physical infrastructure, but also to retain our leadership in digital infrastructure, which, as I point to you, is so important out there. I already pointed out to you that global capability centers are now India's strong point, because if you don't allow immigration, the work can be done digitally. It will still have to be done. And American corporations are profit-driven. They will not acquiesce in paying a higher cost for people that you can't get. So the money will, and the work will be transferred to India through the GCC. So I think there's an almost unmitigated boom going on in India with GCCs in terms of hiring people, in terms of the software they do, in terms of the quality of jobs they're doing. So that is a big change that's taking place in India. I think even more than the software industry, the GCC boys are seeing a huge boom in India. And I personally happen to like pharmaceutical, because for the first time I see that you want to diversify your supply chain away from China. The only choice you have is India. And there are a lot of Indian companies that are working actually on intellectual property, building new antibiotics, building a dengue vaccine, building sleep medication, which is actually intellectual property. This is not manufacturing of generics, which of course India does very well at a very cheap cost, but also intellectual property work they're doing. So I feel that my personal feeling is that I'm often asked this on TV, and I'll say this just for good measure, is what about gold? You know, that has had a great run up in the last year or so. But if you look at historically, the comparison between gold and oil, for example, or sorry, gold and equities, over 100 years, 125 years, the average appreciation of gold has been about 3% a year, while the average appreciation of equity has been 10 to 11%. So it's almost a no-brainer over a period of time. If you're a trader and you figure out that gold price is going up in the next 6 months, by all means buy gold. But otherwise, between gold and equities, I don't think there's a comparison. One's going up at 3%, one's going up at 11%. So you need to put money into equities. Equities also has the very distinguishing feature, which people don't remember, is they give dividends. It's very helpful that you get an extra dividend. Dividends add a huge amount of returns over a period of 10, 15 years. The best example I give you is Warren Buffett bought Coke in 1989. It went up 10, 15x for him, and then for 10 years it didn't move. 10 years the price of Coke remained flat. So I always ask myself, why did he buy Coke? Or why didn't he sell Coke when he knew the price was going to remain flat, because the price was already too high? And the reason was because he knew the dividends were coming. And the dividends today on that $1 billion investment that he made in 1980s, he gives him $750 million as dividend itself. So return on capital, I'm sure you'll understand, is 75%. So that's a pretty healthy return. As long as the dividend is assured, the cash flow is assured, even if it doesn't appreciate that much, he can handle it. But the dividend cash flow is assured. And he famously pointed out that if you buy 1 ounce of gold in 1990 or 2000 or 2030, 10 years later, 20 years later, 30 years later, you will still have only 1 ounce of gold. While equities is a living organism, you'll get rights issue, you'll get bonuses, you'll get split, they'll grow up in price, they'll give you dividends. So it is much more beneficial if you're young to invest in equities than in gold. If you're a trader, by all means, you can profit from a gold purchase. But if you're looking long term, anything that compound at 11, 12%, you're probably better off doing that. You know, Albert Camus is another well-known philosopher, and I end by quoting him. He said, "Freedom is nothing but a chance to be better. Freedom is nothing but a chance to be better. It's also a chance for us to be future ready." Thank you so much for hosting me. Yeah. Yeah.
If we have any questions, we can ask Mr. Kumar. Can we please pass on mic to Arun? Hand mic.
Hi. Good morning, sir. Thanks for the lovely presentation. So you spoke about the US economy and how US has transitioned and stuff. So now I have a couple of questions. One is the AI bubble, which everybody is talking about. Do you believe in that? Is it really a bubble? Because Nvidia has just smashed its forecast for Q3. So is that round the corner? This is number one. The second question is about Indian market. JP Morgan has said that by the end of 2026, we will see Sensex at around 200,000. So is that also going to happen? What's your views on that, please, if you may?
By end of 26, 200,000. Oh, boy. That guy's drunk on something. First, I'll answer the more difficult question, is AI a bubble? See, one thing I find increasingly is that anything that goes up, people tend to, who have not participated in it, say it's a bubble, right? Now, I don't think it's a bubble, but will it be volatile? Yes, it'll be volatile, you know. Say 2000, when we had the dot-com bubble, what was the bubble in it? It was in the fiber optics that we were laying out. There was so much money going in there. And even at that time, you knew that only 3% of the fiber optics was lit. The world demand hadn't caught up to it yet. So you were investing in so much in fiber optics that was never going to be used, never going to generate revenue for you. Today, I think we don't have enough data centers in the world. You know, you need more and more computing power for AI. And everywhere in America, I have a lot of friends who are in America, they say that in every process, AI is being integrated into it now. I think I've seen so many people in India, my wife, you know, instead of writing letters, has AI type it out for her, okay? So I don't think it's a bubble. Does it mean it can't fall? Yeah, it can fall starting today. But let me answer the question more sharply this way, that would I sell today based on my fear that the market is headed for a fall? I wouldn't. I don't believe that. I could be wrong, but I don't believe that. I definitely don't believe that about India, as I pointed out the reasons why I don't, you know, the three trends that are powering India so far. But even in America, I think as wrong-headed as the policies are at this current time, I truly believe that if there wasn't an AI spend going on there, I would be very negative on the US market. But I think that's almost a tsunami hitting us. There's so much money going in CapEx and in leadership. I think that'll keep the market afloat for a while. So I'd be careful about America. I wouldn't say it's a bubble, but I'd be careful about America. But I would remain invested in India. I hope that answers it clarifyingly. Can the index get to 200,000? I seriously doubt it, guys. I mean, come on, in 1 year, you know, can it double? I don't think so. I mean, at least I'm not that drunk.
Hello. Hi, sir. Fantastic speech. My question is around, do we really need to look at this problem as nations or corporations? The thing is that, I mean, a couple of months back, we had the top CEOs of the world, especially in US, sitting across the table from Trump and praising him. At the same time, I hope I'm able to phrase my question right so I get the right answer. My question is that the Google's, Microsoft, Amazon, any business that you create, the fueling of money is going to the US, where these corporations are situated. Now, these corporations can shift path and go to different countries, but should our focus be on these large corporations who have amassed wealth over generations, and they continue to build on new technologies, acquire new companies, rather than focusing on which nation is going to do better? Because as investors, we look at corporations rather than at nations to do our investments. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this question is a bit above my pay grade, but I'll try and answer it. You know, I agree with you. There's a problem when a lot of our dollars go to, say, Google or Facebook through ads, monetization. So I'm of the camp. You know, we also get a lot of dollars back because we do a lot of the software. You know, we don't get as much, but we get some back. We've created a $250 billion software industry in India, thanks to this. But I think one of your sponsors, if I'm not mistaken, was Zoho. One of your sponsors there. They're doing a great job. They're doing an extraordinary job, you know, of challenging chats. Yeah, really. If they're there, shout out to whoever's the sponsor there. So I think there will be, I mean, China has created software that takes on America head on. For example, Shein or TikTok. You know, they're competing with the best in America. So America's leadership is not assured, and that's the kind of money, that's why it's flowing into AI to try and get that leadership, if you will. But I think one way not to get the leadership is to do crony capitalism, is to, you know, protect your friends. You know, you do crypto, so I'll support crypto, but I won't support. Governments can't do capital allocation. I mean, this point I was mentioning about state-run capitalism. In the 1980s, there was an organization in Japan called MITI, Ministry of Information Technology or Industry, Technology and Industry. And they had actually practiced state-sponsored capitalism. So they would decide which money would go into cars, which money would go into electronics, whatever. And yet what happened 10 years later, who came up with the Apple, who came up with the iPod, who came up with, you know, so many innovations? It was Apple, not Japan. They had 90% of the electronics market. Why did they get the leadership? Because you can't do state-sponsored capitalism. You know, they don't understand risk-reward. They have preset mind of views of bureaucrats. So I think it'd be a mistake to believe that these monopolies will last forever and ever, especially if they are founded on crony capitalism, if you will. And I already see companies in China, for example, I mentioned 2, 3 to you, companies in India like Zoho, are actually taking the fight back. So you know, it's tough right now. You're right, it's part of the Mag 7. We all, you know, bow to that. But I think what will happen in the leadership of AI, and that leadership is still being contested, you know, whether it'll be DeepSeek or whether it'll be some other company taking leadership. I'm not sure, but I don't know the answer, the correct answer to your question. But I believe that in a competitive world, it's not a given that the US will continue to lead or the Mag 7 will continue to lead in AI. You know, maybe it'll be a completely different business leading it. I feel.
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah.
One more angle we need to cover from US perspective, while we are saying that what's going to be like next decade or so, data. Data is the new currency or the wealth of the world. Right, so the amount of immense data US is collecting through Apple or Android or the warehouses is tremendous, and that's valuable. I don't know which other country will be having as much data so that the AI or any other engine can predict the human behavior and change the circumstances, for example. So data is going to be the new wealth, and we cannot ignore that as well. Money can be created like cryptocurrency was just created. So money can shift from point A to point B, but data is a history of human behavior. Like number of times Apple sees my face in a day is more than anyone doing my KYC. So like, you know, we need to factor that the amount of data the country which possesses, the more data, the more value will be probably.
It is. I mean, I can't disagree with anything you're saying. Data is, you know, I think we're making some provisions to keep the data in India itself. But I mean, clearly the future in AI runs all on data models, and as long as they run on data models, data will be the most important input. So, you know, someone like, say, Tesla with automatic cars has so much data that it's almost generations ahead of its competitors, at least in America, because it has so much data, and the cars that are running now send data back. So they have almost insurmountable advantages. But I think you're right, you know, maybe there are some plays in how data is stored and used. I think if you look at in America, there are a couple of data storage stocks called Seagate and Western Digital that have really soared in the last year or so, almost 3x, 4x in a year. So that's telling you something. So, I mean, I don't know if there's a question or a point you made there. Yes, data is extremely important, what you said.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for that wonderful presentation.
From where we are talking?
I'm here.
This is our last question, our band.
So-
And Mr. Damani will be available after the session also. So if somebody asks a question, he can ask directly. But this will be our last question for the session. Please.
Sure. So, sir, now AI is, a lot of trading is happening based upon quants. And there are quant mutual funds, and now next is AI. So how is this development going to affect the trading in the markets and the volatility in the markets?
Boy, no one asks an easy question anymore. People ask him, this is what I know. I mean, again, I'm no expert on AI, so I don't want to present myself as an expert on AI. But people ask me that doctors, for example, who do operations, will be replaced by AI. There'll be AI robot that will do the operations better, less chance of error, less chance of contamination, so it will take it over. They'll make better lawyers because they'll be able to go through years of research and condense what is correct out there. Will it replace stock market investing? I hope not. I don't know. I mean, I don't think, see, if you had a system that could predict what would happen next day or next week or next month in the market or next year in the market, and people believe that, I mean, the market would be over. There won't be, why would anyone listen to anyone else? You might as well invest in whatever the algorithm said that. Having said that, I don't think it's that easy to do that because markets are made up of so many variables, including fear, greed, optimism, pessimism, Fed is doing, Trump is doing, what I feel like this morning. I don't believe that for good investing will be replaced by AI. There'll be funds running on quant and funds running based on strategies. But I think great investors are those who try to make 10, 20, 50, 100x their money by looking into the future. I don't think AI is going to go only on past data and try and extrapolate from that. But the market's about looking ahead. One of the classic mistakes in life is to drive in the markets by looking back when you want to be looking at the driving screen, not at the rear view mirror. So I think as long as AI keeps looking back, which is what it does when it looks at data, I think humans will have that edge in the stock market, in the limited sense, in the stock market, in my view. At least that's my hope.
I think that answers the question very correctly. So thank you so much, Mr. Ramesh Damani, for that insightful and thought-provoking session. Your deep understanding of the market creation has given us all valuable perspectives to take back to our own professional and personal judgments. Some key takeaways from today's session include insight from the global market outlook, the major shift that has shaped the financial market history, and how behavioral patterns can be interpreted to better predict future trends. The session also highlighted the importance of continuous learning and staying informed to make smarter financial decisions. Once again, thank you, Mr. Damani, for the insightful session. I now invite our Chairperson, C.A. Vineet Maru, and Vice Chairperson, C.A. Vinod Rathi, to please come on the stage to felicitate Mr. Ramesh Damani for his wonderful and exciting session.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a 50 minutes break, lunch and prayer break. Please enjoy the hospitality arranged for you. A gentle reminder, please do come back by 1 p.m. because we have some exciting refers drawn up for you, for those present inside the hall. You definitely don't want to miss your chance to be a lucky winner. See you shortly. Thank you.
Subramaniam is a seasoned professional with over 25 years.
We are heading towards the future. With every step and every challenge, we are moving forward. Are you ambitious? Are you passionate? Are you ready to innovate? To shape your ideas? To excel? By nurturing creativity, we build the future. Driven by trust. Together we move forward. Together we achieve. Ibrahim K. Kanu, empowering the heroes of today to be the leaders of tomorrow.
Change is inevitable. But when it happens, you don't have to sit back and wait. You can take charge of it. With more than 60,000 powerful minds who live and breathe the nuances of your rapidly changing business, RSM instills confidence when it matters most by harnessing technology and deep industry experience, enabling you to take charge of change. RSM, experience the power of being understood.
MCA. We partner with businesses to go further.
Building trust, driving growth, creating lasting impact. From accounting to audit assurance, we help businesses strengthen their financial foundation with accuracy and accountability. Through tax and compliance expertise, we simplify regulations and help businesses stay ahead. Through our advisory services, we work across strategy, finance, people and technology to help organizations grow, adapt and lead with confidence. Empowering organizations with insight, clarity and confidence. With offices across the GCC, we're shaping the future of business advisory in the region.
MCA.
Furthering aspirations.
This is for those who move. Those who don't wait for things to happen. They make them happen. Those who don't ask permission to dream. They don't follow maps. They draw them. And build what isn't there. They don't call it instinct. They call it Tuesday. Because they know the world doesn't wait. And luck? It's just another word for I moved first.
At Standard Chartered, we're here for those who never stand still, who want trusted expertise in the world's most dynamic markets.
Now is your time.
To me, audit is a very interesting career to have. Every day you see new things, you meet new people, you face a lot of challenges, which keeps you excited. You use a lot of your skills, you improve a lot of your skills, and this keeps me always excited to continue. Joining an audit, going and seeing different entities, how they function, looking at them from a holistic point of view is something that gives you a lot of experience. So you get to see how different entities function, you get to compare the different entities, you see the best practices in different places, and this adds to your experience, and I think this is what basically experience is. I met a lot of people who has been in audit, still in audit. Some people decided to make a move maybe outside the audit career, but none of them has ever regretted starting a career in audit. This was always, what I've heard, is the best decision they have ever made. Starting a career in audit has been always the best decision they have ever made. It's changed their life. And a lot of people actually wish that whoever did not get this opportunity, that they had this opportunity.
My name is Mariam Mahmoud and I'm a manager in EY Audit. So in audit, we obviously go to many clients. And I like the fact that when we go to clients, we do add value to them. And this is particularly the case maybe for me because I do a lot of audits of governmental entities. So I see how the governmental entities in Bahrain work, and we give them inputs on how they can improve their operations, how they can improve their financing. And so that is one of the amazing experiences that I have that I feel like I'm giving back to my country.
hi. Walaikum salam. بركة الله يحفظك. Hi, Dina. See you.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining the EDAP session today.
Hi guys.
Hey, Abdullah.
Yeah, thank you.
Here at EY, we're sharp at identifying risk and ensuring compliance with our clients, while being unstoppable on the court. Winning at work, winning at play.
Working on multiple projects with various teams can be difficult at times. It's all about precision and strategy. We're not only precise at work, but we're also precise at games.
When schedules get tighter, pressure builds up, but I know how to stay centered. Balance isn't just a pose, it's a lifestyle.
After a day of balancing the books, I unwind with a splash of creativity. From reports to landscape, I make every detail count.
Here we are successful because we move as one, supporting each other. We score big on and off the field.
At EY, we're auditors,
But so much more.
Mr. Ram Subramaniam is a seasoned professional with over 25 years of global expertise in digital transformation and shared services. He held empowerment. Mr. Gupta has delivered 8 TEDx talks and 2 Josh talks, inspiring millions across, empowering organizations to build a strong environment.
We are heading towards the future. With every step and every challenge, we are moving forward. Are you ambitious? Are you passionate? Are you ready to innovate? To shape your ideas? To excel? By nurturing creativity, we build the future. Driven by trust. Together we move forward. Together we achieve. Ibrahim K. Kanu, empowering the heroes of today to be the leaders of tomorrow.
inevitable. But when it happens, you don't have to sit back and wait. You can take charge of it. With more than 60,000 powerful minds who live and breathe the nuances of your rapidly changing business. RSM instills confidence when it matters most by harnessing technology and deep industry experience, enabling you to take charge of change. RSM, experience the power of being understood.
I know it. A panel discussion on technological disruption, balancing innovation and regulation.
MCA. We partner with businesses to go further.
Building trust, driving growth, creating lasting impact. From accounting to audit assurance, we help businesses strengthen their financial foundation with accuracy and accountability. Through tax and compliance expertise, we simplify regulations and help businesses stay ahead. Through our advisory services, we work across strategy, finance, people and technology to help organizations grow, adapt and lead with confidence. Empowering organizations with insight, clarity and confidence. With offices across the GCC, we're shaping the future of business advisory in the region.
MCA.
Furthering aspirations.
This is for those who move. Those who don't wait for things to happen. They make them happen. Those who don't ask permission to dream. They don't follow maps. They draw them. And build what isn't there. They don't call it instinct. They call it Tuesday. Because they know the world doesn't wait. And luck? It's just another word for I moved first.
At Standard Chartered, we're here for those who never stand still, who want trusted expertise in the world's most dynamic markets.
Now is your time.
To me, audit is a very interesting career to have. Every day, you see new things, you meet new people, you face a lot of challenges, which keeps you excited. You use a lot of your skills, you improve a lot of your skills, and this keeps me always excited to continue. Joining an audit going and seeing different entities, how they function, looking at them from a holistic point of view is something that gives you a lot of experience. So you get to see how different entities function, you get to compare the different entities, you see the best practices in different places, and this adds to your experience, and I think this is what basically experience is. I met a lot of people who has been in audit, still in audit. Some people decided to make a move maybe outside the audit career, but none of them has ever regretted starting a career in audit. This was always, what I've heard, is the best decision they have ever made. Starting a career in audit has been always the best decision they have ever made. It's changed their life. And a lot of people actually wish that whoever did not get this opportunity, that they had this opportunity.
My name is Mariam Mahmoud and I'm a manager in EY Audit. So in audit, we obviously go to many clients. And I like the fact that when we go to clients, we do add value to them. And this is particularly the case maybe for me because I do a lot of audits of governmental entities. So I see how the governmental entities in Bahrain work, and we give them inputs on how they can improve their operations, how they can improve their financing. And so that is one of the amazing experiences that I have that I feel like I'm giving back to my country.
After the first speaker, then we'll make it. Because the first
Hi. Waalaikumsalam. مرة شكرا الله يحفظك. هاي دينا.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining the EDAP session today.
Windows. I start, right? I can start? I'll start. All right. So it's time to add sparkle to this moment. I'm CA Kaushal and it is raffle time. I hope all of you are future ready and future will reward all those who are present in this conference room. Everyone, when I say future, let's say ready. Okay. So future, future, future. So let's, raffle ready. Okay. So future will reward all those who are present and we have the photo wall. So we have an interesting photo wall for this evening where you can post your live moments and can we have the AV? So this is where you can be present today. You can scan the QR codes and post your photos. It will be shown on the totems which are just outside the hall. And there is a raffle for this as well. The one who posts multiple times will win the raffle for the evening. Okay, so can I know by show of hands who all are attending their conference for the first time in Bahrain? For the first time. Even the past chairpersons are attending for the first time. All right. So the future rewards all those who come early. And we have the next set of raffles, which is early bird raffles. Can I have the home box team, Mr. Ranjan and Mr. Rushabh, for the raffles, please? So for the early bird, these people have registered early and has believed in the future ready idea at an early stage. We would like to reward them with 350 BD worth of vouchers. It is, 1 second, it is 350 means it is 3 quantity of 50 BD each as written in the agenda. I hope you have read the agendas properly. Can we have the homework? Can we have the wheel, please? And the first early bird future ready winner is, can we? Vineet Maru. And we have Mr. Chetan Dongra. Mr. Chetan, are you here? And the early bird has already left. Let's have the next winner, please. Oh, it's here. Mr. Uday Surve. He's here. And can we have one more winner, please? Together. And the last early bird today is Mr. What's up? Are you in the hall? Please come in. Okay. One more. All these people have believed in the future ready idea at an early stage. And future smiles on them because they are our veterans who believed in us. Can we have the next set of raffles for people who are actually present in the hall, listening to the various enriching sessions, because they know every year these sessions get sharper, the speakers get brighter, and the prizes get better. And can I call the team GT, Mr. Sunil Thakkar, partner BRS, and Mr. Nishit Saxena, partner technology from the GT team? These raffles are sponsored by GT for completing their 20 years of anniversary. So, Mr. GT team will be celebrating their 20 years by giving us 20 raffles for 20 BD each throughout the conference. Can we have the first winner, please? Mr. CA Abhishek Tiwari. 1, 2, 3. Next session, please. 9. Then many people will rush up. And the next winner is CA Jagannathan Naidu. Are you in the hall? This one? Okay. Congratulations. Can we have the next winner, please? And Mr. Satish Kumar, please join us for GT celebrations. Can we have the next winner as well, please? And this is CA Ravi Mehra. Are you there? Can we have the next winner, please? And CA Samson George. The celebration is louder. To all those who cheered, I hope you get some cut out of it. Can we have the next winner, please? And we have Mr. Satish Savari. Okay, he's here. Can we have one more winner, please? And CA Subhash Chandra. Congratulations. all of you, the ground rules for AFLs is whenever you hear the IPL booper, just come inside the hall and be present. So as we are getting future ready, the stage is set, the lunch is settled. Let's call our very own CA Kartika for the next enriching sessions. A round of applause.
Thank you, CA Kaushal, for the wonderful introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not just heading towards a digital future, but we are moving towards a transformative one. Technology alone will not be enough unless it drives real behavioral and operational change. The pace of the change will reward those who experiment and evolve. Overall, future belongs to those who see beyond digital and step into transformation. For guiding us on how to achieve this transformation, we have among us a veteran professional with decades of experience in the space of digital transformation. To know more about our speaker, can we have the AV introduction?
Roles in prominent consulting firms and currently serves as a partner at MCA, where he heads the digital transformation and shared services practice for the Middle East, delivering transformative value to clients worldwide. He is a chartered accountant, India, with a bachelor's degree in physics. Over 2 decades, Ram has successfully led large-scale strategic transformation programs, corporate services operations, HR transformation projects, and shared services implementations for multinational corporations and government entities.
Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ram Subramaniam, who will share valuable insights about the role of AI in shaping RegTech. Please put your hands together.
Hello, can you hear me? Is the audio okay? Excellent. Whoever did that 350 dinar price announcement got everyone excited, yeah? Thanks for doing that. Post-lunch sessions are always difficult. Can you hear me? Can't hear me? Is it better? Okay. All right. Can we have the slides on? So I was saying that post-lunch sessions are always difficult, and whoever did that 350 dinar price announcement got everyone excited. So I think before they all get sober, I will get started with my presentation. We'll talk about AI, bit of AI evolution, and about what's more relevant for us as chartered accountants. And in this region, the RegTech is catching up momentum in a significant way. Yeah, great, thank you. So we will talk about the role of AI in regulatory technology. So what that means and how it is running is something that we will go through today's session. I hope I will not confuse you too much. If not, I will at least leave you with few buzzwords that you can carry after this. Yeah, there's too much going around on AI these days. Yeah, with that. Yes. So, digital devotion, that's the first buzzword I want to familiarize you with. There's a lady that married AI character that she built. And the relationship, what we thought once was science fiction, is now become a reality. It's not by accident or it's not out of frustration or anything like that. She actually created it. She liked the way that person was interacting with her. And it was a conscious decision that Cano trained Klaus, and then she decided to get married with him. So those are things that we are expecting to see in the future, many of those in a good way. We might see a lot of those, and then I have a few more also, things like that to share with you. AI is transforming every industry, so it's not just one industry, one business, or the application is quite wide, and it can actually, it's pervading in all the industries. I'm just opening my reference here, just give me a minute, please. Yeah. So AI is not just plug and play. It's a complete transformation in every enterprise that needs to, if they are trying to implement AI, and it touches every industry. So it's quite practical and standard. Therefore, it's not bound by any restrictions on the industry or anything like that. It touches upon speech recognition. It has almost taken away the language barrier, as we all know that ChatGPT can answer in multiple languages, imaging, translation, and the key aspect of it is supply chain optimization that's coming in. And therefore, but however, AI is not a plug and play solution anymore. So it needs proper planning and deep thinking on how to implement this and how to get the value out of that AI implementation. So why AI initiatives fail also? So in the US, we're talking about AI buzz and then AI bubble. Somebody asked about AI bubble also earlier today. There are AI projects that's failing also. Why that fails is 5% of these Gen AI projects succeed and 95% fail. Many organizations are using pre-2020 tools for a 2030 solution. And why only 25% of AI agentic initiatives are delivering the ROIs? So it depends on how the AI agentic is implemented. So I'll talk through what is AI agent and what is AI agentic. And only 16% are scaling across the enterprise of all these AI implementations or the AI agentic initiatives that enterprises are doing currently. So what I meant by a 2030 application, a 2020 solution with a 2030 application is, those are the examples of AI tools that can be leveraged for businesses. I deliberately made it small just to show you that there's too many, and how you select what is the right tool for you, what is the right solution for you needs a lot of thinking. This is why I said AI implementation is not like a plug and play Oracle or SAP implementation. Even that is complex. But this needs a lot of thought and analysis of your own processes and your own situation and your own current legacy of the applications. So if that is clear, then we will quickly run through the evolution of AI. So I'm sure you have seen this before. Stage one is about assistance to autonomy. That talks about traditional AI, the rules, and the rule-based and the machine language-based AI implementations, predictive, and these are still reactive AI solutions. Generative AI came, and that's now become a everyday life for all of us. There's nothing that gets done without the LLMs these days. It is still reactive, and it is still a single-step process, right? So you write a code, you write a prompt, and then it gives you the response, and then it's not multi-step, it's not automated, right? So this is how the step one of AI revolution or evolution started. And then it moved on to a little bit of AI agents that execute tasks. Similar way to RPA bots that we are familiar with, just that the RPA bot doesn't need a login. This is a code that's running in the backend. It can connect multiple apps, multiple tools, multiple APIs, and it is semi-autonomous, and it can do multi-step and multitasking. So this is basically how the step one of the agentic or the assistant autonomy, the level one of the AI evolution started. Moving to the stage two, which we are currently in, we have matured from a AI LLM usage to a more practical use of the AI use cases into AI, agentic AI, and applying that agentic AI solutions. As we speak, in Saudi, we have implemented a couple of agentic solutions on procurement supply chain solutions that has a mathematical modeler for inventory management, warehouse management, negotiation management, price management, all of that covered as individual agents. And then on top of that, we have an agentic AI that runs by the goals, depending on what category of item, what percentage of sales or savings you want to achieve in your procurement department. So this is typically how agentic AI works. It's goal-driven. So unlike AI agent, agentics are primarily goal-driven, and you can assign a goal, and you can also assign constraints using your policy documents that you don't want to deviate from any of your current procurement policies. It is autonomous and multi-step worker, so it can actually take up a task and finish it end-to-end. It can, from a PR to PO flipping, it can actually take that task, negotiate, find the right items, find the economic order quantity, and then it can actually send the order to the vendor and negotiate the price. And once the response comes in, it can read and understand, and then it can actually release the PO also, right? So this is the complete breaks goals into multiple tasks, and then plans and executes the work. So it's real time also, right? So if you have a purchase request coming in, you have the agentic AI running. In any organization that I've seen, at least 50 plus organizations I've worked into doing the procurement reviews, it takes at least a couple of weeks for a PO to be released. You can tell me if anyone disagree with me on that, yeah? It's complex and the processes are not well defined, or it takes time, or the approvals take time for various reasons. This is real time. When a PR is raised, the system can actually check all of the background information and the data modeling within a fraction of seconds, and they can actually execute a PO. It uses memory, and it can also give you the reasoning why it did what it did, right? So this is explainability of the AI agentic solutions, and it also needs careful evaluation of how this will work. Collaborates with other agents. It can actually manage the actual agents underneath it, which is a team of people, like what you do in a system. In a procurement team, you have procurement analyst and the procurement manager. Agentic AI is actually the procurement manager, which can actually make the agents work underneath. Proactively identifies issues and acts. So that's basically the key capabilities. And impact on the enterprise, as I said, it can reduce definitely a 50 to 60% of the effort involved, human effort involved. And mainly, everyone is choosing agentic AI on the supply chain and procurement because that's where the big bucks on the savings lies, right, more than any other process. So this is going to be a big thing in the near future. As we speak about, someone was telling, the speaker before was saying that what is future? If you ask the question about what is future, the answer depends on who you ask, right? So you ask a technology person, what is future? And I will say it's 3 months. Every 3 months, the future is changing, right? And it's changing significantly. I'm confident that this agentic AI on supply chain procurement process is going to have a big impact towards at least by middle of next year. So we started this. We didn't know about this. This is a small individual American Indian with this product came in, and then we kept adding the mathematical modelers on inventory, on warehouse management, and order quantities, and all of that stuff. There is good traction on that, and people are already looking for such solutions. And this is completely agentic AI, right? So just wanted to mention that it's because it's a real practical example of how AI is being used and how it will be deployed in the future. It's not going to take a lot of time, and it can work on its own, and the deployment will be very, very quick, unlike Oracle ERP implement in iSupplier or in SAP. So that's the 2 stages of the evolution that we have seen so far. And that leaves us the question of what's going to happen in the future, right? Evolution of AI, what's ahead on the AI implementation. So we've seen the trajectory, right? It's AI learned, Gen AI actually created output for us, whatever document that we're talking about, and then agents acted on our behalf. So they did tasks for us, which more like a RPA bot, but with less constraints on the implementation. Agentic AI actually can plan and deliver stuff for us. And then the last stage, what we are heading to is autonomous AI will run the enterprises, okay? So will it run enterprises is the question. So what I'm seeing is there are other people moving faster than private enterprises. So I'll talk about that in a minute. But what is the, what do you mean by autonomous enterprises, which is what most popular estimation is that even before 2030, we'll have autonomous enterprises. There are already initiatives happening in that area. So first is very relevant for all of us as accountants is self-driving finance teams. We've been evaluating a lot of AI-enabled accounting applications, and we have the great example of Zoho trying to do a lot of initiatives on that, closing books, compliance, and reporting. These three areas especially will become highly automated and autonomous processes. Cognitive supply chain is more about the predictions, not just with the financial data, but also with the environment and what's happening on the commercial area. It can actually read and understand news and act accordingly. And it can also adopt and self-correct on the cognitive supply chain area. That's another key area that's developing. Autonomous procurement, I spoke about that. It's already a reality. It's not future anymore. It's happening. RFPs, vendor evaluations, contracts, and inventory management, all of that. The mathematical models are already there. We can get that process implemented as quickly as possible, and I'm sure many of you will jump in sometime next year on that. And all of that leaves with big opportunity on the AI-governed operations. So while we built all of these agentic AI and the autonomous elements of it, it's also going to need a lot of governance and control mechanisms. So as the businesses prepare for the agentic and autonomous AI now, these companies will outpace the competition who are not doing AI. You may not see the impact by the end of 2026, but by end of 2027, you will see definitely the enterprises that have heavy engagement with agentic AI will have a clear lead. And just as an example, 8 years back, I went through this digital disruption managing the KFC call center operations with 500 people in my office down in the floor in Sharjah. And within a 6 months period, we had 15 marketplace apps, including Zomato's, Talabats of the world, 15 of them waiting on my door to take up the orders and partner with me to get all of the orders through the mobile. And this is a disruption that we sensed, but we couldn't act. So back in 2016, we were doing a study on who's actually calling me on the call centers, right? And then we figured that it was not the mama, papa that's calling. It's not the daddy's calling. It's the kids calling. At 3:30, the boys and girls are calling, the school girls, teenage people. And the moment they got a solution on a marketplace app, on the mobile app, they all jumped onto it, And the home delivery actually business, 50-60% migrated into the marketplace, mobile online ordering. And in Saudi, it's even more, 80% moved into online ordering. And I had to reduce my call center people from 400 to almost 100 in UAE, and then Saudis were even less. But what happened was, because my systems was not good, and we didn't have a real plan of action for that, we had to actually get these people to do data entry. The 400 people that I had who were taking calls, 300 of them, within a matter of 6 months, they were actually entering order from Talabat to the ordering systems in my application. So when it comes in, it will come in very hard. So when is a good time to think about implementing AI or looking to creating a roadmap for AI implementation? Now is the time. It's only 3 months. Every 3 months, the future will change going forward on the technology front. So this is why I'm saying, let's get on the act. And even if you're not doing anything, you need to have a roadmap. So we didn't have that, and we paid the price for that. And of course, within a matter of another 6 months, Talabat went and bought all of the 15 people, and then we had them negotiating with our table saying that home delivery is my business and how much commission you'll give us and all that. So digital disruption will happen again. This time it's going to be even harder and it's going to be even faster. Yeah. And there was good comments about do not fear technology. So technology is actually art of the possible, and there's quite a lot that we can do, and especially with the AI models like the Play Store apps. Now the AI models and the model context protocols, I'm sure some of the technology people will talk about that in detail in the next sessions. Oracle is already coming out with AI models embedded into the Oracle ERP itself, that it will automate a lot of the elements of it. So it can be a complete end-to-end automation of the Oracle when you actually implement Oracle or the SAP solutions. Yeah. So that's basically the AI, agentic AI. And we saw what's the next. So the self-driving finance and all that. So we always used to say 10 years or 15 years back when the BPO industry started that your next CEO is going to be from the operations floor. The next CEO here is going to be an AI robo. And we are seeing that already. I don't know if it is how real it is, but you already start seeing this in the news, right? Your next CEO is going to be AI robo. That's a reality now. And also the question is, who's going to control these CEOs? It's the accounting fraternity needs to step up, embrace technology, and find a way to control these CEOs. And they should be using technology more than anyone else to be able to control these CEOs. Yeah. I would like to pause here and ask for questions, but I'm afraid that there could be too many questions, so let me continue and try and finish this. Yeah. So that's the context on what's happening on the AI front, agentic AI. Let's step back and think about what's happening in this region, right? Bahrain is growing at 3 to 5% every year, and UAE has a huge growth plan of doubling the economy in 5 years, and same with Saudi. And all of these, the number of IT companies that's getting registered in the UAE is almost 25% every year, it's increasing. So what is that really showing is that heavy focus on technology enablement is going to be the immediate future, at least for the next 5 years. And what are the governments doing to be able to manage that level of growth is primarily getting to shift to an agentic AI and touchless compliance. Okay, so this is picked up from some of the large enterprises of in the US enterprises like the likes of NVIDIA, Accenture and other companies. It's real. So this is what people are selling today in the technology area. AI must become a strategic direction and not necessarily a software application that you'll buy for your organization. So you need to look at that as a strategic initiative and make sure that that's the direction you are going to be using the AI and the AI agentic applications. And the next wave is a new era of touchless global compliance. In short, you can call it a RegTech or a regulatory technology. So that's primarily what's going to be driving the future. At least when I say future, again, it's 3 months. Yeah. And embracing AI is about changing everything, changing the way you work, changing your teams, or changing your workforce, changing the workbench, and all of that. And of course, a lot of training. So this is going to be, this will be highly recommended that let's all get trained and embrace this change that's happening. We've been seeing this as the speaker before me was talking about in the 80s onwards, we are seeing the changes on the technology front from manual systems into technology. This is the real shift that's happening now. So what the governments are doing, because of the huge growth plans over the next 5 years they have digital initiatives and huge digital initiatives, and this is happening at scale, all UAE, KSA, and Bahrain. And few areas like the adoption of sovereign cloud. Last 20 years, we've been seeing that it was all about globalization. Now, we're talking about adoption of sovereign cloud, and data needs to stay within the countries. Actually, this is giving us a lot of opportunities also. AI-driven solution for government services. So this is again projects that we are running currently with large government entities, and we are exploring all the options. And there's exciting times that we are having, the discussions that we're having on what AI can do for government services. Launching digital dirham initiatives in the UAE, digital transformation in public finance, and digital government and IT infrastructure and cyber security. These are the 4 or 5 areas that governments are really looking to expand into. And actually governments are moving faster than private enterprises here, and therefore we need to be cognizant of that fact that as private enterprises or as leaders and consultants, we are also ahead of them in the game. Otherwise, the regulators are going to come hard and faster than enterprises can move on. The key focus areas, primarily on the transaction monitoring, financial crime and compliance, regulatory reporting and monitoring, identity-related anti-fraud tools and applications. And then another buzzword I want to leave you with is the supervisory technology, SupTech. Yeah, that's going to be also, we are going to be talking about that in the near future. Components, supervisory technology components is going to be effectively proactive applications that enable monitoring. So it's going to be all about continuous monitoring and not necessarily anything that's post facto. So what the regional government policies are showing now is 2 or 3 areas, key focus areas that I've tried to prioritize and list here. It's primarily going to be the tax regime started already, and therefore the support system for the tax regime should be ready. And that's a big opportunity for all of us. And this needs to integrate seamlessly with the entire ecosystem and the efficiencies in tax regime and support for mechanism for the taxations. Closing the VAT gap is a huge opportunity again. I'm sure you all understand what's a VAT gap, right? So the revenues that the government thinks it is achieving and what's reported as revenue in the VAT returns. So that's a gap that we need to look to. And there are initiatives like introducing the e-invoicing legislation that's helped many governments across the world. I'm sure you'll be surprised to see that e-invoicing pioneer is the Latin America. They implemented this about 10 years back, and Europe followed them, and now it's India and other countries and Middle East. In the Middle East, Saudi and Egypt have already done it, and UAE, Oman going next year. I'm sure Bahrain also is going to join the party within a year or so. So that's something that's enabling governments to track very closely. Governments are also moving from retrospective audit to a near real-time monitoring and control. So this is something that we'll talk through on the next slide also. Strong taxation revenue growth for many countries is actually exciting them to do more on the automation and digital transformation at the government level. And governments have the power and the resources to implement it faster. And therefore, enterprises should really take a real close look at that and be ready for this next digital disruption, both from the competition and the markets and also from the government and the regulators. So what's the value generated for as an example, the e-invoicing legislation implemented by the governments for increasing the tax revenues. But what does it mean for the businesses? There's a huge benefit that's already been reported in the matured markets for e-invoicing in Latin America and in Europe. Significant increase in tax revenue, minimizing the instance of tax evasion, 80% reduction in processing cost. This is a huge change that will happen here. I know in my own operations that I ran, we couldn't get rid of the paper-based operations and the delays and the non-productive elements in the processes. There's a huge opportunity there, and also it can help reduce the DSOs and 70 to 80% fewer disputes on the invoice acceptance. The Latin America e-invoicing platform is the actual legal forum for sending invoices and accepting invoices. So if an e-invoice is accepted by your customer, that's a legally tenable document, and therefore it eliminates a lot of disputes and near zero tax penalties and 1 to 3% increase in the reclaim improvements. Yeah. So those are the big values that's generated, and the key focus areas for businesses in this rapid transformation era. Deploying AI agentic solutions, that's already available, there's plenty that can be customized. Participating in digital transformation initiatives, both on the government side or on the businesses and supporting them, building capabilities in direct tech. So that will be something that enterprises and as professionals we need to look at very closely. Continuous monitoring tools. This is a common item in the US markets. 20 years back, I've done projects in the US implementing fraud control mechanisms and the tools, not just for the typical banking AML type transactions, but in the finance operations, identifying duplicate invoices, identifying revenue leakage and all that. These are continuous monitoring tools that sits on top of your ERP and captures anomalies. This is now becoming a need in the Middle East market. I have not seen many people implement this, and we have some tools. I can, in my next slide, I have wanted to at least throw some of the names that you can search for yourself. Governance audits, including AI governance. So that's something that will become the need of the hour in maybe a couple of years. And unless you prepare yourself now on that, you'll not be ready to get into do the AI governance tools. So the in-depth knowledge is needed now. So what are the emerging service lines? As I said, digitized form of payables and receivables, and crypto accounting and e-invoicing. So there are n number of platforms available. Taxila is one of the prominent tools that can help us there. AI agentic for the front office and the back office operations. There's one example I put here, this, as I showed you in the other slide, there's a number of capability and people that can deliver a AI agentic tool for procurement. Theta Direct has got a couple of big clients in the Saudi market. They have the local implementation experience. Continuous anomaly monitoring. There are tools like Smart Catch and Think Risk. So these are actually fraud identifying applications. There's a huge company called Apex Analytics in the US what I worked with 20 years back. They have become so huge now because of the data analytics and the possibilities. There's so much of big data available to identify create models of potential frauds and duplicates and inefficiencies that can be done. So the possibilities are huge as we move into this new era. And ESG disclosures, another area that's potential and therefore also huge opportunity for all of us to look at. That's all on my slides. Yeah, thank you. I hope it was helpful. So any quick questions you want me to take now or later?
Due to time constraint,
Okay.
we'll not be taking any questions.
Okay.
But the speaker will be available, so you can approach him personally.
Sure.
So 1 second, token of gratitude.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful and insightful session on how AI is changing the landscape of RegTech. Now I request our chairperson, CA Vinit Maro, and vice chairperson, CA Vinod Ratri, to present our speaker with a token of gratitude. Please a huge round of applause. Now let's move on to a very next very interesting and interactive session. That is a panel discussion on technological disruption, balancing innovation, regulation, and risk. Our moderator for this session, to be honest, there's no need of any introduction because most of you already know him. He's a member of the chapter and he's personally known for his kindness and his immense support to the chapter. He is the senior partner in Grant Thornton, Bahrain and Qatar, and has been with the firm over 16 years. He has overall 20 years of experience in the field of audit and assurance, internal audit, and special advisory assignments. He is a qualified chartered accountant, MBA Finance, CFC, and CRMA from USA, along with other professional certification from Harvard and Boston University. Please join me in welcoming our moderator for this session, CA Jatin Karya, to the stage. Most of you must be thinking, I hope I don't get lost in all these tech talks. Don't worry, we have excellent panelist who's brilliant in breaking it down. Let me first introduce our first panelist. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Flows. He's a visionary fintech leader, a game changer, and the driving force behind Flows, which is Bahrain's first digital lending and personal finance platform. As the CEO, he has been instrumental in redefining how financial services are delivered, making credit access faster, simpler, and more transparent for individuals across the kingdom. Let me welcome our panelist, Mr. Fawaz Ghassil, to the stage, please. Our second panelist is the Director of Telecommunication Competition at Telecommunication Regulatory Authority of Bahrain. At TRA Bahrain, he plays an important role in shaping policies that foster innovation, ensure consumer protection, and strengthen Bahrain digital ecosystem. Put your hands together to welcome our panelist, Mr. Mohammad Yusuf Al Binali. Our third panelist, he is a senior advisor of transformation lead and strategic initiatives of BBK. As an advisor, he spearheads critical programs focused on digital transformation, process re-engineering, and organizational excellence, helping the bank innovate, modernize, stay future-focused, as well as future-ready. He is Mr. Prashant Govil. Let's welcome him on the stage, please. Our fourth panelist, he is the Technology Advisory Partner of GT Bahrain and Qatar. He is an accomplished technology advisory leader with extensive experience guiding organization through digital transformation, innovation strategy, and technology-enabled growth. He works closely with boards and leadership teams to shape technology roadmaps, strengthen governance, and unlock business value through smart digital adoption. Join me in welcoming Mr. Nikshit Saxena to the stage, please. Now I hand control over to the moderator.
Good afternoon. It's a technology. That's the topic, technology disruption. So I would like to thank everyone from the panel, Mr. Fawaz, Mr. Mohammed from the TRA, Prashant, and Nisid, to be part of this discussion. And nowadays, like since morning to evening, like when we say, we always have a complaint from our family that you are spending most of your time on your social media or on your, I don't know, like if people knows, they said the mobile is like a sultan. It's like a second wife, where most of the men are spending their time over there. And it's all because of technology, the way the technology is evolved. And the way we have seen now, the technology disruption is not only on the business, but also in the personal life. It's affecting all of us. But today, instead of discussing about the personal life, because then there will be many challenges to all of us, let's discuss on the business, that how this technology disruption is happening and how it's impacting the business. When we say the business, the main, I can say F&B, which is the finance and banking sector, the way technology disruption is really tremendous. Sometimes the business strategy or the regulator cannot cope up the way the technology is getting changed and it's impacting the market. While I was having a discussion with our panelists a few minutes before, and that was one of the points they mentioned, that it's a more kind of a, instead of regulator, the technology is taking the leading place now for the future business. We were talking about the IoT. Now, I don't know how many of people must have heard the word called EOT, which is on economic on things. So the IoT is the past, the EOT is present, and which I don't want to say is a future. To start with Mr. Fawaz, a leader in fintech market, and Fulus has, the way the Fulus is growing in the local market, we have seen that Fulus has really disrupted the customers' financial behavior through your product called the micro lending. What shift have you observed in the customers' expectation and the credit uses in the present market?
So thank you for having me here. In Flus, eventually, any kind of products what we're providing in the market is trying to solve a pain. And what we're trying to solve is instant financing. And that's just empowerment, democratization of financing, and the reach and accessibility of financing. So some of the things that we saw of how we use our technology and tools to disrupt the market is we're seeing a lot of first-time lenders. This is the first loan in Bahrain they got, so Flus is their window to be a part of the financial system, enhancing their credit scores. And that's, I think, a very big empowerment to our customers to be part of that financial system. The tools that we're using from AI, APIs, gig economy is just to reduce cost and enable more people to access that formal type of financing so they don't have to go somewhere else.
Thank you. Just one point I need to add here. If you see the kind of panel, what we have selected here, the leaders from the industry, the TRA, I always say that telecom is the backbone for all the technology changes and the technology disruption. The strategists from the technology and the finance industry and ex-CBB person Prasan, and also Nisit, being a veteran for more than 25 years in the technology advisory. And it's always good to share their views to understand what's happening in the market. But Mr. Fawaz, just one more thing. How do you think and how do you see this disruption is happening now and will continue in future as well?
So we use, you're starting to use, we already started to use AI, but also there's more new models coming up. So trying to use non-financial data as a prediction of creditworthiness. So these kind of new models from your handset, what you do in your normal life, have higher weight just from your financial model itself. What we see also is that a lot of governments in the region are providing what we call a digital infrastructure, like eKYC, access to government data, and others, telcos, open data acts in the region that allow different kind of flavors. So we see digital consumer lending. The next wave is SME financing, and a lot of government focus on that, and embedded finance. So you don't have to feel that you're making a loan or you're taking a credit line. When you check out somewhere in an insurance company or in an airline, while you're checking out, your credit score is provided to you, you can approve it, and you check out seamlessly with no friction on those kind of environments. And the same thing will happen on the offline channels.
Thank you. And I still remember one of the examples that one of my clients approached me. They said, Jatin, we start losing business because my competitor is on board Fulus. Can you help us also so that we can tie up with the fulus. So I completely agree that it's changing the consumer behavior as well while selecting the vendor. And I can see the fulus being a disruptor, and thank you to be a pioneer in this industry. Mr. Mohammed, everything and anything in digital disruption has to be backed by infrastructure, the telecom infrastructure. We used to go to the bank, then you start using web, and now everything is on mobile. Okay, so what do you see the Bahrain infrastructure? How do you see the Bahrain infrastructure is future ready?
Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Jatin, and thank you all for having me here. As you correctly mentioned, I think the infrastructure is really the backbone for all the technological advancement and transformation and the moving into digital economy that we see now. And that's why the government has realized this core objective, actually not only now, long time ago. So in 2016, the government has called for the establishment of a nationwide national broadband network. And this was called, I think, exactly in 2015, around 2015 and 2016. And we all can see now that the incumbent operator of Bahrain, which is Betelco, has been separated into two entities. You have Betelco, the retail company, and you have BNet, which is the NBN company. This BNet is responsible to deploy and cover Bahrain 100% with fiber optic technology to all premises and houses. The TRA's role is to regulate this entity and to make sure that Bahrain is maintaining covering its all premises and all population 100% all the time. So that's on the fixed side of the network. Now, if we go on the wireless side of the network, again, Bahrain has a 5G coverage countrywide. Bahrain was actually one of the first adopters in the region to release the spectrum and to cover Bahrain with 5G. I think this was back in 2019. Be it on the satellite side, we are also one of the first countries in the GCC region to license for Starlink, to enable them to offer satellite and internet services. And it's a kind of a broadband-grade internet services. So Bahrain, in terms of infrastructure, it's really ready. I mean, on the edges, if you talk about international connectivity as well, Bahrain having already 6 international cables that connects in Bahrain, and now in 2026, in the future, we're having STC and Betelco are having 2 new cables coming to Bahrain, to Africa and SIMI-6. On top of even of that layer, things around the edges when it comes to data centers, cloud, AI, all of this kind of even cloud and data centers infrastructure part is also ready in Bahrain. We have plenty of data centers being established, leveraging on the existence of AWS, which is one of the biggest data centers that has been established in Bahrain in 2016 also, if I'm not mistaken. So to be honest, I mean, Bahrain's infrastructure is one of the best and first-class world infrastructure in the world. And that's not just as something that I think we live it and we see it, and we don't only see it in the indicators, although Bahrain has been continuously ranked one of the top 10 countries when it comes to readiness of infrastructure and the, let's say, the level of the infrastructure it has. I think Bahrain now is moving to beyond that thing. And we have other countries that are still talking about the digital divide and, people that are still getting access to the internet and those who cannot. I think we are beyond this stage now. We are now talking about the in-building kind of experience and fiber to the room that BNet has just recently kind of announced. It's all of a forward thinking to even bring more kind of quality and more quality of experience to the consumers. So I guarantee you it's ready. It's now the job of Fulus and others to really jump in on this infrastructure and do business. I think That's it, yeah, from my side.
Thank you. I can endorse my, and I don't want to, again, don't want to give the name of the country, but my recent visit to one of the developed country, and I truly realize that we are far better in terms of the speed of the internet as compared to many of the developed countries in the world, sir. And we always say that Bahrain spoil everyone, okay, in terms of the living lifestyle, but Bahrain spoil also in terms of the speed of data. When you go somewhere, you won't feel comfortable and ease. So thank you for all your initiative and leading the infrastructure project in Bahrain and to make Bahrain future ready for next technology move. Prashant, to you, with your experience with the CBB and BBK, how do you see the regulatory landscape evolving with new technology? You being almost 20 years in this domain and the expert, I can say, in the regulatory field. So how do you see this changing?
Good afternoon, you all. Thank you, Jatin, for inviting me. Well, post-lunch session, I hope there's no slumber, you're still awake now. Nevertheless, coming back to there are 4 important pillars which we, and as regulator earlier times, we should envisage now going forward. Number 1, AI. As all of us know, AI, artificial intelligence, it's a very important pillar for the financial landscape, which is now and going forward. Why? Because first of all, improves efficiency. 2, personalizes the services being offered to the to customers, financial services. 3, leaves open to important point is open finance. Open finance, it promotes that. Second important pillar is digital trust. Trust of the customers in the services being provided through digitization of banking services. Now, if I, as a customer, have doubts on the service being provided by the bank, which I feel that, okay, I may lose my money because of digitalization, then it will not be successful. But going forward, digital trust is very important by the banks and for the regulator to ensure that this is there in this system. Number 3, digital assets. By digital assets, we mean tokenization. Crypto is, of course, one of them. This will be the main drivers of banking system going forward. Forget about the traditional banking system. And finally, you will have the 4th pillar, would be about quantum computing. Quantum computing, why? Because this will be used for ensuring protection against cyber attacks, protection in terms of data security. So there is no breach of data, information. So this will be used, but this is expected to come in next 4 to 5 years. Quantum systems to ensure protection security. This is one thing, right? Coming back to near future, important landscape would be, data cleansing, which we find is a very critical aspect of improvising or improving the banking services. That's how.
So Nisid, I think Prashant has given you a many insight in which direction you need to take your service and start adding more service line to the client. But
it's more work for consultants.
So we are future ready. Thank you, Prashant. But Nisid, for a technology advisory perspective, because you see, instead of nowadays, it's not the service what you provide to the client. It's mainly the idea of solution based on emerging trend and whatever the problem the client may face, how you need to be ready, how you need to keep them ready. That's very important. Now, what are the most disruptive force which are impacting the market and specific to the F&B industry now, so that the client and everybody needs to be ready? So what are the disruptive force which you foresee now?
Thanks. Honored to be with all of you. 2 enablers, one coming from a regulator who defines the ethics of the disruptive businesses like Flus, and then having Mohammed from TRA, who's the backbone to run anything that will be required now in digital finance. We've heard them, but if you look at the market, and they touched on, all of them touched on it, and you started it, right, saying economy of things, right? So it's not going to stay the way it was, an isolated word. We used to walk to a business to do something and then come back. It from there moved into tools like Flus. You can still have it on your device, but I think we all are moving into a era where businesses will do business with each other through digital solutions. And more so, like you mentioned, disruptive usage of AI, Prashant rightly mentioned, has been critical into this specific area. Network optimization, asset discoveries on the network on which this runs. We are seeing a wave where we all adopted cloud, saying cloud, let's see, let's experiment, right? But it has moved into an area where it has become the reality that all businesses are going there. So I feel, yes, the themes around AI, use of ML, having cybersecurity in place are going to change, and it's changing. It's not going to change, it has already changed a lot. Bahrain being a forerunner for these pilots also is in front of everyone, right? So Fulus was built here. We also saw launch of similar other solutions. We were exploring something some days back around the community wherein tax can be enabled through AI engines. So yes, looks like there are trends, and then the trends cutting into, if you really look at application layers, infrastructure, innovations, and then enablers, which will stay.
So many things.
Many things. I haven't even spoken about how regulatory landscape has supported all these items, right? So that's another area to look around. Prashant and Fawaz both touched on it. eKYC, right? A simple eKYC process. We all used to run around with piece of papers, who to go to, who's going to sign. Oh, my signs are different from other signs. Not required any further, right? It happens in few seconds. So we have seen introduction of those tools. But as they move, we also saw issues around these technology usages, and then we started building controls around those environments. And when we started building controls around those environments, we again started looking at regulators suggesting, saying, are we doing it right? So that will stay, but yes, we're seeing a major disruptions with new trends, and businesses doing businesses with other businesses through digital channels rather than being manuals or any activities which are hand exchanging.
I can just share my experience like 2 years before when I was doing from the Oxford, the disruptive strategy, one of the area which I was learning. And the professor has taught one thing, that if you see in the past, all this platform was supporting product and service. So previously the economy was the product and service based economy. If you see today, the economy has changed to the platform based economy. Once upon a time, the Amazon and the Talabat used to support either the restaurants or the trader. Now, without having on the board the business, they cannot think. So it's completely changed as a platform-based economy. And to any giant elephant, a big company, it's very difficult to be agile and adopt this change or the disruption happening in the market. And that's the way where we see the success of the fintech, where some places the bank cannot wear that hat, where the fintech can easily be agile and start adopting this new change, innovation, and start offering into the market. Now, Mr. Fawaz, when you see the future innovation, what's happening right now, and we talk about some of the item related to the crypto, some of the item related to the AI, okay, and we talk about the AML, KYC, and we also talk about some of the customer protection things. So how do you see you will be able to balance? Because being a leading fintech in this market, I know that the true leader's objective is not to chase opportunity, but to be and stand there where opportunity is going to arise so that they can easily embrace and encase on the opportunity. So how do you balance the innovation with the compliance and with all these changes where instead of fiat, tomorrow will people ask about the crypto? Okay, and then you need the AML and KYC and consumer protection. So there are many things happening. So how you as a technology leader, fintech leader will balance this innovation with the compliance requirement?
When today Flus is operating in Bahrain, we just operated in Saudi Arabia, and we're opening our offices and operations in UAE very soon. So there's red lines from a regulator. You cannot cross it. You have to apply whatever the regulator is telling you to apply, or you'll be out of business. So those are red lines you have to respect, and you have to ensure that you are applying them using AI. Those are tools. AI, quantum computing, is it an RPA, is it an agent? You need to ensure that you are applying the rules and the process and the policy of the country that you're operating in. So those are red lines. When it comes to innovation and balancing it with compliance, you always need your compliance department and the different kind of governance entity to supervise innovation from early stage. So what we're trying to do is, from our own self, to ensure our competitiveness in the future, that we are trying, we didn't reach that yet, we're trying to be there to empower our team to be innovative, try many failures, speed our ability to test new things, while compliance and governance are looking into our process to ensure that we are applying the right rules in our process. But you look at crypto and blockchain, for example, we just signed in Flus an agreement with one of the tokenization assets to start tokenization of assets. It was approved by a regulator in Bahrain. And we expect, hopefully, by coming 2 months or 3 months, we'll be issuing the first Sharia-compliant token in the region. Okay. And we're trying many things. It doesn't mean the customer adoption will be there. We might fail in that, but that's fine. And that's the different mindset we're trying to achieve. But compliance, governance is a pillar of part of your business you cannot avoid, and not try to have shortcuts in it. You need to ensure that technology will fulfill whatever the regulator is asking you to do. And if you are in the right mindset, you'll do that. But if you look at Tabi and Tamara, for example, one of the BNPL, at the beginning, because there was no rules, they tried to put a different kind of, we are a payment provider, we're not a lender. And that's, it can go maybe a year, 18 months, but then the regulator will catch you up and say, you're doing lending, you're not doing payments.
Yeah.
You need to be regulated, or you have to exit markets. And that happened in different markets. They had to exit a few markets because different regulators didn't allow them to operate under the umbrella that they are saying they are. So you have to be careful.
Right. Yes, President.
Yeah. This is very tempting. I'm tempted to intervene over here to say one interesting concept of regulation across the world, right? Different regulators. Now, if you go to US and America, US basically, so the approach of regulator is more market innovation, support market innovation, less regulation. So there, your regulations are more relaxed and supporting market innovation. Then come down to EU. The EU regulation, they support, they say we have to balance the market innovation with customer centricity and security of the customer's money. Now come down further to China, Singapore, or Southeast Asia. The regulations, now let's go to China first. China's approaches for regulation towards is first national security and basically controls, then market innovation. This is China. Singapore, market innovation balanced with customer satisfaction, security, and money. So Bahrain, as such, now I'm no longer with CBB, so I just cannot say we. I have to say only Bahrain CBB regulations. We are trying to balance Singapore approach with the US approach. So that is basically support market innovation, at the same time try to protect customers' interest. That's the whole purpose.
So in nutshell, are you trying to say it's more kind of a democratization of the finance sector?
Absolutely, absolutely. US, it is very high. In Europe, much lower. But Bahrain definitely wants to copy the US model, so that in Singapore model, which is much, much higher democratization of finance, definitely. And this is why when you say tokens, definitely it is.
Great. And that's what we are seeing. that our leadership is always go and see what are the best international model which we can tailor for our requirement, how we can adapt in the local market. So that's the initiative as the consulting field in 20 years in this market, and that's what we are seeing when we discuss with almost all the regulators. So that's very great initiative. Mr. Mohammed, day before yesterday, I received a SMS from one of the leading bank that your CPR has expired and renew the CPR. So I did not act on it, and then next day I received the SMS from eCPR that your CPR has expired. Now I did not click it, somebody else had clicked it. Now I cannot say who, but yeah, click it. And we always think that as a TRA is balancing the customer protection with the technological advancement. So we always say that is it TRA what your TRA is doing? But when we talk now, it's bigger than just the SMS, because everywhere, everything is routing through telecom. Everything is routing through my mobile. And there is an operator or there is a TRA regulatory authority who has directly or indirectly some part of a saying on how to protect the customer's interest. What is your saying in terms of balancing the customer protection in the technology advancement era now?
I think very interesting, and it goes very well to what the gentleman mentioned here. This is always a very difficult job for any regulator to strike this balance between innovation and consumer protection, between investment and competition. It's always, you know, these are two objectives that do not necessarily go with each other very well. And as I think Prashant said very well, that our framework may be closer to the European framework, because in the US they believe is, you know, just have the market deal with itself and let's innovate and let's do whatever and everything will correct itself by itself. I don't think we are into that very open model, and we're not that close. You always want to balance, as you truly mentioned. But let me, just maybe get deeper into the concept of consumer protection that we have at the TRA. Because the consumer protection, like we see it I would describe it at 3 different levels. So the first level is protecting consumer from the abuse of operators to kind of having high tariffs or high prices, and that's one angle. The second angle is the quality of service angle, so to make sure that the customer is being delivered the quality of service and the quality of experience that he desired on this service. And the third one will be the data protection, because now he's transacting online, and in this digital era, he's spending most of his time online. So he needs to be safe, his identity, his transaction, his money. And this comes to the third point that you referred to, Jatin. So all these aspects, you would see that the TRA is having framework to address each of these aspects when it comes to pricing. And in each of the aspects, again, you need to balance innovation versus customer protection. So I'll give just one example. On pricing, for example, if you put the prices too low, you're protecting the consumer, because now you're having affordable service for the consumer. On the innovation side, for the operators and for the telcos and to really innovate, they would say we don't have enough money to invest and innovate. If you put it too high, you're leaning towards the innovation and investment, and these guys have enough to really continue investing. The customer will be impacted here and not protected on this angle, on the price side. And you can have it on the quality as well, as Flus says. The more you put as requirements, he might not want to innovate because he wants to do a face recognition and online onboarding, and he moves quickly into getting his customers. The more I put of restrictions on him to tell him, no, you need the customer to be coming to your office and having a fingerprint and having his documents and having his papers ready, I don't think, he will be really having this kind of innovation that he wishes to have for. So that's why then you need to balance the security and the safety of the customers with the innovation. And the TRA does have, on each of these levels, a clear framework, even on the SMS kind of fraud. We issue the guidelines on SMS fraudulent activities. We are doing a lot of awareness campaigns. I'm not sure if you see on the TV, a lot of ads that goes about someone like they just describe him as an old generation man. I wouldn't call him old man, because you might have an old man, but he's of the young generation. Let's say he's keeping up. But let's say that, he's not really keeping up with the technology and receives the message, and how he's being to your point, I think, just to end it, I think awareness, as you rightly said, is key in that thing. I don't think the more you put in terms of regulation and trying to limit the innovation and trying to have this balance, but one key aspect, which is awareness to the users of this digital economy, because now everybody is in a digital world now. So I think the same awareness we have it in our physical world, that we know we don't go to this danger place, and we don't go at night, and we don't really spend time here and there. I think the same time of level needs to be, but on the digital, let's say, level now.
Great. I just want to ask all the leaders how they see, and I'll start with Prasant first. There are great challenge what we are expecting now between the banks and the fintech in terms of their competition. How they overcome, and how the bank, the fintech, and the regulator needs to be future ready, considering the future outcome.
See, Jatin, it's a very, very wide and a very big question to be answered in a few minutes, especially for a person like me who enjoys talking. But nevertheless, in a long story short, basically, number one, agility of banking services. Fintech has revolutionized the banking services delivery through being agile, of course, being very agile. Number two, specialized, customer-centric. And number three, in terms of time. So the banks, if they have to compete with fintech companies, they've got to ensure to be agile, one, ensure customer-centric service, which should be specialized service, two, and number three should be, yes, time, delivery of time should be as short as possible. Now for both going forward, it's very important what they want, what should be doing. Now adoption of digital assets. Now whether we accept it, we don't like it, or we like it, in Bahrain, India, or anywhere else, this is going to happen. And the more, see, it's like this. If you can't fight, embrace it. This concept, the regulators have to follow. Embrace the technology, embrace the cryptographic assets. I don't say crypto as well, cryptographic, because cryptographic basically means having proper digitized footprints which are secure. So cryptographic assets. Now, that's an important point. If you see, we in Bahrain too have already issued regulations regarding stable coins. One of the first to do that in the GCC region. Now that means what? You can issue a crypto, currency, which is called stable coin, linked to a fiat dollar. Is stable and of course safe, and then use as a payment solution, one. Number two, going forward, it will also become a source of mortgage for taking loans. So imagine using cryptocurrency as taking loans purposes. Number three, tokenization of deposits. So what happens now, today, I have a deposit with a particular bank. I ask the bank that, okay, 40% of my deposit can be tokenized, and I use a token for purpose of trading in international market. So that token is shared with my deposit safe. The token is safe because it is under stable coins. So these things are examples for which will be the banking in the future, and future means near future, maybe next year onwards. You may have this tokenization of deposits, maybe having stable coins. Even another point I want to also add would be using these currencies, stable, or you can say cryptocurrencies, for purpose of remittances. Okay, we will be allowing that in Bahrain. I'm sorry again. CBB is no more with me now. But yes, CBB is thinking of allowing such using of cryptos for purpose of remittances. The only difference problem in India and Bahrain is using a payment solution, whereas in India it's considered as a commodity. So there, this is, let's see what happens in India, but in other countries, yes, it could be used for purpose of remittances. That's from my side.
It's scary.
But interesting and challenging.
Right. No, I was having a discussion with my global office, I think in 5 years before in Singapore. No, I think 8 years before in Singapore. And that time the point of discussion that the technology or the IT department used to be a vertical function in any organization. And we all chartered accountant, we know that IT department initially used to report to CFO, where CFO used to manage the IT and HR and as a part of the function responsibility. Then gradually it happened that from the vertical it became horizontal. Now the IT department is everywhere, and without IT, none of the department can function. Now today, if we see that's happening at the AI level, that AI is everywhere, across the organization, all the functional. And while we were having a discussion for the digital, my objective was just to know about the technology, but it's more about the digital currency, when we talk about the digital asset, when we talk about the crypto, and somewhat I feel that my wallet, and nowadays we don't keep any fiat or any hard currency, everything is in the digital. So I feel, Nasid, everything is now moving from our hand to the technology. Okay. Now, how you see an organization to be ready for this future or this change is happening? And again, I'll just go back to the theme that how everybody can be future ready by protecting themselves in the era of cybersecurity. And as Fawaz rightly said, by having the AI governance structure within the organization.
Jatin rightly said so. See, it's not just cyber. You know, I met a very intelligent man 5 years back. We were doing a project management for an implementation, and he was actually very angry with the implementation partner. He says, "You don't understand my business. It was a conventional money exchange." He says, "I don't run a money exchange. I run an IT business." That hit the partner hard. He said, "Okay," and that has graduated right from there. If you see today, we are seeing solutions much beyond what we had a decade back, and more so all of them on some kind of IT platform, right? And if you have to stay there, it's just not cyber, right? Frameworks which can govern that platform, coming from regulator or coming from international standards, or they themselves building what they want as a framework on that. We are also looking at secure design principles that we speak about, which used to be the talk of town, but they being put into practice, right? Everything we spoke of, data privacies and all, it's an essential part of the design now, right? We're looking, once we have embedded them into the solutions and platforms, not to stop there, to continuously keep improving them, right? And then we see changes into standards, we see new functionalities being launched, just a mention of stable coins coming into the market, right? How all these guys are good, things are going to change, right? More so picking up examples. You know, wallets, anyone carrying wallets, I don't know. Right? It's all digital wallets, right? We sit with our phones here and we say, I don't need anything more, right? Whether it is education, whether it is digital solutions, payment solutions, talking about, so, you know, effectively if you see healthcare, even our area, right, which is transforming, and we see consultings getting launched and they're being proudly claiming that they are AI-driven consulting firms, right? So yes, a lot is happening, and when we talk about keeping everything secure, it is about the frameworks, it is about that adoption of secure by design principles and continuous improvement. I see a long way. It's not going to stop tomorrow. The world has changed much faster in past 2 years than it happened in a decade. With the launch of AI, and then it's just progressing. Every day when we meet, every day when we talk to business leaders, someone or other person is discussing concepts which we have not even heard of, right? And once you think, so even we are learning, right? Every day we learn something and then we go back and we see, okay, yes, something can be done. And in that, yes, regulators has played a very good role in terms of controlling the usage, so stay in the boundary, don't cross those boundaries. So yes, that will stay.
Good. Mr. Mohammed, I just want to go back to you and ask that how you as a TRA see as a telecom regulator and the financial institution should collaborate to support this digital transformation or the technology disruption journey?
100%. I think, Jatin, I guess this is already happening, but I think it needs to be accelerated in a way that we collect a lot of data as a telecom sector on the consumers, and we have in Bahrain a very high penetration rate, close to 150% mobile penetration rate. Now, for someone like Fulus or the CBB, if they want to really onboard his customer, I mean, if he relies on the, let's say, kind of all the, let's say, similar to KYC, let's say, framework of the telcos when they onboard their customers with the SIM enabling and SIM registration, he can really kind of, and maybe joining this, some KYC requirements into that, then the onboarding time, then even the fraudulent kind of activities can be minimized. I can know now from the network that if my customer is really in Bahrain, Jatin is in Bahrain, or he's roaming, because the customer will be told. The network will know that you are using it in Bahrain or using it abroad. So Fulus would know if that guy is transacting really in Bahrain or he is outside and he wants to buy something here. He would even detect this kind of thing. So having a shared kind of infrastructure for data between these two sectors with this digital AI, because you go online and then you do all your business. So telcos have all this database with the behavior of the network and the behavior of the customers and the connectivity of it. The financial information talks about the behavior. You can produce efficient solutions, can produce innovative solutions. So I think gathering the data of the two joint sectors and having, and within given the framework that we have for protection of personal data and all of that, that must be maintained. But I would say having this together will really kind of support the innovation of the sectors, both sectors. I believe, what I understand from CBB, that they have started their innovation lab and their sandbox. We do have also our innovation license and sandbox. We have issued it last year. So I think cross-industry kind of also sharing of these experiments to be tested together and to make sure that they're efficient. We just don't want to overload the market with, just technologies that are not necessarily efficient and needed for the consumers, because you can balance both from this kind of angle. So I guess there's a lot to do really between the two sectors since they are already working in the digital era together. I think it just needs, I guess this is more of a top-down approach. I need from a policy level. I think Bahrain the IGA has recently issued Bahrain's strategy for digital economy. And it's published. I think you can refer to it. And they have, I think, a lot of pillars and initiatives until 2030. So this is one of the key things I think that we need to start from policy level, then go to the regulator and industry level, and then this will cascade to the consumer.
Thank you. Thank you to give us a very good insight. Mr. Fawaz, last question before we go for the question and answer. As a fintech leader, what next and what next and what next?
For us in Flux, we're focused on what we do is we want to be a GCC leader. I think one of the things they ask about banks and fintechs, I think they will continue to complement each other. And they're seeing the future, people trust their money with banks. This is not going to disappear. But I think the delivery mechanisms is where fintechs can work with banks. So I think there's more consolidation will happen in the banks who can move toward becoming a technology bank and empowerment of the industry, and the ones who can't. and the ones who can will get a lot of benefits in the future, not just working with the fintech like Flus, but they can be enabler for multiple fintechs, because they will always be required. And we wish to have GCC as a one active union when it comes to regulations. So we have one unified regulation across GCC. It will make it easier for fintechs to expand, or to telcos, open data in general. We're looking to have that the customer owns his data and he provide the consent to share that data, like open banking. Maybe in every sector, in telecom and others, will have something similar. So what we're seeing is there's a big push from governments in GCC to innovate. They're giving us the field. And we keep on pushing for more, like in tokenization, crypto assets. I see this has become a hub of innovation and creativity more than other markets like Europe and US, and that's why I find more talents coming to this region.
Thank you. And we can just open for, I think we have 5 minutes for the question and answer. But just one thing I just want all the professional colleagues to do, just refer the Microsoft recent report, that what are the 40 professions which going to go out in next 10 years and which will be replaced by what will be the 40 top 10 professions which will be in the demand in the future. There are some shocking news. So I just open for 5 minutes for the question and answer if anybody wants. Any question before we wind up to any of the panelists? You win it?
My question is to the panel is that telecom companies are trying to be fintech companies and banks are also trying to be reverse, and both are having difficult times. So what is the core competency and how you are trying to be other industry? Bank trying to be fintech and fintech trying to be bank. To Flus also. Same question.
Thank you for the question. I think it's a very interesting question. I'll have the first go and then I leave it to the panelists. But I think funny enough, I think maybe telcos is trying to get a revenge of what's happening to them from the OTT players. I guess that's why they moved to banking, because what happened is that industry is disrupting another industry, and I think it's moving on. I think what happened to the telcos, as you are fully aware, is that they started to lose all their mainstream kind of revenues. When it comes to, I don't think anyone is using SMS right now. I don't think anyone is using normal calling right now. Nobody is using mobile calling. Nobody is using fixed. I think the only thing that's going with them now is data. They are being the pipe, the connectivity, what we are talking about. So they felt that if they remained of that kind of business model and they don't change it, so they started to look into what's happening, the disruption that happened to them. And they said, okay, then I need then to evolve. I need to, otherwise I'll be just, be taken away like all other, companies that we've seen in the previous era. So they have really transformed themselves. You can see Etisalat, now they have changed their logo into E&. So we are not the only telecom, we are more than that. STC Saudi, Betelco have changed to Beyond. All companies globally or regionally or locally, they have done this transformation to their business model, hoping that they really get into, they know that they are not getting even 2% of the whole value chain now. They are just providing the data. So I think you're right. I think they are doing more. They are going to fintech, they are going to insurance, they are going into applications that offers roaming and offer other services. How successful they are, you're right. We wanted to wait and see. I think that's something challenging because, as you rightly, I think, mentioned in your question, it's a change of mindset, it's a change of calibers and skills that you need to evolve to be sure that you move to this kind of adjacent areas. For banking, I guess they are also afraid from what's happening to them. And I leave it to the, I think, bankers here. I think, they have been taken by the same thing. But for telcos, at least I've known it, I've seen it, I know their pain, and it's natural for them to have this evolvement. Banking, I guess they need also more of evolvement.
No, I think from a banking perspective, I think trying is not, every bank will try, every telco will try. That's what creates innovation. 10 will try, 1 or 2 will succeed, and this is how innovation works. But I think from what I saw in banks in the first waves of trying to be digital, is they are just following the same process. It used to be manual, now it's on a mobile, or it's on a web, or it's on a desktop. That's not digitization. You need to rethink the product again. And some of the banks chose to have a digital arm, so starting from a greenfield, because there is, there's a culture in the bank. The culture of the bank is designed in a way to be anti-risk to a certain extent, not to risk customer deposits. So some of the large banks in Europe, in US, decided that they tried to do it within the same bank, same culture, didn't work. So they start to create a digital arm that is totally isolated from the bank itself, and that a bank have different mindset when it comes to products and services and how they're going to reach. And some of them just created funds and start to invest in large fintechs to hedge their risks.
Thank you.
Just to add to your point, is the demand of the customers from the usage generation alpha, generation Z, how they speak? You say, I don't know, this is IDK, right? So when the people want less and less time for any banking transaction, fintech comes into the picture. Though it was only for the purpose, initially for the purpose of experimentation, now it's become the demand from the customers, point one. The best way to overcome this challenge is to come together, right? So you find banking services coming, as I mentioned earlier, they tie with the fintech companies to provide specialized fintech products on the one side. On the other hand, if you are a traditional banker and customers, you want to go for normal banking, you go for the bank services. All are being digitized now. But basically, the shorter time of delivery, that's the most important point for the new customers, new generation.
Thank you.
Vineet, like Jatin mentioned, 25 years of doing what I do. What you presented is the right problem. And the problem was with both telcos and banks. And why so? Getting licenses of both was difficult. They always thought nobody can beat them. When telecoms kept on running on voice and felt that we drive this, the data punched in and proved that no, this is not a resilient business, we've got to explore more revenue streams. Telecom is innovating. Telecom companies are no more just for communication. There's more revenue streams into it. If you really sit down and see, you will see the fastest innovation is not happening onto digital or banking. It is happening in telecom with all the content, new content that you see every day, right? And then saying banks were not as agile because of their limitations in the boundaries in which they had to operate. A lot had to change on the regulatory side because before they could adopt innovation, right? And Prashant mentioned that agility came very late. By that time, with the enablers like internet, devices, the penetration has increased, right? Probably 50 folds. And from there, the disruptors had an edge over banks. So banks are innovating. They're not going to go away. Consolidations is the game. We're also seeing new introductions, but I think, yes, both coming from their own blocked mindsets has moved into new revenue streams, and they see, I'm personally seeing a lot of innovation than failures. Yes, it was slower than what was expected. It can be taken as a failure. But the amount of revenue streams that you see in both these businesses, you will be surprised if you sit down and look at their books.
Thank you.
So with this,
Jatin bhai, would you advise a bank to become fintech or fintech to become a bank?
Send us the RFP, we send the scope.
Thank you. It was a great presentation.
Vinith, both are complementing each other. But in today's, and I was having a meeting with the EDB, and I was having a discussion last week on they have called me because somebody wanted to set up a business in Bahrain, and they want to come up with a commercial bank in Bahrain, commercial digital bank. And they said, we have a mandate from our board that 90% of our processes, manual, we need to transform to AI-based process. And against each and every process, I need to have a documentation that how I can transform to the AI. And the next column, by transferring to AI, whether it will add to my revenue or it will reduce my cost. So he said by 2027, and that's what I was having a discussion with Fawaz, and Fawaz said, it's too optimistic. By 2027, they said we want to have a 90% of our process to be AI-based. And Fawaz said, they may not be able to reach 90%, but 60, 70, yes. So if by 2027, if the commercial bank lending is a collateralizing the crypto or digital assets, 60, 70% of the process will run by AI. And that's the future, right? I don't know whether to consider that as a commercial bank or the fintech. The definition has changed now. So, and that's the reality. It's not the future, it's a present. And that's happening nowadays. So, thank you very much to all of the leaders from the respective industry for your great insight. And over to you.
Thank you so much, CA Jatin Karia, and our panelist, Mr. Mohammad Yusuf Al-Binali, Mr. Prashant Govil, and Mr. Fahaz Ghasil, and Mr. Nishit Saxena for such a wonderful and informative session. I request our chairperson, CA Vinit Maro, and vice chairperson, CA Vinod Rati, to present the speakers with a token of gratitude. First, our panelist, Mr. Mohammad Yusuf Al-Binali. Our next panelist, Mr. Prashant Govil. Our third panelist, Mr. Fawaz Ghasil. And our fourth panelist, Mr. Nishit Saxena. And to our moderator, CA Jatin Karia. I know all of you are eagerly waiting for the next session, but before that, let's take a short coffee break to recharge ourselves. I announce 10 minutes of coffee break.
مرة شكرا الله. Hi, Dina. See you.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining the eval session today.
Hi, guys.
Here at EY, we're sharp at identifying risk and ensuring compliance with our clients, while being unstoppable on the court. Winning at work, winning at play.
Working on multiple projects with various teams can be difficult at times. It's all about precision and strategy. We're not only precise at work, we're also precise with games.
When schedules get tighter, pressure builds up, but I know how to stay centered. Balance isn't just a pose, it's a lifestyle.
After a day of balancing the books, I unwind with a splash of creativity. From reports to landscape, I make every detail count.
Here we are successful because we move as one, supporting each other. We score big on and off the field.
At EY, we're auditors,
But so much more.
चलो सा
डन फेलिसिटेशन में सिर्फ यही स्क्रीन रहेगी ओके ठीक है डन 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 ठीक है डन सॉरी हेलो
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to be seated as we proceed with our next session. Are you future ready? Again, are you future ready? I request everyone to take seats. Overseas chapters, please settle down. Now, good afternoon, everyone. May I request everyone to be seated as we proceed with our next segment. Are you future ready again? Are you future ready? Okay, now in this segment we celebrate the spirit of oneness of our ICAI overseas chapters. These chapters are truly torch bearers of excellence and professional unity. May I request our chairperson and vice chairperson to join me on stage. Chairperson Vineet Maru and Vice Chair Vinod Rati to join me on stage. This token of appreciation is to celebrate the spirit of oneness of ICAI overseas chapters. I request overseas chapters to come in an order I'll call on stage for accepting the token of appreciation. May I request CA Krishnan from Abu Dhabi chapter, Vice Chair, to come on the stage. Hello. Now I request CA Rishi Chawla, Vice Chair of ICAI Dubai chapter, along with his team. and all the best to the Dubai chapter for their annual conference starting from tomorrow. Now I would like to call CA Rohit, chairperson of ICAI Kuwait chapter, along with his team.
वेंकट भारेन टीम से है तो प्लीज स्टेज पे ना आए.
Now I would like to call CA Unmesh from ICAI Muscat chapter along with his team.
Unmesh ji is a very celebrated poet. We have called him Chota Nanda ji for some time now, and today we will start with Chota Nanda ji.
भाई लोग अपने चप्पल टमाटर अंडे अंदर रख दो. Okay, so there is a tradition in ICAI Oman chapter. When the ICAI Oman chapter chairman speaks, and when he comes, takes the dais, he raises his hand, and everybody has to clap. Okay. बहरीन चैप्टर के लिए 2 लाइनें लिखी है. बहरीन की मिट्टी में नवाचार की गूंज. बहरीन की मिट्टी में नवाचार की गूंज. चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स की चमकती हर धुन. चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स की चमकती हर धुन. फ्यूचर रेडी विनीत का नेतृत्व और विनोद की दृष्टि. फ्यूचर रेडी विनीत का नेतृत्व और विनोद की दृष्टि. बनाए भविष्य जहां हो प्रगति की सृष्टि. Let's give a big round of applause to Bahrain team. वैसे तो बहरीन मेरा पहला घर है. I moved out of India and came to Bahrain. तो उसके लिए 2 लाइनें लिखी है, मतलब 4 लाइनें लिखी है. लोग बोलते हैं 2 बोलते हो 4 कहते हो, तो सच्ची में 4 ही लाइनें हैं. शहर बदला बदली सारी गलियां. शहर बदला बदली सारी गलियां. आज भी याद आती है दोस्तों की प्यार की झप्पियां. बहरीन के दोस्तों के लिए ये सब. वैसे तो बहरीन मेरा पहला प्यार है. वैसे तो बहरीन है मेरा पहला प्यार. हमने छोड़ क्या दिया, आना हो रहा है लगातार. थैंक यू.
Now I request CA Kishore Alex from ICAI Qatar chapter, Doha chapter, to along with his team. Now I would like to call CA Chandra sir from Saudi Khobar chapter along with his team.
Good evening. Hello, good evening to all. For the first time, Eastern region in Saudi Arabia is planning to conduct an annual conference. Thanks to the support and encouraging words from the other overseas chapters, we are expecting in the month of May or June, we have been planning for it. We all want you all to support us on this. Thank you.
And now I would like to call CA Ajay from ICAI UK chapter along with his team. My team. Along with his team. Now I would like to call all the overseas chapters members to come on the stage for a group photo, please. All the GCC chapters along with UK, all the members, please. May I request ICAI Bahrain chapter XCOM also to join on the stage?
As all our GCC members are here and we are having this GCC
भिड़ जाओ भिड़ जाओ भिड़ जा भिड़ जा भिड़ जा ओ लड़ जाओ लड़ जाओ लड़ जा लड़ जा लड़ जा उठा के बल्ला कर दे हल्ला ओ उठा के बल्ला कर दे हल्ला हे उठा के बल्ला कर दे हल्ला रंगा के चक्का ले रंचार या पहुंचा दे स्टेडियम पार डाल घुमा के तू भी फिर की पलक झपकते उड़ा दे गिल्ली नन्ही सी चिटकी सबको नचाए पकड़ लो पकड़ है निकल न जाए देखे घर घर देखे गली गली देख रहा है मोहल्ला ओ लड़ जाओ लड़ जाओ लड़ जा
GC Cup you want to announce? Now may I request GCC chairperson and and vice chair to come on the stage for a photo. Chair and a vice chair only, please. May I request stage management team to set up the background of GCC Cricket Cup?
लड़ जा उठा के बल्ला कर दे हल्ला भिड़ जाओ भिड़ जाओ भिड़ जा भिड़ जा भिड़ जा ओ लड़ जाओ लड़ जाओ लड़ जा लड़ जा लड़ जा उठा के बल्ला कर दे हल्ला ओ उठा के बल्ला कर दे हल्ला हे उठा के बल्ला कर दे हल्ला गंगा के चक्का ले रंचार या पहुंचा दे स्टेडियम पर डाल घुमा के तू भी फिर की पलक
A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our overseas chapters, for their tireless efforts and for elevating ICAI global presence. As we continue with our future ready journey, I would like to call our next speaker, whose life story is itself a blueprint of transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is someone who proves that success is not about where you start, but how purposefully you move forward. From being a top academic achiever to becoming a global mentor, he has guided thousands of young minds to dream fearlessly and act decisively. Request the stage management team to play the AV. Team, can you play the AV of Mr. Paresh Gupta?
Mr. Paresh Gupta is an inspiring leader, finance professional, and global mentor whose journey embodies excellence, purpose, and impact. A lifelong achiever, he was the CBSE Rajasthan topper in class 12 and the SRCC topper, qualified as a chartered accountant in his first attempt, and earned an MBA from the London School of Business and Finance. A powerful voice for youth empowerment, Mr. Gupta has delivered 8 TEDx talks and 2 Josh talks, inspiring millions across 121 nations. His words blend wisdom and real-world insight, motivating students and entrepreneurs to dream big and lead with integrity. He serves as the brand ambassador for the Rajasthan government's youth and sports initiatives and the centenary year brand ambassador of SRCC. As chairman of the Assocham Startup Council for Rajasthan and a world record holder in mentoring young startups, he continues to champion innovation and entrepreneurship. His contributions have earned numerous accolades, including the Rajasthan Youth Icon Award, SRCC Alumni Award, 2020, Business Ranker 40 Under 40, and Top 100 Who's Who of Rajasthan. He has mentored startups through Startupo Singapore, Viridian eSpark, Eminent Jaipur, and several other global platforms. Driven by a mission to empower young leaders to innovate and create meaningful change, Mr. Gupta continues to be a prominent advocate for education, entrepreneurship, and ethical leadership.
Please join me in welcoming an impressive personality whose life journey is a masterclass in passion, perseverance, and purpose. CA Paresh Gupta.
Somebody to the audience with a mic if possible. So, good afternoon, everyone. I need louder good afternoon, please. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I think there are a lot of people still outside. I want some of those to get them inside so that, we have more fun having this session. But I want to keep it interactive. I don't want to just go and show you a presentation and give you a boring lecture. That's not what I'm here for. And if I'm able to add some value to you guys, I think it'll be a great thing for me. I have a nostalgic relationship with Bahrain because I used to work here 15 years back for about a year and a half. So but I'll come to that story a little later. Let's talk about you guys, okay? And I want good raise of hands, and then, I want people to probably walk around with, mics so that we can have some voices before we actually have a good session and, all the conversations that you're planning to have. How many of you have your life goals sorted? Give me raise of hands. I know what I'm supposed to do in my life. One. Only one hand raise, okay. All right, thank you so much. How many of you are not sorted with life? Give me raise of hands. Don't know what is supposed to be done. I also love those who don't raise hands for both cases. Do you understand English? Are you sure? Okay, yes, hello. Those guys there, some guys here. Vapas se, we'll do again, okay? One again. Sorted with life? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, not sorted with life? Fair enough. I like you guys. You guys like me, right? I want lectures from all those 4 who raise hands and say, we are sorted, right? So, I'm not. I'm still finding it out. Okay. How many of you have had a situation where you felt, my life sucks. My life is horrible. Please give me raise of hands. I have had enough sometimes and this is not the life that I ever wanted. Okay. Sure. Okay. How many of you are of the opinion that what you're currently doing is not what you ever planned to do in life? Couple of you, okay. How many of you are scared that life will not go around as you thought? Things will not go as planned. Probably you may not be comfortable with all your jobs. Things may not go here, there, stable. Yeah? How many of you are feeling that ways? Give me raise of hands. No one? I love you guys. So am I. I love this. Okay. I would, before I really start talking, general expectations from this session. Anybody wants to say, tell us what is it that you want to hear from me. So any random question that comes to your mind which you want to ask me in advance. So I don't like to do Q&A later. I like to do Q&A first. Let's understand what you guys are looking for. I don't want to give you a lecture and say, lecture, and say, this is boring. I would be better having my tea and coffee outside. No. Let's talk. Anybody, any thoughts, any things that you guys want me to talk about? Yes, there's one gentleman there. Can we have a mic for him, please? Quickly. Somebody has to run around more for me. I make people run more. Thank you. We have one mic. Quickly, yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. What would be interesting to hear is, we as chartered accountants many of the people I have spoken to are interested to enter into a digital mindset.
Okay.
But we don't know how to, and how to completely change our path from being the perceived boring accountants to the digital future-ready accountants.
Agreed. So you're thinking how to change yourself from being the regular Excel sheet-based accountants to AI-based, technology-based, top-of-the-line techies, and how to transition to fintech, if at all. Okay. Any more questions?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please raise hands. Who's this?
Yes.
And please introduce yourself also so that I know you.
Okay. My name is Vistas Supariwala.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you're a Supariwala?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. I hope you are not selling pan.
I am scared of Supariwalas. Yes.
All right. Okay. The question to you was, you asked us, is our life set?
Yes.
And what our goals were.
Sure.
Okay. My question to you is your life set?
Is my life set?
And also, we would like to know from you what is your learning curve during this session.
Wonderful. I would love to share this.
Thank you.
It's a great question, and I 100% would like to answer this. There's one more here. Okay. We'll take one more. Okay. Brainstorming session to how to be clear about what you want to do. Great idea. Great. My presentation is still not working here, so I tried doing the clicker. So can you please help me with this? Okay, great. So let's do a brainstorming and have more conversations. So no boring lecture, but more talks and conversations like this. Done. Okay. Yes, there's one more. You want to ask a question? No? Oh, you're like, no. Sorry. Achha, I like people who ask questions. Because if you ask questions, then you're listening to me. If you're not, then you're busy with your phones. Right? And my talks are available online, trust me. Google me out. If you type Paresh Gupta, all top 100 results are mine. I'm famous. And people from 121 nations follow me now. So it's okay. You can find me on YouTube anyway. But any more random questions and thoughts? Anybody wants to say anything before I really start off? Anything? Last one. Just last one. Vineet, what's your expectation? You called me. Yes. Can we have a mic for Vineet? Yeah, quickly. So, there's one. Yes.
When I first met you in 2012,
yeah,
your life story was something which I couldn't think of. You had a very great career in abroad, and then you came to Jaipur and was helping a lot of students,
sure,
professionals to become better professionals. So that story, that what motivated you, and then you set up this great college, GCEC. So I think that story will be something which all my members will be looking forward to. An NRI who is going back to India, that is a common concern for most of us, that when we go back to India,
sure,
will we have a good life? You have done that. And in that particular life, what challenges you face and what were the great learning? I think if you can answer that, a lot of our members will feel very happy.
Okay, thank you so much. Wonderful. So, oh, there's one more, sir.
I will add
He's
one
the
more
boss.
thing here.
Yeah.
I have seen you grown, and I am so happy to see you here today. And he was my main point of contact in whenever I was in investment banking. Whatever project I was doing, Nand Kumar was my point of contact, and I used to tell Nandu, I want Paresh Gupta to handle this job. So the reason for this was I had usually used consultants from Washington, UAE, etc. But from Bahrain, I started with a key point, and I was always very happy. But you were in a very comfortable state here.
Yes, sir.
Living a comfortable life, well-settled life, well-recognized work here in Bahrain.
Yeah.
When you took that decision to move to India,
right,
initially, what were your thoughts? Were you quite determined, or you had a plan in your mind that I am going to do so and so, and you left Bahrain, or because the life is easy here and
fair enough,
you took a great challenge in leaving Bahrain?
So, great question. Very much related to what Vineet also asked me. So I will start with this discussion which we had. I'll start with my story. Okay, and I am not what I am by choice. I am what I am by chance, and probably by force. So nothing happened to me by my choice. Then I made those choices. But when I was in Bahrain, I was diagnosed with a tumor. And the doctor said that I might die. And I was supposed to go through chemo. So I left Bahrain in about 2011-12. And that's exactly when I left. I was just starting my medication. In fact, I was hospitalized here in Bahrain one day. And my wife started crying. And I had all the drips and everything on me. And she said, she called up my dad and her parents and everybody. And she said, I can't live with this guy here alone. Right? So that's just out of question. So we just decided that what does it take to live in India? And at that time, of course, and we were discussing last 2 days. So my observation today is that, we used to earlier think India is a cheap country. Today, India is an expensive country. I now find India more expensive than Bahrain. Yesterday, I was like, oh, this is goddamn cheap. Right? This is cheaper than Gurgaon. This is way cheaper than Mumbai. Right? So a pizza in Mumbai would not cost you less than 1,000 rupees, which you get here in 500, 600, 800 rupees. So I think Bahrain is way cheaper at times. So, but certainly this is exactly how I saw it, things. So I was like, what does it take to live in India? I was like, if at all I have to live a simple life in India, I don't need to earn much. Let's go, retire for lifetime, like a good, cool, simple man. We'll see what is going to happen. I just wanted to live with my family. I went through 9 months of chemo. I lost my skin. I lost my hair. I gained weight. A distance like this to that door would have been more than an hour's journey for me. It used to be that bad. I would turn off the lights in my washroom because I would not want to look at my face. My face would look absolutely chiseled. It was like a burnt man's face. And that's exactly how I used to look. I have photographs still, and I do share it sometimes with people, but I don't like those pictures at all. And that's one thing which I did. I was there doing nothing at home. And what also happened was, since I was there, I thought, let me do something of my own. I started a venture. And that venture was called Sharp Edge Learning. And ironically, all my savings that I had, I lost those savings also in that venture. That venture failed. So I lost some 40 lakh rupees in that venture. So that money gone, health gone, career not sure. Things are not going right for me. A lot of things were bad. And we have this ritual in our family where we write, our wishes on Diwali. So collectively we write together. So we sit down together and what do we want from God? So that's exactly how we do our Diwali ritual in the house. That Diwali, I wrote nothing. I said, I want nothing now. Okay. And then I went, so after everybody slept off, I went to the temple, I started crying. And I was like, my life sucks. It's horrible. Poor health, bad situations, bad finances, poor business, things not going right. What am I doing here? I also will tell you something very interesting. I called up Nandu again. And I said, Nandu, would you take me back? And he said, yes, you are good. Please come back. And I called all my ex-bosses also. So I had worked with HSBC. I had worked with a lot of other companies. So I just called all my bosses and none of my bosses said no. So be it Singapore, be it London, be it, Bombay, be it Gurgaon, all my ex-bosses said yes to me. And while they said yes, I said, this is easy. Let me decide on life. And I chose life over career. And I said, there is nothing called as work-life balance. They can't be on the other sides of each other. They are on the same side. Work is part of life. Like you sleep, like you eat, like you drink, like you be with family. So everything is life. Work is part of life. Please never balance your work with life. It is an impossibility. Right? If you're trying to do this, you are making the biggest mistake of your life. Bring them together and put them together in one stack. That's what I did. And I went to the temple. I started crying. And while I was crying, I actually looked up at the fan. And I said, that's an option. But there are other options too. I can come back, do this again, anytime. Let me write down 100 things to do before I die. Let me just put my wish list, random wish list. And I wrote random things. I'll give you a couple of examples. I wrote, go to Mount Everest. I wrote, learn scuba diving. I wrote, look younger than my age. Look fit and smart, right? I wrote a lot of random things. Some of them I can't share. I wrote, I want at least 10,000 followers on social media. I had 250 Facebook friends when I left Bahrain, exactly 255 if I remember it correctly. So that was my count 15 years back. And I wrote 10,000. That's the only number. And that was like too big for me. It's an unachievable dream. So these were unachievable targets for me. And that's exactly what I wrote down. I wrote down, have an institution. Save 100 lives. And I wrote all these random things. And I decided to work on them, one after the other. And I'll tell you something very interesting. 2024, I ticked my 100th wish list as a yes. All 100 things achieved. How? Of course, we can have a longer discussion. But I decided to live my life. I decided to enjoy my life. I decided to do things. How did it start? How do you do this? You take one step at a time. Very simple. I was trying to commit suicide at some point. I said the only way to come out of it is to help somebody else from not committing suicide. So I started helping children. And good thing that happened was Kota helps. So Kota was a suicide factory, right? And I started getting calls from children saying that we feel frustrated, we have a problem in life. I would counsel them. I would just help them out. And that's exactly how people started following me, right? Then I started going to the CA Institute. And thanks, give a big round of applause to the CA Institute. I guess we deserve this big round of applause for being the best community together as professionals. I would start taking lectures and sessions at the CA Institute. And then students and young ones started coming to my house. I literally have a crying room in my house. So that room is designed for people who can come and cry their hearts out. So just come, cry. I am a good shoulder to cry on. They just cry, share their thoughts, share their minds, and that's about it. So that's exactly what I started doing. Then I started working on my venture. I would start telling people my failure stories. I failed, I failed, I failed. And people loved that story. Probably people enjoy other people's failures. No, so I was blatant and blunt enough to say, yes, I have a problem. Yes, I am here to struggle. Yes, I have failed in life. And I took that acknowledgement the best, boldest way. I said, I'm a failure, dude. That's okay. Right? I will try and I'm fighting back. Believe me, we worked. I got my first national award, second national award, third national award, first TEDx, second TEDx, third TEDx, 8 TEDx, 3 TEDs, 2 Josh, 121, followers in 121 nations now. I crossed the 10,000 mark of fan following in about 6 months, honestly. It just took me 6 months. I then stopped counting and I've stopped sharing it. So I've stopped doing social media because I was overwhelmed with all this. All of this started happening, brand ambassadorship for the government of Rajasthan. And all of this just happened because I was doing my job sincerely and honestly, right? So it works. You have to just be honest. Do it with integrity. Have a focus. And I would start ticking. And I'll tell you, we had this podcast yesterday. So I'll tell you the funniest tick that I did. Go to the Mount Everest. So I was going through chemo. I was not well. I went to the doctor and said, I've written this, go to Mount Everest. He looked at me. He said, okay, don't try your luck. That's not working for you. So I went back home. I said, but this has to happen. I have to do it no matter what. Doctor said no, but I still have to do it. So I'll not tell you a story of bravery, trust me. Right? So you laugh at this one. But I wrote, go to Mount Everest. I never wrote climb Mount Everest. Right? So I'm supposed to just go to Mount Everest. So how do you go to Mount Everest if you don't climb? So you can actually take a chartered flight. I took a chartered flight. I took my whole family along. And we actually sat with the pilot in the cockpit and we made him write a certificate. And our certificate which says, you have been to the Mount Everest. And I have visited Mount Everest. You do your checklist. You do finish off things one at a time, but you do good stuffs. And I think it's a lot of fun. And then a lot of journey started. I started mentoring people. I started my ventures. I now have a real estate venture. I have an investment banking venture. I have an education venture. I do consult startups. And now my job is, and you'll be laughing or surprised, but my job is to make people quit their jobs. That's what I do. I tell people, quit. And I'm really happy when they quit. I have been privy to a lot of people calling me from their offices and saying, sir, I'm going to resign. I said, go ahead, do it. Do it now. Let's share the screens. I'll tell you what to type. But that's my job, to tell people, yes, there is life beyond this. You can make money, and trust me, I'm going to talk about this, that we are scared of ourselves. We are just scared of taking risks. We are just scared of a lot of things in our lives. But if we try hard, we can achieve everything, right? And you have to just take one step at a time. I'll show you some stuffs, okay? And then start thinking that doing what you want to do is riskier, or what you are doing currently is riskier, right? This is what Google says now, okay? If you just type this, MBAs applying for sweeper jobs. Weird things to look for, right? You get about 11,50,000 results where people in our country are applying for sweeper jobs. Not that MBA is a bad thing, not that sweeper job is a bad thing, but that qualification is not designed for that, right? But we are facing it, right? And that's the situation that some of you might be facing even otherwise, some way. Not safe with your career, scared, struggling, whatever format. It is happening, and this is going to happen. I'll give you the good news for chartered accountants. There's a website called Will Robots Take My Job? And type your career. 93% automation risk, sir. Right? You are going to lose your jobs. Right? You are going to, if you continue the way you're continuing, this is not going to exist at all. Right? And as you rightly said, how do you transition from just fin to tech? So please understand, it's as simple as this. There is nothing without tech, and there is nothing without finance. The purpose of business is, anyone? What's the purpose of business? You guys are missing your 11th standard business studies classes. I love this. Thank you, Vinny. That's why you're the chairman for this year. purpose of business is maximization of wealth for the shareholders. That's exactly what business tells us, right? So business means wealth, money, finance, always important. And there is tech. And look at everything in this world now. It's not only fintech, it's ed tech, food tech, med tech, health tech. So if you want to be a doctor and you're not a technical guy, you still can't be a doctor also. You want to be a person who wants to cook food. You can't cook food without embodying technology with you. So you have to embrace it. Now, are you trying to tell me that we are lazy enough to learn new stuffs? That's exactly how I see this. And then you're going to be redundant, you're going to be stale, congratulations, that's your plan. So you have to upgrade yourself. Tech is an essential thing. And trust me, for all engineering colleges, when I go to an engineering college, I go and tell them, learn commerce, learn finance, because there's no business without money. And there is no money without technology. This has to go together. So you have one skill. Trust me and think of those who don't have either. You at least are 50% done. And nobody else is 100%. Very few people. But look at all the unicorns. And I have been now a mentor to a lot of unicorns in India. Trust me, out of top 100 unicorns in the country, about 30% are fintech. Fintech is the best way to actually create a business and entrepreneurial venture. So certainly, you are looking at this. Just this is not going to happen. I'll also tell you this. This is my favorite story. When I was a kid and I was a young fellow, my mom, to motivate me to study, she would tell me a story. She would say, Beta, please study, otherwise you would either be selling samosas or you would be running a pan shop, right? I'm going to tell you a samosa story. So I went to India with all this problem going on. I was recovering fine, and chartered accountant, MBA from London School of Business and Finance, BCom from SRCC, blah, 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 good career, 13 years of work experience. I was at the railway station. I was sitting next, and there was one uncle ji who came in and who sat next to me. And while he was sitting, I asked him, what do you do? He said, I have a samosa wholesale business. I was like, really? Is that a thing? I said, okay, let me understand. Okay. And then I asked him, what are your economics? So what are your unit economics? And I'll tell you something very interesting, that he runs a factory of the size of this stage probably, that's it. So that was just a small place where he would just fry samosas in the morning and ask all the vendors to sell his samosas to various people, right? So that's exactly how he used to do this. And each samosa, his margin was 2 rupees. So 2 rupees margin, guess the number of samosas he would sell in a day. 4,000 samosas a day. 4,000 samosas into 2 is 8,000. In a city like Jaipur with a 50-60 lakh population, 4,000 samosas is literally nothing. We eat samosas every day. For breakfast, lunch, dinner, everywhere. Right? And ask the Ajmer walas, we love kachoris also. So yes, we are a samosa kachori nation. So 4,000 samosas, 2 rupees, 8,000 rupees per day profit. Per month, 2,40,000. Per annum, 28 lakh rupees with no taxes because you don't even file it. Everything is in cash, right? And you make a tax-free 28 lakhs by working 3 hours in a day, just frying samosas, giving it away, and a fresh chartered accountant in India gets 6 lakh rupees. So a samosa wala is wealthier than a chartered accountant. We are still not thinking, right? And imagine that's exactly what we are doing with ourselves. You just don't realize the other side of economics. A lot of people do this. And these are my 2 favorite movies. Seen it? Yes, no, maybe? Yeah? I'll tell you some very interesting stories from these 2, okay? Very, very interesting. So Padman, it's a great movie. And Akshay Kumar is the main protagonist in this movie. He goes to UN for a speech. And then he keeps telling people, and look at yourself, look at your life. I remember my life. And we would always run for a stable life, stable career, stable everything. And you know what did he tells? What he says? The most stable thing in this world is death. Lifeline is a straight line if you are if you're dead, right? And if you really want to live your life goes like this. It does not go like a straight line. How much straight do you want? Why can't you go like this? Enjoy it. It's good to be a good failure. Because failures teach you more than successes, right? When somebody asks me for my wishes, I give them failures. Because fail fast, fail often, learn from those failures. If you just don't fail, how would you ever learn anything? So fail. It's okay to fail. Great idea to fail. But fail in something that you want to do, right? And then there's Dear Zindagi. This is amazing because Alia Bhatt goes to Shah Rukh Khan's office and she tries sitting in various chairs. And each chair creaks. So she sits on one chair, creaks. Next one, creaks. Next one, creaks. Then she finally finds one chair where she's able to settle down. And she fits in beautifully well, right? And then Shah Rukh Khan says something very interesting. Unless you try multiple chairs, you can't find your chair. So you have to find out your chair, your thumb impression. It is different from mine. It can't be the same. So you are different from me. My retina is different from yours. My bone marrow is different from yours. My thumb impression is different. We are all different. Why are we trying to be like somebody? We should be like the best of ourselves. Be the best of yourself. And that's exactly what I decided to do in my life. And that's the journey that happened. Every time when I have a problem in my life today, I close my door. So somebody said, how do I cope with it? How did I transition into this thought process? My simple coping mechanism is this. Let failures happen, close your door, cry for 2 hours, come back, tell your family, today is a day for party because I learned something. I never celebrate success, I always celebrate failures. That's the only change that you make today. Go back home, start celebrating no success but always failures. Fail, learn, decide I've learned, go and party, great work done. Simplest mechanism to do this, okay? I'm just gonna, are you guys getting bored of me? Sure, happy? Interesting conversation. Okay, the timer is by the way not working, so I'm just sharing that I don't know how much time do we have, but let me know whenever you're saying, oh, I'm tired of you, get out. So I'll do that. Yeah. I love this. Give a big round of applause for this gentleman. Thank you. Wow, okay. So it's a lot of power sitting on this dais and on this table, right? So, oh, interesting, very nice. Okay, so this is the world when you're talking of future. I'll tell you something about future. That's exactly how I see this future. The future looks like this. We are currently at 7.9 billion people in the world. In the next 25 years, we'll be almost 10 billion people. So we'll be more populated in the world, which means we will not have enough jobs, opportunities, situations, fights, everything. And you know the world will fight. But you know how they will fight? How do you think war will happen now? So earlier the war would happen with weapons. We would go to the battlefield and fight. Then we would do nuclear wars. We came out with nuclear weapons, blah, blah, blah. Today, the war does not happen through weapons. It happens through economic sanctions, business, entrepreneurs. So for me, the next level of warriors are entrepreneurs. Whether you are in a job or outside the job, the only way to survive would be to have an entrepreneurial mindset. If you can't contribute to your business, I'll tell you what I believe in now. If I'm doing a job also, it's not about doing a job is a bad thing, but if I'm doing a job, my answer should be very clear. I am getting paid this much. Am I able to provide 10x value to my organization for being paid this much? And if I'm not able to create that value, I don't deserve to be in this organization. End of story. This is called the intrapreneurial mindset. So if at all you want to survive in the future, be it with a job or be it with your careers as an entrepreneur, you would need to have an entrepreneurial mindset. My contributions lead here. I contribute this much, I get paid this much, this is how, and this is the reason why company should pay me. And then if you're contributing this much, go to your company and say, I need more. And then you have the bargaining power because you are the one contributing to it. Because you know this is my contribution, the company cannot survive without me, become indispensable. That's the most important thing to do. And that's exactly how we should look like. Start looking at problems as opportunities. That's the best thing to happen. If you see there's a problem, that's called opportunity. And a startup founder says there's a problem. Delivery cannot happen, let's start a Zomato. Right? Cars are not available, let's start an Ola or an Uber. Grocery is not available, start Blinkit or Zepto. Problems become opportunities. Are you looking at problems as problems? So anybody who's complaining and saying, I have a problem, we all have problems. We all have problems every goddamn day. But can we see this as an opportunity? Say, I have a reason to solve. I have a purpose to do something. And that's exactly how I look at life. Now, Somebody asked me, how do you adopt new technologies? What's the way? How do you go about doing it? How do you learn anything? Any random thing. If you have to start learning music, how do you do it? Random question. Anyone? How do you do it? Go and get trained from experts, right? And find the best experts that you can. The better the expert, the better is your training. So why not? Why the question at all? What is the fear? Go get trained. There are multiple programs available on Udemy, Coursera, edX. They are available free of cost. They are available on payment basis. They are hardly any cost actually. You should invest. Not only this conference is a great place to be, but go back home today and enroll for one more course from Harvard today. Enroll for one more course from, Oxford University, any of the universities that you like. And there are great courses on technology available right there. And there are hardly any money. They're not expensive at all. Go to good techies. I would also suggest one more thing. Not just make friends with chartered accountants, make friends with IT guys. Because they will learn from you and you will learn from them. That congregation is a great combination, right? So start making friends with techies. Start saying, let's go out for a cup of coffee, you teach me 5 things. I'll teach you 5 things. Great combination, good conversations. My suggestion for this chapter, for the next season, is to also invite other groups, chapters and associations to have a grouped session which brings FinTech together. And that's something which you guys can do. So why only Fin? Bring tech and do a workshop. So teach Fin guys some tech guys some Fin. Great combination. Make teams of 2. One Fin, one tech, one Fin, one tech. Let them solve a problem. Have an ideathon. Have a hackathon. Go and participate. You'll learn so much. You'll be surprised. But I was a finance guy. I did not have any technology background. I went back home and we were starting a business. I was a failure. I was not earning enough money. I said, where do I get the money from? I said, I don't have the money, but I have my knowledge, brain, skills. The first website made for my web business was made by me. The first ERP system was made by me. And I learned all the tech. I learned AI. I learned coding. I learned how to make the apps. And today I do it. Now I go to my classroom and say, let's do some tech conversations. Why not? Just go and learn. That's the simplest way of doing things. Does that answer your question? Yeah, it is easy. Just that you have to take that one step. Why are you lazy is what you have to ask yourself. So your question should be, how do I overcome my laziness? Simple answer. That's the only question. This is not the question, honestly. The question is, I am lazy, how do I overcome it? And I'll tell you what to do. I do this also. Procrastination is the best thing. We all love procrastination, no? So when we procrastinate, decide one thing, okay? What do you guys want to leave behind when you die? A person who could not survive and fight, or a person who fought, achieved, did great? Simple, right? This is my favorite. I love this. If you're starting your own entrepreneurial journey, you are the boss. But a chance to be yourself. But I'll tell you this. This is the best way to be rich. If at all you want to earn good money. The only way, Forbes 500 list, right? Tell me one person who is a job seeker. Anybody in the employee list? Nobody. People give me answers like Sundar Pichai. And then my answer is, please compare apples to apples, not apples to oranges. Sundar Pichai probably is the highest paid employee. Please compare him to Elon Musk. And now compare and say, where does Elon Musk stand? Or Larry Page, right? And see, where are you? So being the CEO of the best organization gets you nowhere. You are nowhere in the top 500 list. Why? Because you never tried. You have to try. And the success rates. I'll tell you something very interesting about business. The success rates of business are 10%. Trust me, it is at least double the success rate of chartered accountancy, which you have already cracked. Understand this. CA Institute, in fact, probably a lot of you sitting here would have gone through a 2 to 3% pass rate. I have gone through a 1% pass rate at my time. So this is 10 times simpler, mind you, right? This was 2%, 3% pass rate. This is 10% pass rate. You're still struggling and saying, this is scary, this is not scary. I don't understand. Just because you have crossed one hurdle, why can't you cross the other one? You have it in you. You're already there as the best in the world. So do it. And these are just excuses. Do you need a lot of money to start a startup? Yes, no, maybe. How many of you think like that? Yes, no? You do think? You need a lot of money? Anyone else? No? Others? You need money to start a business? So my answer is no. All good unicorns in this world started in a garage. I have personally known the founders of Flipkart, Ola, Freecharge. I was leading the country for Head Start at some point where all of these startups pitched. And they were all college graduates. All of these startups were formed in a garage. Microsoft formed in a garage. Apple formed in a back office. Everybody actually became a billionaire, not by a lot of money, but by a lot of grit. If you have a lot of passion, lot of strength, lot of courage, you guys can start off. And you can do the other side also. If you have a lot of money, then make others work for you. That's a good option. But you don't need money all the time. I have done it for myself. Trust me, if you come back home, definitely you'll see what I do. But the whole business that I do today started with one table and chair, and Vineet has seen that table and chair. Right? So he has sat on that table and chair at one point in his life, because I know him from Jaipur days. But it was just one table and chair. Today I may run multiple institutions and multiple businesses, but the only asset investment made into the business was one table and chair. Possible. Just because, and all startups do this. If you have a great idea, if you have everything, people will come to invest in you. Right? Money? No. Ideas. Okay, how many have got a business idea to start with? I want to start something. Yes, 1, 2. Give me good raise of hand. Na? Yeah, don't do kindergarten raise hand. I love this full. Yes. Wonderful. How many of you want to start a startup in your life but do not have an idea? Don't have an idea, but I want to do a startup someday. Want to do some startup someday. Okay, great. I love this. Please talk to me after this session. I'll be happy to help you. The best thing to deal with idea is to do something called in Hindi called chori. Copy paste. The best ideas in the world are copy paste. Google is not the first search engine. Right? Flipkart is not the first delivery platform. Amazon is also not the first delivery platform. Ola Cab is not the first cab sharing platform. You name any startup today, they just copy. Watch Shark Tank 10 seasons. You'll get enough ideas. Copy. You don't have to worry about ideas. It's just there, lying on the floor. Just pick it up. It's about execution. It's not about ideas. You are not a scientist. You are an entrepreneur or a fintech expert. You are supposed to start what others are doing and do it better than others. Period. Simple. That's exactly what most businesses do. Risk, I've already shared. And peer pressure, I think it's good fun to see what peer pressure is. If you're living for the world, then you're not living at all. That's how I see it. Please don't live for others. Live for yourself. Live for own self and say, this is me. I am like this. And then whatever you do, even if I can tell you startups, okay? And I'll tell you interesting startups that I mentor. And sorry, but this is a very interesting conversation. There's a startup which sells only vada pav. And they started with their homes. And it's called Goli Vada Pav. Today they are bigger than actually Burger King in India. Right? Huge businesses. I know startups who do sell the smallest of things possible. I know a startup which sells only food recipes. And they make money out of that. I know a startup which just does last mile deliveries. Such a simple thing. So many simple ideas exist. We're just not realizing the gaps. We have to just find out, oh, this, look at Paytm. Look at all the UPI payment apps. Right? Banks are already there. Suddenly they brought a better technology. It's just UI. The user interface is better. That's why people like it. It's just more functional. It's just one tap. In a banking system, you have to go 5 taps. So 5 steps versus 2 steps, you have a business. So start thinking wherever you have 2 steps, can you make it 1 step? There are startups now in China which are actually working like this, okay? So there's a startup which is, there's a phone, you want to transfer money, take the other person's phone and spill. It transfers money. It's happening. And you'll see this happening in the future. So that's exactly how things are going to move. So I'm just going to, share a few more slides, 2 more slides probably. And then I want to keep it open to questions. Have I answered most of the questions that were asked in the beginning? My story, technology, integration. Does it answer most of the things? Okay. How to plan? Where do you go from here? What do you go? My talk is useless if we are not able to find an actionable out of this. See, there are only two ways of taking advantage of these conferences, right? One is get ideas from people who have got weird ideas like me, who are crazy guys, who are there, do this, and give you random thoughts, probably take it. Option 2 also is network, which I know a lot of you are doing. So exchange cards, great idea, great place to be, and always say, connect. So connect, right? But what to do? My first thing. So, sorry, but there's a spelling mistake by me. This is life, not love. So I goofed up, and I did not because I made it on my phone, and I was fiddling with it last night. So look at life differently. As I said, please start thinking, what is my life looking like? Write 100 things to do before you die. Anything that you want to write. Any goddamn thing. And somebody asked me, is my life sorted? Some gentleman there asked me this question. Yes. My life is sorted? No. It can never be sorted. You sort one thing, other thing comes up. Right? So it's always a problem. And can I say, no, things are great? If I look at it this way, yes, my life is great. I am very happy. A lot of people look up to me, say, this is great. You have done this, you have done this, you have done this. Do I feel satisfied? I've created another list of 100 things. Because I want to do more now. I am greedy. Right? And we all are greedy. So I've started working on the next set and saying, let's work on the next one. Let's try to do something more. Let's try to achieve more goals in a different way. And start achieving them one by one. It is not so difficult. And you feel extremely satisfied when you do a tick. You say, done, and done, and done, and done. Wow, because you have done it. So go back home and write a list. Write 5, if not 100. Write 10. Say, this is what I want to do. And that subconsciously, in fact, I'll give you a Shah Rukh Khan dialogue. It's a Hindi dialogue and I'll translate it in English later. But अगर आप किसी चीज को शिद्दत से चाहो, तो पूरी कायनात उसे आपसे जोड़ने में लग जाती है. So love things with passion. Start thinking this is what you want to achieve and you will achieve it. It will happen. And do calculated risks. Don't take stupid risks. So the only difference between systematic risk and unsystematic risk is you guys know better. So take systematic risk, don't take unsystematic risk. So don't just jump and say, let's do it. No. Plan it, structure it, start working on some ideas. Why not start? I don't know, I'm just throwing an idea. But all of you are sitting here, you manage wealth. Probably why not a Bahrain CA angel network? Start it today, while this conference is going on. Don't leave this conference without forming the chapter. Don't leave this place without saying done. And just don't discuss, oh, we'll do it, but we'll not do it. Do it. One person say, I want to do it. Take the initiative, start it off, come together, start investing in startups, start working it out, things will happen. You'll start realizing, oh, there's so much happening, right? Start working on anything that comes to your mind. And that's the only thing that, I want to say. But Google me, and I'll be happy. You can always connect with me as Paresh Gupta. I am most happy to now open the conversations and a debate and an argument. As Sir said, let's have a discussion on how to set life goals. True? What is your view first? We'll take your views first. And anything that you want to share after this conversation. Did you like it, if at all? Were you, no, the one after behind you, yes? You did, you asked me this question, right? Yes. And tell me now the timers. So how much time do we have?
But it always comes back to the comfort levels and, the fear of unknown. Sure. And like you had a very, the touchy thing, quit job. That's something which, one could do to set up himself into, other things which he needs to do because, time doesn't wait and you have to just action it. So I think, one needs to work and figure out himself what he really wants to do and get it on.
Oh, we have one comment from this gentleman right here. So yes, we'll take this. But did you guys enjoy the session, if at all? Yes. Give a big shout out, guys. Come on, don't do this. Yeah, I love this. This is important. Yes.
So I'll just give another spin. I'm in practice and some sort running a business.
Wow.
So we see other people in industry getting 8,000, 10,000 dinar a month with 8 months bonus. That makes us question, यार जो हम कर रहे हैं सही है कि वापस इंडस्ट्री के पास जाने गए? So is that something that makes you tell us that maybe as a business you're not doing something right, or you need to think of alternatives?
So I'll tell you a couple of things, okay, here. If you're doing business only for money, then you're doing something absolutely wrong. Okay? Your business cannot be just a function of earning money, because then you'll always be dissatisfied. Your function or reason to do business should be that you want to live a better life, right? And then the independence and the choices and the advantages and everything else that comes with it is where it will bring you down. I'll tell you one more thing. So understand that all jobs will flatten out at some point, but all businesses, it's called a J curve. And that J curve will happen. You might be in this curve right now, somewhere. And you have to figure out that there'll be one point where you have to go to the J curve. And part 3 of the system is, please, so good businesses have mentors. And if you feel that you're doing something wrong, go to some experts. It's absolutely okay to do it. I go every year, I say, this is what I'm doing. My mentors will say, you are doing shit. These are your problems. These are your mistakes. Listen to them. Understand. Go back home. Change things. Things will improve. So yes, it is not a clear journey that it's like a straight line. If you feel you want to earn that much, go to the right people. Probably you're not getting the right advice. And take advice from the people who have already done it, who are ahead of you in terms of financial goals, whatever goals you have. Even if you have life goals, the best way is to go to somebody who has done better than you. So yes, this guy is living a better life than me. Let me reach out to him. This guy is doing better in business in this sector. Let me reach out to him. Be blunt, be shameless, be absolutely open to say, please teach me. That's one thing which definitely I would suggest you to do. But it will happen, and trust me, have faith in yourself. Don't lose that steam. I don't want you to do this. I want you to continue your practice and do what you're doing. You're doing a fantastic job. Give a big round of applause to this gentleman also. Great work. Anyone else? Last comments, and then probably he's standing already there to push me out. But are you? No? Just one last comment. Anybody wants to say anything, or you guys are tired? Yes, sir. There's a mic there, right? Can we get a mic?
Last question, please. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Gupta, wonderful to hear from you. Mr. Gupta, you had a life-altering situation which made you think, what am I doing with my life? And you saw up to the ceiling and there was a fan. I don't know whether the fan is still there. I hope it is not, and you don't need it.
Yes.
Sir, after having achieved the success and what you have seen, it's easy to come and talk about that. But most of us, or at least I won't speak most of us, I'm in a state where I really don't know, whether I need to do something like this to achieve the level of success that you have seen. I'm okay with what I'm doing. But there's always this flame inside. Boss, you are a chartered accountant. And we chartered accountants take pride in our profession. We say, boss, hum kuch bhi kar sakte hain. So there's always this flame which is there, but for most of us, it dies inside, right? So if you want to just give one takeaway, as you said, har session mein se ek takeaway, okay, the Bahrain Angel thing is a very wonderful thing, but something for an individual, I'm saying, for his personal life, what would that be, Mr. Paresh?
So I think, I'll tell you something very interesting. My daughter, when she was 3 years of age, right, she asked me to buy a very expensive cake for her birthday. And I used to have a Jaguar. I sold it off. I don't like it anymore. I now drive a cheaper car because my life has become simpler. And that's why I said money is not the criteria anymore. And now, thank you for calling me successful. I still don't see myself as successful. I am a struggling entrepreneur. I am always struggling. I am happy to go and share my failures. The first thing that I go and tell the world is I am a failure. Right? Never going to say I am a successful person. Not at all. I am a humble learner, and that's exactly where I stand. So if you have that spark and you want one step to take that, I'll tell you what I told my daughter. Okay? So she was asking for this expensive cake. I took her in a Jaguar. Right? I took her to a nice place where there are ice cream vendors. okay? And they have these kids and beggars. And those beggars were outside, and my daughter was inside, the same age. 4 or 5 years, 4 or 5 years. And she was looking at them, those kids were banging on the car and saying, give us ice cream, give us ice cream. I asked my daughter one question, right? Tell me, what do these kids don't have, that you're sitting inside this car and they're outside the car? What is your question? What is your answer? True. Your parents, right? What do you want to leave for your parents? For your kids is the question. You give your kids, as a parent today, what do you want to leave behind? And that's the biggest spark to have. Say, this is what I want to leave behind my kids. My kids should come back to me, listen to me 20 years later and say, oh, my dad did something great. Right? He's done this today. Even now, how do they look at you? Do they look at you as a dependent person or an independent person? Do they seek advice from you or they give advice to you? Very important things to decide. And then I told her that what do you want for your kids or their kids? You build wealth over legacies. Right? You build things over legacies. So build your legacy, start your legacy today and decide how do you want to die. So answer is finishing line. Trust me, we are on a relay. We are running. Running for nothing, I don't know. But what are we running for? There's a line, no? There's an end line. Can you define that end line? And define that this is how I want to die. Otherwise, you're a loser. So do you want to die a loser? That's what keeps me awake all night. I don't want to die a loser. I want to achieve all of it because that's what is the purpose of my life. So yes, to this extent, I have achieved a few things in my life which I am very proud of. I have worked hard on my physique, on my health, on my abilities. I was not a good speaker. I used to be scared of an audience like this. If you put me in a room like this, 20 years back, I would cry. It takes guts to stand here and say, I'm a goddamn failure. But I overcame that and said, no, next time I'll come, people will clap for me. And that's exactly what I give you this thought process, that make your life valuable. Finish line is the best thing. My best takeaway is there's a book called Death by Sadhguru. Great book to read. I know. Sorry.
On top of whatever you said to Mahesh's answer, few days back I wrote 2 lines.
Oops.
जो दिख रहा है सामने वो दृश्य मात्र है. महेश आपका आंसर है. जो दिख रहा है सामने वो दृश्य मात्र है. लिखी रखी है पटकथा मनुष्य पात्र है.
Amazing, amazing. Give a big round of applause and thank you so much, Bahrain. I love you. Thank you so much for giving me this nostalgic feeling. Thank you, and thank you so much. Signing off. Thank you.
Thank you, CA Paresh Gupta, for truly inspiring and future-shaping session. Your message has left us energized and ready to take bold steps into the future. Now, I would like to call our Vice Chair and Chair on stage for giving the token of appreciation to Mr. Paresh Gupta.
It's a true story. Every time you call Paresh, he will ask me every time that please leave the job. I think I should have taken the decision many years before.
I hope he will not get any SOS calls. As we progress through today's agenda, it's time to shift our attention to a cornerstone of every successful institution: strong governance, proactive risk management, and resilient internal controls. These are not just technical areas, they are pillars that ensure organizations remain strong, agile, and future-ready in an ever-changing world. I request stage management team to kindly play the AV of next speakers.
Arif Siddiq Khokhar is a seasoned internal audit leader and governance, risk and compliance (GRC) expert with 15+ years of experience driving organizational resilience. His extensive experience includes designing and spearheading internal audits, risk assessments, and enterprise risk frameworks for a diverse clientele spanning various industry verticals. He has consistently helped organizations bolster their control environments, mitigate fraud risks, and enhance overall operational efficiency and effectiveness. In his role as Associate Director at Ecovis, Arif provides strategic guidance to C-suites and boards on enhancing their internal audit, risk, and financial advisory functions. He is also a prominent voice in the industry, frequently speaking at conferences to share actionable insights on governance, internal controls, and risk management, empowering organizations to build a stronger, more proactive risk culture and internal control environment. Audit professional known for lead audit professional known risk management and internal. Wasit Shahjad is a highly accomplished risk management and internal audit professional known for leading successful enterprise-wide governance and control transformation initiatives across multiple sectors. Wasit has executed complex, enterprise-wide governance and control transformation programs. He excels at integrating governance excellence, technological enablement, and cultural adoption to embed risk management into the core of organizational strategy. As the service line lead for enterprise risk management services at Ecovis, he oversees engagements spanning risk governance and response strategies, ensuring organizations develop robust infrastructures that promote resilience and strategic alignment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Arif and Mr. Wasif on stage.
Hello.
Boss.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum everyone. Hi, good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank you all, the organizers and the ICAI chapter for all the countries to give us this chance to present our ideas today. It's truly an honor for us to present our ideas in front of this whole fraternity. First of all, we'd be facing one risk, that is like the previous speaker, Mr. Paresh, he was, taking the session at a next level with a very much emotional story he start with. Now we will be coming towards the, theoretical topic. To be honest, I wonder why there's still no movie made on this person till now. Or there might be a series as well for 100 episodes, 100 things to do, one episode per idea. So everyone who was not able to find the idea, so we have this idea as well. So just on a lighter note, so this is like, our today's agenda. Two words we have. We'll start with the topic, future ready. So we have two words. One is the future and the next word is the readiness. So we cannot understand or we cannot identify where to go or what is future until and unless we understand what we are doing today at our present level or at our present stage. So we'll start with a short video and then we'll understand what
There was a time when control meant paperwork and risk was slow to respond. But today, transformation speaks in real time, and insight moves at the speed of code. This is not just an upgrade, it's a revolution in trust, governance, and control.
So we will start with our presentation where we will understand, as I said, we will understand what is our present work methodology for all the first line, second line and third line. So we'll move towards how we can go to the future readiness state. So yes, Wasif, please.
So
to understand actually the concept behind the risk management or the assurance, we need to understand that it is the second line, it's not in the first line. We don't want businesses to understand we have to do something extra to achieve something else. They are already doing it. They are doing risk management on their own. They are doing their assurance on their own. And once we say that we are being future ready, what it actually means. We have seen organizations who are like frogs in the well. They don't care about what is happening outside of their organizations, and that tends up to either if there is anything that is happening around them, they will affect it and then they will find some failures. But then there are other organizations as well. Now those organizations tend to see in the future. No, but before doing anything, they have their scope vision, and because of that scope vision, they tend to realize or fail to realize actually what is happening around them. Even though now they have a future vision, they know what they want to achieve 5 years, 10 years down the line, but they fail to realize what is happening around them. So this is where the second line or the third line will help them. However, the criteria, the assessment and the evaluation based upon how you need to understand. And being future ready is not just to have theoretically be able to make yourself competent or capable to do, but also to make it practical and also operational. Now for that practical, if you are in a storm, you cannot just have yourself as a body face it head on. You also need to have your feet firm on the ground. So for an entity, what is the body? The mind is actually their strategic unit, and the feet is their operational unit who is working for them. So you cannot just have a vision for an organization and just allow your operational team to work on its own. You need to have the control. So for that way, we need to be future ready, but also not lose the control over our existing environment. So with that, so we'll start with the practical approaches. We understand from the risk management point of view what the cycle is. We are all aware of it already in an organization. We have been part of certain discussions. We have been part of decision making. So we understand this basic concept of ISO 31000 that is being as a guideline being used all over the globe. And by the sense of it, it seems very easy. We have scope, we have risk assessment, we have identification, assessment, evaluation, treatment. Everything seems straightforward, aligned, and once we do it in an organization, if we establish it, we have proper policy and procedures in place. So in this way, we have embedded our risk management or second line within our organization. However, what seems to be very similar, this is only the base. Once we have that base, we actually want our operational team to come up with a solution, to come up with the information so that we can make the decision. So what we say in risk management, it not to you make it the right decision. We say to have the right information, to have at the right time, make decision that best fits you. Maybe my decision is different from RF, but if I have the information, I am okay with it. So this is the baseline. So once we have this operationally, we have risk management in place. So what's next? What we actually want at a strategic unit to make strategic decisions. For that, there is one option is dynamic risk assessment, because we understand risk is dynamic in nature. So the risk changes, my decisions would also change. Similarly, there is scenario planning and analysis. This is something, again, I would be doing with the more information we have. Then we have adaptive risk management. If there is any activity or any plan or any stimulus in the market, my team member or my organization will eventually be well prepared to attend it. Same as we have certain networks. This is all just to tell you that risk management that we showed you by ISO 31000, it is actually just the baseline. Integrated risk management, feedback loops, predictive analysis, ONS, all of these that you are seeing right now are the next level. But can we have this next level of risk management on our own? There are multiple activities. We need to first ensure that operationally our feet are firm on the ground. We are doing risk management as the base level. We are managing all our risks. Now we can make those decisions. Similar case is with the audit.
Yeah. Thank you, Wasif. So I'll not take that much of a time because currently the time is of the essence. So what we will do, just one-liner statement, that what we are trying to see is that this is the present state. Lot of theories, lot of methodologies, lot of manual working that we are doing. Either we are working at the second line, which is risk management, governance, compliance, or at the third line, which is the inter-audit. So we just wanted to highlight you that there are a lot of methods, techniques, geographical, ideas and differentiations can be done, methodological in a methodological manner as well. There can be a lot of differences, but again, the whole method will be remaining the same. So you can just skip the next slides, which is the basic idea that there are a lot of steps to be done, and come directly how we do it in practical approach. So then we can go to the future readiness.
So the idea behind having a strategic focus, once you have the risk assessment in place, once you have audit assurance in place, it's not just to have as a compliance that just we are doing it. We have the risk registers, we have audit reports in place. But based on the outcomes of those risk registers, based on the outcomes of those audits, what you are doing with them. That's the basic idea. And for that, simply saying, as per ISO 31000, let's say my first step is to identify the risk or to understand the business objectives. It's not that simple. Operationally, what your team is actually doing, your team is first of all just to build the context of an organization. They are actually identifying the key stakeholders, they are identifying the information that needs to be required, they are doing risk assessment, they are sharing information to and fro, having multiple meetings with them, sharing minutes of meeting. So operationally, your team member, either in the second line or the third line, is being strapped into this cycle of just identify the objectives. And after that, it's not just the scope and criteria. It would be the planning, risk assessment, risk identification, risk analysis. So all of this is just to let you know as a picture, say what your team member is actually doing and what we are requesting them to do. Similar case, it's not just with the risk assessment for every step, it's also for the internal audit, whether it's planning, execution or reporting, quarterly follow-ups. Each of your team member would have to go through each of those cycles, and it's again, the task by nature is very simple, but operationally it demands a lot of efforts. So for that, what can an organization do to allow themselves to carry out all those activities?
Yeah, these are just some steps you have to do to complete the inter-audit risk assessment and to finalize the plan, which only tells you which audit needs to be done or prioritized in the first level. And on the next slides, you have another hundreds of steps to do the audit execution and follow-up.
So one thing to note also is that there is not a new employee. The risk assessment is being done by your operational departments, let's say from the finance, procurement, HR. They are already doing their own operational activities. On top of that, now you are asking them to do all of those activities on a timely basis. So it becomes too much for that employee. So what is the logical options for them? There are only three. First option is to hire more resources because your resource is already packed with your operational activities. Second option might be to embed your first line and third line into one. So if you're merging the lines, you are not requesting anything extra. Now you are doing like we used to do in 100 years ago, how the risk management was already embedded. You are not doing anything new. The third option is to automate those activities that we can automate and then use that information to work on those data that values the most for us. So this is where the three options lies, and the best option, as you can see, and to be future ready as well, you have to have systematic approach to your organization. So this is where the solution lies for both risk management and for auditware, and we would just like to show you that.
We jump towards the demonstrations, small videos, and then the actual live play of the software.
ERMware, powered by TransVT, a TransVare portfolio solution. ERMware stands as your all-inclusive enterprise risk management platform. With ERMware, experience a complete risk process from identification to monitoring. Enjoy a 360-degree customizable risk register and taxonomy, while benefiting from pre-populated and configurable risk universes, supported by comprehensive control library. Next-generation enterprise risk management platform, aligned with ISO 31000 and COSO framework. Unified solution offers a complete risk management process, from identification to monitoring. Onboard users, in just one click, or import directly using Active Directory, CSV, or Excel. Set user permissions, roles, and organization hierarchy, individually or as group. Set dynamic approval rules, and customize workflows according to your organization. 360-degree customizable, risk register and risk taxonomy. Benefit from pre-populated and configurable risk matrix. Ensure risk ownership, accountability, and risk trend analysis. Experience a comprehensive control library and customize it according to your environment. Access customizable decision-enabled built-in dashboards and graphs. Receive real-time alerts for risk responses and insightful risk reports.
It's time to completely align your enterprise risk management journey with ERMware. Send your queries at connectors@transver.com or visit transver.com.
AuditVer, an intelligent, purpose-built internal audit automation solution in line with international best practices and the guidelines issued by the latest global internal audit standards, GIAS 2025. In a world where innovation and artificial intelligence drive success, AuditVer stands at the forefront of revolutionizing internal audit management through intelligent automation, actionable insights, and enhanced efficiency. From dynamic audit universe and risk-based audit planning to audit execution and fieldwork, and final reporting, AuditVer enhances efficiency at every step of the audit lifecycle. AuditVer features include multi-level audit, universe management, multi-factor risk assessment, and centralized risk register. AI-enabled, one-click audit plan generation. Engagement planning with automated emails. Information request tracking with reminders and escalations. Audit fieldwork and observation drafting. Integrated quality assurance and satisfaction surveys. Follow-up and action tracking with reminders and escalations. Third-party integrations, e.g. SAP, Oracle, Microsoft Dynamics, helping companies and teams worldwide to transform workflows, boost productivity. AuditVer is not just a name, it's a vision to transform the future of audit management.
So one thing to realize here is, as an entrepreneur, what we are actually doing is to focus on our objectives. We have already set our targets. This is one of the takeaways that we were doing. And we were also doing one of the takeaways for today was to be able to acknowledge that we have to be future ready. We have to embrace the new technologies. We have to learn something new as well. So there is a lot of things that you are already doing on your own. Now, setting up an organization, you don't need to get into a trap of an organization hierarchy in which you are now just dealing your daily activities. You are focused upon sending certain reminders, ensuring that everyone is on the same page. This is where this is actually helping you to give you an idea how the risk is being managed for you and how you can take up the advantage from the risk management. So we'll start from here. What you're seeing here is an organization setup. So what benefit that actually ERMware is giving you is to grow your organization with the software itself. So you're not dependent upon a high-level tool or solution in which you have to comply with everything. If you are new, if you have only 5 to 6 departments, you can start from the low level. Then if you are increasing, you can increase number of department, number of divisions, and then you can keep the track of accountability and assurance. Similarly, if you are new, you don't have that much of maturity earlier on, let's say you are a level 2 maturity, you can set up the risk matrix accordingly. You don't, again, need to have that thing in mind that you have to be level 5 level of maturity to ensure that you are managing your risks well. So you can do it. It is very flexible whether you are following any ISO 31000 course or whatever framework that you are following, you can also update it at any point in time. Similarly, we have risk matrix, control matrix, and one thing additional that this solution will also give you is also a power of flexibility over addressing people and resources within this solution. So if you have new risk champions, someone is going on vacation, someone is delegating his tasks, you can also arrange and add new you can say resources there. But the power real that lies is actually the roles and privileges. You can be very specific what power of what roles and privileges you want to go for each individual employee. You can be very specific, go very deep. This is something that you won't find, and this is where the control actually lies. Each department is not same. Some departments have long hierarchy, some have short hierarchy, some are dependent, some are regional based. So whatever your department is like, you can set up those roles and responsibilities so that you know that the power lies with the right person. And this is something you can address at any point in time. So all of these approvals mechanism, role privileges, people, everything that you are seeing here is adjustable at any point in time. And this is something that we want to give the power to the user. Rather than having this power to the software developer, this power is with you to adjust. So your solution is also growing with your organization, whether you are a startup or you are a department with 40 plus or 80 plus departments. Everyone can use it. Similarly, coming back to the main user interface, that is the ERMware that you are seeing here now. This is the dashboard that you are showing. And this interface is kept deliberately very simple, because it's not being used by you only, but also risk champions, risk owners, and they're here to only register the risk. And you are here to just take out the meat. So you want to make the right decision. So the dashboard is giving you where your high risk lies, what you need to do, where is your high intensity areas which you need to focus on, or if there is any increase in the trend, or if there is any new information, you can set up as the way you want. This is your canvas, you can customize it accordingly.
Yeah, so we have internal stakeholders and external stakeholders. So all the products that we are depicting today, either ERMware or auditware, completes the needs of both internal stakeholders, which we means first line, second line, third line, either it's be risk management, audit, or the operational departments, and the external stakeholders, whether it can be the regulators or the audit committees or any board member committees. So the softwares or the tools or the solutions can be given access to each of the user, and accordingly they can set their own customizable dashboard, just like you set your mobile phone with lots of widgets. So you can, these are widgets that you can set up based on your need, change anytime, any day you want, and customize them anytime you want in your way.
Yeah. Similarly, this is giving you a summary. So if you want to drill down, you can also drill down to enter into the high risk area, low risk area, whatever you want to do. So this will give you the flexibility over your own decision. However, this is the interface from your point of view. However, from the point of view of risk champions, from the ones who are actually inputting into the system, we have the risk register. Now this register is kept simple as an Excel that most of the companies already utilize. So they won't be learning anything new. What they just need to do is to enter the risk that they have identified. And they have proper cycles and approval cycles. So there would be notifications, there will be automatic escalations, there would be automatic reminders. Everything would be there and would be adjusted by the system. Now the system is taking up the role over the juniors that were supposed to be. And now that junior itself, the employee that you have hired, is now also focusing on those information that matters the most to you. And this is actually the main purpose, to take up those activities being done by them that can be systemized, that can be automated. Let's do it by the system. And whether it's accountability, whether it's to have an audit trail, everything is being done by the system. So coming back to the risk register, this is something the main idea. And you can see the interface is not messy. The power that we were showing you earlier was admin center being done by the owner. So we have risk, control, treatment plan, we have monitoring, everything as per the standard. So you will also have a comfort that we are also complying with the laws and regulations, we are covering everything. So this comfort is also with you. Second is from the control register, the additional thing are two, treatment register and control. Because it's a system when activity or advancement, it's also there, that you don't need to lift a finger to actually populate another type of registers, whether it's a control register, whether it's treatment register, system is automatically addressing what type of controls you have already placed, whether they are effective or not, and whether they need any more enhancements or not. So system is doing it for you for the control and treatment. The next is the KRI. So from the point of view of the operational team, what we wanted to achieve to have a less operational task, make it more practical, the department's owners, risk champions are now focused only on the risk register. Rest of the information system is filling it for them, giving you the right information and the real-time information, whether you want to take out the reports from the dashboards, that is the ready dashboards available that we just saw. And the other is the report itself, pre-booked reports, whether you want to have a comprehensive detail, division-wide detail, escalated report, risks which have breached your appetite, or the key risk that you want to focus on. Whatever type of reports that you want is also there with a single click, but also from the dashboard point of view to give you a ready information. So this is where now that you have the information, now you can focus strategically where you want to invest in or where you want to focus on. Yes,
Thank you. Similarly, we will demonstrate the auditware as well. So these modules, so I'll give a brief one-liner for each of the module and the idea would be, delivered. So the admin center is a place where basically we have given the power of scalability and customization to the CIA itself, to the inter-audit department itself. So in any point of time, let's say after the software or tool has been implemented, in future you want to change something, you want to add something, you want to remove something, or a new person comes who want to set up the entire audit department or entire organization with his own ideas. So you don't have to call any developer or us or any software solution company. You can do it by your own because we have given the fields there to be customizable based on your requirement. You can set up n number of texts, n number of taxonomies, n number of auditable entities or other ideas that you can. Then if you go to the modules list outside, so we have, just keep it there. So we have all the modules, which is the life cycle of the audit. We create a universe, do a risk assessment, create a plan, and accordingly with the help of libraries, we have risks and controls and we do the audit and then follow up on a predefined frequency. So if we go towards the universe, so it allows you to set up the entire organization of the auditable entities and the processes that you want to audit. There is no limit. Can you just click on the setup auditable entity? Yeah, on the top. Yeah, so there is no limit. Once you want to set something, there are n number of processes and sub-processes that you can define and you don't have to call anyone to do or change something. So once the auditable entities are set and we want to do risk assessment, so we will go to the risk assessment process and yeah, here it is. So we can click any of the auditable entity, let's say procure to pay audit, yes, and then we can populate all the rest through the system through help of AI generated risk library, which is industry specific and the customizable based on your requirement as well. So you can identify the risk fields, you can highlight simply by clicking on likelihood and impact, do the inherent risk assessment. Also, the controls are AI built and these are integrated from the customized libraries based on your industry and requirements. So you can incorporate the controls as well and then the residual rating will be calculated automatically. So these are the steps that we identified once we were in the present state, that these are the steps that are taking a lot of time, and now if we automate them and digitalize them, so we will be saving a lot of time, efforts and resources. So then once the risk assessment is done, we'll move towards the plan. So this software allows you, or the tool allows you to create, and it gives you the power to see the past as well, and you can set for n number of years and n number of quarters or in weeks you want, for based on the agile methodology you want to set plan on weekly basis. You can do it on a predefined frequency or based on the residual risk assessment or based on the requirement of regulatory or legal requirements. So once we have set up the plan, we'll move towards the audits itself. So we'll select any of the audit to showcase you how it is done through the software. So yes, let's open the same case. So we will have this one. So we have task planning bar where we can plan all of our tasks and give a deadline. to each of the tasks. So you can have audit planning memorandum, announcement memo, initial requirement list to be shared with this one. So this is one of the major problem that auditors face, that once we share the initial requirement list, we never receive back from the auditee or from the second party. So this will send the automated reminders. Keep escalating it to the level possible or defined by yourself that this is the, second escalation, third escalation, and then it will be considered as out of the scope if required. So you can send the IRL or the initial requirement list through the system, or any requirement that you want through the system. You don't have to go for Outlook or Excel. So the idea behind is that you have to stay at a single screen for end-to-end work of the audit or the risk management. So you can do all the tasks, either sending the initial requirement list, drafting memos, draft reports, final reports, or any other query you have, or announcements or reminders. All that can be done through the software. Just open single screen. We don't have to use Excel as well. So the RCM is inbuilt in there. So we'll move towards the execution. Yeah. So we have the readily available RCMs as well. You can customize them based on your requirement. So here we have given a screen which is similar to an Excel, which gives you power to, you can hover over horizontally and vertically. So there is no limit. You can create n number of risks with the n number of columns. The fields you can add, remove, or change their order based on your requirement. Moreover, there is in the last, there are buttons where you can add Word, PowerPoint, PDF, or open Excel directly here to use any working paper that you want to create. Then we'll move towards the draft report and final report for the reporting part. So once your RCM is done, you will identify some observations. You can draft the report, send it for the concurrence, obtain the treatment plan, action items, target dates, responsible person, and share it to the, and convert them into the final report and share it with the auditee. So here are the quick access bars available as well, which shows you the information requirement list, RCM and audit program, observation memo, and this one. So the software also allows you to do the QAIP based on the GIS requirements, and also the survey from the auditee as well. So we'll go towards the last two remaining modules, which are the follow-up. Yes. Yeah, so the follow-up basically allows you to conduct the follow-up of all the due findings, so you don't have to remember or write down it in Excel and then send the reminders that please provide what is the implementation status. The system automatically tracks and asks for the status from the auditee, and auditee will have, again, this user is for all users, either primary or secondary, internal or external, so the user also don't have to do anything outside the system. They can directly give the feedback into the system. So after the follow-up, we'll go towards the dashboard. Again, the dashboard has been customizable. CIA can set their own dashboard. Auditees can set their own dashboard. Audit committee can have their own dashboards as well. So you don't have to create PowerPoint presentations each time you are facing a new audit committee or a new management presentation. You can have one-time readily built softwares available. So these are only the limited options. You can create your own dashboard with your own widgets as well. So this tool gives you the power to set your own widget as well the way you want. So they are customizable, editable, and set up based on your requirement. So the last module is the documentation one that pertains to the functionality of the software. So each time you receive the data, you have to set up certain folders and place them at certain places. So this is also not required whenever the auditee will be uploading any document, it will be automatically saved on the predefined folder setup that can be customizable again based on the auditor requirements, the inter-audit department. So this was the last module. You can show the approval module. Yeah, the second last one. Yes. So which will show you the pending approvals. So again, the approval cycle for each of the phase, either it's been risk assessment or the execution or the plan or the getting the evidences or approvals, can be set up from this one, and it will showcase what approvals are pending on this one. So having said that, this completes the demonstration of both of the softwares that we are presenting that we think are very important to say that the second line and third line are future ready.
So I would take two more minutes just to emphasize the fact that, see, from the business point of view, we created a business for a certain purpose. However, because of certain laws and regulations, now we have to do internal audits, now we have to comply with certain laws and regulations, now we have to manage the risks, now we have to also monitor our business continuity. So there are a lot of things that we are doing that are not actually directly supporting us or helping us to progress further in our main activity. But still we have to comply with all those laws and regulations. We have to submit certain reports. We have to file certain reports, not just to regulators, but also to other authorities as well. So there is a lot of things going on, and sometimes the entrepreneur might feel that I'm stuck. So to take it out, it's embracing the system now. It's not a want anymore. It's not a luxury. It's a need now. So whether you go for any basic system, whether you want to go for any other system, you have to embrace system eventually. So for that, what we are doing, this is actually not being developed by software developers. This is being developed by the practitioners themselves. So we understand operationally how it will help us and how it will help you as well. And this has been adopted by a department or company with 10 departments to 5 departments, also to a company with 84 departments. So it has a scalability, it will serve your purpose, but we need to make a decision now whether we are ready for the future or not.
Thank you all. You have been a really nice audience. Considering the last session and the time, still you guys were very patient, and thank you for your support. This is Arif Siddiq and Wasif Shahzad. Thank you. Yeah, we can, please. If there are any questions in terms of anything, you guys can reach us, or you can ask right now as well.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Arif and Mr. Wasif, for this insightful and forward-focused session. Your focus, your perspective on governance, internal audit, and enterprise-wide risk management have added tremendous value and beautifully reinforce our theme, Future Ready. Now, may I invite our chairperson and vice chair on stage for giving the token of appreciation to our speakers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after the enriching discussion on GRC, it's time to lighten the mood and turn up the excitement. Are you ready for the fun games? Yes. To lead this fun-filled segment, I am delighted to hand over the stage to our beloved to charming Raffle Master, CA Kaushal. CA Kaushal, Raffle Master, on the stage, please.
Before I announce a few more raffles, can we play the music once? For those who all are present in the evening, we have a special QR code for you. you can scan this QR code, and during the morning session, whatever photos have been taken, you can find your face and download your own photos. And you can use the official hashtags to post it on social media. We'll try to track whatever we can in the night and announce a raffle tomorrow. So I'll give you all a minute to scan. So you all can scan, take a selfie, and then it will analyze your face. And this shows that we are truly future ready. Just a minute. This QR code will be shared as a part of the broadcast, so you will all receive it as well later today. So to have the next set of raffles, we have some VIP tickets, couple VIP tickets from Epic Cinemas. Can we spin the wheel for the same? Are you all future ready? Yes. Are you all raffle ready? Yes. No. CA Gopal Ramnivas, are you in? Not present. Not present. Cancel. 1, 2, next please. Seems like they all are preparing for the Bollywood night. And we have Mr. Chetan Dogra again. This is a different category, by the way. That was early bird, this is attendance. Next, please. Absent. Absent. We'll deduct some CPRs. We have next future ready CA Deepa. Deepa Shetty. You're here. Okay. We'll felicitate all the winners together. Can we have the next winner, please? And the next winner for Epic Cinemas couple ticket is Mr. Balu sir. Are you here? No. Can we have the next one? Siddharth. Siddharth 1, Siddharth 2, next. Derek. CA Derek. Okay. Can we have the next winner, please? CA Joseph. Can we have CA Joseph? Next. So all those who all are couples, these passes are for you. And those who are not, find a date. CA Ganesh. Come in please. Can we have one more winner please? CA Sumit. Okay, Sumit has gone for some committee work. We'll keep a raffle reserved for him. And one final winner, please. He's gone to pick up that case. And the final winner for today is Hey Bhuvna. So the future rewards, those who are ready and who are present here, let's have the winners, please. Can I call CA Vineet Maru, our chairperson, to felicitate the winners? Before we close the evening, I have few announcements to make. We have our Bollywood night at 7:30 p.m. today. So please leave your suits behind. Dress up as your favorite Bollywood character. It will be shared to you. And tomorrow we start sharp at 9 a.m. The session starts. So let's be there at 8 o'clock for breakfast and networking. 9 o'clock, I announce 3-gram gold coin for you all. And let's gather up for a group photo.